Hey guys, tonight we're finding out exactly why you couldn't handle medieval women. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from, and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. If your image of the Victorian servant bells that never stopped ringing comes from fairy tales, romantic paintings or films where she spends her afternoons. Before the first grey breath of morning reached the windows, a candle moved through the narrow corridor beneath the house. It was carried by a young housemaid named Clara, though in that dim hour she seemed less a person than a quiet shadow drifting between walls. Her black dress whispered against the stone. One hand sheltered the flame from the cold breath of the passage. The other held a folded cloth still warm from the kitchen range. Above her, beyond layers of timber, plaster, carpet, and carved oak, the household slept. The drawing room rested beneath its chandeliers. The library fire had fallen into red embers. In the nursery, wooden horses and pale dolls waited beneath veils of moonlight. Behind the curtains of the blue bedroom, a guest dreamed beneath embroidered linen, unaware of the hidden corridors below. Along the servants' wall hung a row of small brass bells. In daylight they appeared ordinary, slightly tarnished cups of metal fixed above fading ivory labels. Drawing room, library, blue bedroom, nursery. Each name belonged to a distant chamber, and each chamber possessed a cord or pull that vanished discreetly into the wall. But now, before dawn, one of the bells was trembling. Clara stopped. The flame leaned toward it, illuminating a brass cup that bore no label. Beneath it remained only a pale rectangle and two small holes, where a nameplate had once been fastened. The bell moved once more. A delicate silver note entered the passage and faded into stone. It is said that old houses speak most clearly before morning, when the fires are low and human voices have fallen away. During daylight, their language is concealed beneath footsteps, doors, conversation, and the movement of ordinary duty. But in the hour before dawn, even a settling beam may sound like a remembered sigh. Clara listened. No footstep crossed the floor above. No bedroom door opened. There was only the clock in the servants' hall, measuring the darkness with slow and patient strokes. She had heard the bells hundreds of times. Every servant in the house learned them as one might learn the voices of a hidden choir. The library bell possessed a low, deliberate tone. The nursery bell gave a lighter sound, often followed by hurried movement. The drawing room bell was clear and bright, carrying through the passage even when conversation and music filled the rooms overhead. A servant did not always need to read the label. In time, the ear remembered. A single note might request more coal. Two impatient pulls could mean that a lamp had failed, a glass stood empty, or a shawl had been left in another room. A trembling succession might signal illness or fear. The bell revealed something of the unseen hand that moved it. Yet the unlabeled bell had no familiar voice. Clara stepped closer. Dust rested upon its spring. A faint strand of cobweb extended from the brass to the wall, unbroken, except where the bell's movement had disturbed it. She raised her candle and saw a thin wire disappearing into a small opening in the plaster. Beneath the silence, the entire house was threaded with such wires. They passed behind wallpaper patterned with roses, beneath floors polished to a dark shine, and around corners no guest ever noticed. Small cranks changed their direction where walls met ceilings. Springs waited in concealed chambers. A gentle pull beside a velvet bed could awaken a bell 2 floors below. The system was simple, yet it seemed almost sacred. A hidden constellation of metal linking one life to another. Above, a hand moved. Below, someone rose. The person who summoned might never see the distance crossed in answer. The cold stairs, the shadowed landings, the long green-baize door separating the servants' world from the family's rooms. The bell erased that journey. It made service appear immediate, almost weightless, as though tea, Firelight, warmed water, and human comfort arrived by enchantment. But Clara knew the footsteps concealed within every chime. She knew the cook waking before sunrise. She knew the footman sitting upright at the first sharp ring of night. She knew the housemaid leaving a narrow attic bed, while the stars still watched through the glass. Every vibration demanded movement. Every note carried expectation. And yet this bell demanded nothing that could be understood. By breakfast, Clara had nearly persuaded herself that she had imagined it. Daylight entered the passage, and the brass bells lost their mystery. They became tarnished objects again, their springs still, and their labels plainly visible. She mentioned the incident to Mrs. Wren, the housekeeper, while folded linen was being counted. Mrs. Wren did not look up. "Old wire," she said. "Timber contracts before morning." Her answer was sensible. Houses moved with heat and cold. Wood tightened in winter. Metal shifted. A bell could tremble when a distant door closed, or when wind entered an attic opening. But the older woman's hands had stopped briefly over the linen. 3 mornings later, the bell rang again. Clara was carrying a tray of extinguished candle ends when its note passed through the corridor. This time it sounded twice, with a pause between the rings. She followed the wire as far as she could. It travelled upward behind the wall, then vanished beyond a beam near the back staircase. When an estate workman opened a narrow wooden panel, he found the line coated in dust. The wire had been cut. Its severed end hung in the darkness, curled like the stem of a dead vine. No movement above should have reached the bell. No hand, living or otherwise, remained connected to it. Whispers tell us that every great house contains a room that has fallen out of memory. Sometimes it is divided during renovation. Sometimes its doorway is covered by new plaster, its windows absorbed into another chamber. A nursery becomes a dressing room. A sick room becomes a linen closet. Names change, walls move, and the house quietly folds one age over another. When Clara asked about the unlabeled bell, the older servants offered fragments. A former footman remembered hearing of a small chamber beyond the west landing. A kitchen maid believed it had belonged to a companion who read aloud to an elderly lady. Mrs. Wren insisted there had never been a room there at all. Yet in an old household account, Clara found a brief entry written in fading ink. New bell cord for the room beyond the blue stair. There was no blue stair in the house. Perhaps it had been repainted. Perhaps it had been removed. Where memory fades, even a staircase may lose its colour and then its name. On the following night, marked by the moon, Clara climbed beyond the family bedrooms and entered the oldest part of the house. She carried no lamp beyond her candle. The flame revealed faded wallpaper, a cracked mirror, and portraits whose eyes had darkened beneath varnish. Near the west landing, she noticed an interruption in the moulding. It was the faint outline of a door. The opening had been plastered over so carefully that daylight concealed it. Moonlight, however, fell across the wall at an angle, revealing the buried frame. Clara placed her palm against the surface. The plaster was cold. No sound came from beyond it. Still, she felt the strange certainty that the hidden chamber was not empty. It contained no waiting figure and perhaps no furniture, but it held the shape of all that had once happened there. Breaths taken in illness, words spoken softly, footsteps approaching in answer to a bell. She imagined a forgotten hand beside a bed, reaching through darkness for a cord that was no longer there. Far below, the unlabeled bell rang once. Clara did not open the wall. She did not call the others. Some mysteries diminish when dragged too quickly into daylight. Some belong to the still hour in which they are discovered. She returned to the servants' corridor and waited beneath the brass cup until the windows began to pale. Dawn entered gently. The house awakened in layers. A fire was laid. Water moved through pipes. A distant door opened. Soon the familiar bells would begin their daily language, summoning hands, footsteps, and quiet obedience. The nameless bell remained still. In the growing light, it seemed impossible that it had ever moved. Clara continued her work, but she never forgot its faint silver voice. Years later, when the household changed, and the old bell system was removed, workers found several abandoned wires inside the walls. Some led to recognizable rooms. Others ended within sealed cavities or descended beneath floors that belonged to an earlier house. No one discovered the room beyond the blue stair. Perhaps it had never existed in the form Clara imagined. Perhaps the bell had moved because of cold timber, hidden tension, or the slow breath of the building before dawn. Or perhaps houses, like people, preserve habits long after their purpose has faded. They remember doors after the doors have vanished. They remember footsteps after the corridors have emptied. And somewhere behind the veil of plaster and dust, they may remember the hands that once reached into darkness, believing that someone would come. Perhaps some summons continue, because no one ever answered them. And perhaps some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. A single bell note descended through the sleeping house. It passed behind wallpaper, faded with roses, beneath floors polished by generations of careful hands, and through narrow cavities where dust rested undisturbed upon timber and stone. It travelled along a hidden wire, turning around corners by means of small iron cranks, until at last it reached the servants' passage below. There, a brass bell awakened. Its silver voice entered the evening silence and trembled above an unfinished meal. For a moment, no one spoke. Around the long wooden table sat the people who kept the house alive, footmen in dark coats, housemaids with tired hands, kitchen servants carrying the warmth of distant ovens upon their sleeves. A loaf of bread had been cut, but not finished. Steam rose from plain bowls. Beyond the door, the kitchen range breathed softly, like some great creature settling into sleep. Above them hung a wooden board bearing a row of bells: library, morning room, drawing room, east bedroom, nursery. Each label named a chamber beyond sight. To an unfamiliar ear, the bells might have sounded almost alike. But those who waited beneath them understood their differences. The library bell possessed a low, measured note, as though reluctant to disturb its own silence. The morning room bell was brighter and lighter. The drawing room bell carried farther, especially on evenings when guests remained beside the fire. The nursery bell often gave a nervous flutter, followed by another ring before the first vibration had faded. It is said that every hidden world develops a language of its own. Below stairs, this language required no ink, no scroll, and no spoken word. It was written in metal and distance. A single pull might mean more coal. 2 hurried notes might request a lamp, a tray, a shawl, or the removal of an unwanted visitor's empty cup. A long, impatient ring could carry displeasure through several walls without anyone above needing to raise a voice. The bell sounded again. "Library," said the senior footman. He did not look toward the label. He knew the tone. At the end of the table, the newest housemaid rose too quickly and nearly overturned her cup. Her name was Miriam, and this was her first night waiting while the household entertained guests. She had entered service only 3 weeks before, bringing with her a small wooden box, 2 plain dresses, and a sprig of dried rosemary wrapped in cloth from her mother's garden. She smoothed her apron. "Walk," the housekeeper had told her earlier. "Never appear to have hurried, even when you have." And so Miriam walked. She crossed the flagstone passage, passed beneath an arch where the ceiling lowered, and approached the Green-Baize door, separating the servants' domain from the grand rooms of the house. On one side lay bare walls, steaming copper pots, the scent of soap and coal, and voices allowed to soften when no family member was near. On the other lay velvet curtains, carved tables, gilt mirrors, and carpets thick enough to swallow footsteps. Miriam pushed open the door. The house changed around her. Firelight rested upon framed landscapes and books bound in dark leather. A gentleman stood beside the library hearth, with one hand extended toward an empty glass. He did not turn as she entered. He had pulled a cord beside the mantel, and somewhere beneath his feet a bell had rung. That was all he needed to know. She collected the glass, inclined her head, and withdrew. Before she returned to the table, another bell sounded. This one came from the drawing room. The senior servants heard not only its name but the mood of the unseen hand. The first pull was brief. The second arrived before the bell had settled, sharper than the first. "Mr. Harcourt," murmured a footman. "He dislikes waiting." Miriam wondered how a name could be heard inside brass. Yet with every summons she began to understand. The bells carried temperament through the walls. A hesitant hand produced a broken flutter. An elderly guest pulled slowly, giving the wire time to tighten. A child might tug repeatedly, fascinated by the unseen consequence. Someone accustomed to obedience pulled once and expected the entire hidden world beneath the floor to arrange itself around that sound. Beneath the silence, the house was filled with such messages. Not all of them were commands. The bell from the blue bedroom rang softly after midnight. Miriam climbed the back staircase and found an old woman sitting awake beside a dying candle. She had asked only for warm water, yet when it arrived, she seemed reluctant to let the maid depart. "Is everyone asleep below?" the woman asked. "Not yet, madam." "And you hear every bell?" "We try to, madam." The woman looked toward the woven pull beside her bed. "It must be strange," she said, "to be called from rooms you cannot see." Miriam lowered her eyes. She did not know whether an answer was expected. Perhaps the woman had not meant to speak aloud. Perhaps loneliness had crossed the boundary that rank usually preserved. A moment later, she dismissed the maid with a gentle nod. The bell had summoned warm water, but beneath that request lay another need, quieter, unnamed, and impossible to carry upon a tray. Whispers tell us that servants often learned the emotional weather of a household before the family admitted it to themselves. They recognized illness in the frequency of a bedroom bell. They sensed quarrels in the violent pull from a dressing room. They knew when a child feared the dark and when an elderly guest wished only to hear another person enter. The wires carried commands downward, but they also carried fragments of private life. In this way, the bellboard became a map. It measured distance, the long ascent to an attic room, the short passage to the dining hall. It measured rank, whose summons must be answered first, whose comfort outweighed another servant's meal or sleep. It measured impatience in repeated notes, and sometimes, in the hour when candles burned low, it measured loneliness. By 2 in the morning, the evening had almost ended. The guests withdrew, glasses were gathered, fires were banked, and the grand rooms settled beneath their curtains. Miriam returned to the servants' hall. Only a shaded lamp remained lit. The other servants had gone to their duties or their narrow beds. The bells hung motionless above her, reflecting small circles of faded gold. Outside, the moon had crossed beyond the windows. Marked by the moon, the house seemed to float between one day and the next. Its passages no longer belonged entirely to waking. Shadows gathered beneath the stairs. The clock's pendulum moved like a slow, tireless breath. Then the bells shivered. Not one bell, but several. Library, morning room, blue bedroom, nursery. Their brass cups moved together with a faint trembling that produced no full note. It was neither a summons nor the ordinary settling of metal. The sound resembled distant rain touching a roof, or the whisper of dry leaves turning across forgotten stone. Miriam stood beneath them. No label indicated where she should go. No single room had spoken. The shiver passed along the row, bell to bell, as if something were travelling behind the wall. She called softly for the senior footman. He entered, listened, and watched the last bell become still. "Wind," he said, but there was almost no wind outside. The next morning, an older kitchen maid offered another explanation. "Long ago," she said, "the western side of the house had been altered. A staircase was removed, 2 small rooms were joined, and a narrow chamber between them was sealed. During the work, several bell wires had been crossed and then abandoned inside the wall. No one remembered the chamber's purpose. Some believed it had been used by a nurse. Others said it belonged to a private secretary who left without collecting his belongings. The housekeeper dismissed these stories as old servants' talk, made from dust and too many sleepless nights. Yet the faint shivering returned, always between midnight and dawn, always among several bells at once. It sounded as though the house were trying to form a word, but could no longer remember how. Miriam listened more carefully each night. She heard the movement begin near the library bell, pass through the morning room, and fade at the nursery. The sequence appeared to trace an invisible path across the upper floor. She imagined someone moving from room to room long before the walls were changed, crossing a library filled with dying firelight, passing through a chamber now buried beneath plaster, and pausing at last outside the nursery door. Perhaps it was never a message. Old wires might respond together when timber cooled. Hidden cranks could shift beneath the pressure of stone. A door closing in one part of the house might send a vibration far beyond its origin. There were reasonable explanations, resting quietly beside the mystery. But Miriam had begun to understand that the truth of the bells did not live entirely within their mechanisms. Their language was shaped by those who listened. To the family above, a bell was an invisible extension of the hand. To the servants below, it was interruption, direction, warning, and knowledge. And to the silent house itself, perhaps the wires were something older, a web of buried memory stretched from chamber to chamber, preserving every impatient pull, every frightened summons, every lonely hand that had reached beside a bed and waited for footsteps. Where memory fades, habits may continue. A staircase disappears, but the path once taken through it remains within the mind. A room is sealed, but the silence inside it does not cease to be a room. A name is removed from a bellboard, yet somewhere behind the veil of plaster, the wire may still remember where it led. By dawn, the brass cups were still again. Pale light entered the servants' hall and touched the unfinished bread upon the table. The kitchen fire awakened. Water began to warm. Soon the household would rise, and the hidden language would begin once more. The morning room bell would call for curtains to be opened. The library bell would request a fire. The nursery bell would scatter footsteps along the passage. Miriam stood beneath the board for one final moment. The bells appeared ordinary now, quiet pieces of brass awaiting another hand. Yet their silence no longer seemed empty. It felt watchful, patient, almost sacred. The hidden language had not ended. It was only resting inside the walls, among crossed wires, forgotten chambers, and paths buried beneath the floor. Soon, somewhere beyond the veil of the ceiling, a hand would reach for a chord, and the house would speak again. Behind the flowered paper of the drawing room, another landscape waited in darkness. No guest could see it. They saw painted roses climbing across the walls. They saw a carved fireplace, velvet chairs, and the soft gleam of candlelight upon polished tables. Beside the mantel hung an embroidered bell pull with a silken tassel, delicate enough to seem ornamental. Yet when the cord was drawn, something awakened beyond the flowers. A wire tightened. A small iron crank turned inside the wall. The movement passed through a narrow cavity filled with timber, dust, and old darkness. It descended behind plaster, crossed beneath the floor, and travelled toward the servants' passage below, where a brass bell leaned forward and gave its voice to the house. It is said that every grand home contains two buildings. The first is made of rooms that may be entered: drawing rooms, libraries, bedrooms, halls illuminated beneath chandeliers. The second exists within and between them. It is made of concealed passages, hollow walls, sealed staircases, abandoned wires, and spaces too narrow for any person to cross. Guests inhabited the first house. Servants listened to the second. One winter morning, the drawing-room bell began to ring without reason. It did not sound loudly. There was no impatient succession of notes, no urgent pull demanding coal or tea. Instead, the brass cup trembled at uncertain intervals, giving a faint chime that seemed to come from somewhere very far away. The drawing-room was empty, its shutters were closed, and the embroidered pull hung motionless beside the cold fireplace. For 3 mornings, the bell continued. At last, an estate workman named Mr. Vale was summoned. He had repaired doors, chimneys, pipes, and bell wires at the house for more years than anyone could easily remember. His hair had turned silver beneath his cap, and his hands bore the pale scars of old tools. He knew that houses were never truly still. Timber swelled in rain and tightened in frost. Iron shifted when fires awakened. Mice crossed hidden beams. Wind entered through forgotten openings and wandered between the walls like a breath searching for release. "There will be a cause," he said, but he spoke quietly, as though the house might hear him. Near the servants' staircase, he removed a small wooden panel darkened by age. It had been painted so many times that its edges had almost disappeared. When it came free, a breath of cold air emerged from the opening, carrying the scent of dust, iron, and something faintly floral. Mr. Vale raised his lantern. Inside lay a web of wires. Some remained bright where recent movement had polished their surfaces. Others were red with rust, fixed in place like veins inside forgotten stone. They crossed one another, turned around small brass wheels, and passed through holes bored into beams older than the rooms above. Dust hung from them in pale strands. The sight resembled a constellation buried inside the house. Each wire led toward a room. Each room possessed a name, yet in the darkness behind the walls, those names had been lost. There was no library, nursery, or drawing room there, only lines of metal extending upward and outward, carrying movement from unseen hands. Beneath the silence, the house appeared to possess a secret nervous system. Mr. Vale touched the wire connected to the drawing room bell. It was slack. He pulled it gently. The bell behind him rang. The sound entered the passage and then returned as a smaller echo from within the opening, as though another bell had answered somewhere behind the stone. Mr. Vale waited. Nothing followed. He took his lantern and began tracing the wire through the lower passages. It travelled behind the servants' staircase, descended beside the pantry, and vanished beyond a shelf of jars and folded cloth. When the shelf was moved, a narrow doorway appeared. It had no handle, its frame was concealed beneath old boards, and its upper edge carried the faded blue paint of an earlier age. The housekeeper said she had never seen it opened. Mr. Vale loosened the boards and stepped through. Beyond lay a passage scarcely wide enough for his shoulders. Its floor was covered in fine grey dust. Wooden hooks remained along one wall, though whatever had once hung from them was gone. Above, a line of iron wires passed into darkness, turning where the passage curved. Whispers tell us that old houses are built not only from stone and timber, but from decisions. A family adds a bedroom. A staircase is moved. A servant's corridor is narrowed so that a larger drawing room may be created. A door is sealed because a new wall makes it inconvenient. One generation builds over the paths of another until the house becomes a scroll written many times upon the same surface. Where memory fades, architecture keeps its quieter record. A patch in the plaster remembers a doorway. A line in the floor remembers a wall. A beam worn smooth in one place remembers hands that once touched it while passing. During the 19th century, bell systems often expanded with the houses they served. When a nursery became a guest room or a new wing reached into the garden, wires were added and redirected. Old lines were not always removed. Some remained behind the walls, attached to chambers that had changed their purpose or disappeared entirely. Mr. Vale followed the drawing room wire into the concealed passage. At its end, he found the remains of a staircase. Only 3 steps survived. They rose toward a ceiling of rough boards and stopped there, as if the rest of the stair had been lifted away. The wood was worn at the center by feet that had climbed it for years. No household plan showed this staircase. Marked by the moon, a small window high in the wall cast a pale rectangle across the lowest step. Within that light lay a broken ivory label, half buried in dust. Mr. Vale lifted it. Only 2 letters remained visible. No one could decide whether they formed the beginning of a room, a surname, or a word long since forgotten. Beyond the ruined staircase stood another narrow door. It opened into a chamber crowded with broken furniture. Chair frames without seats, a cracked washstand, a rolled carpet, and the wooden remains of a child's screen painted with stars. Everything had been placed there and then abandoned, perhaps decades earlier. At the far wall, several bell wires entered the plaster. One was the line Mr. Vale had followed. He consulted an old estate plan obtained from the steward's room. The paper had grown soft at its folds. and its ink was fading into the color of weak tea. On it, the hidden passage was clearly marked. So was the vanished staircase. Beside them appeared a small bedroom. The present wall passed directly through where the chamber had once been. In a household account from many winters before, a woman named Miss Evelyn Grey was listed as companion to the master's widowed aunt. Her wages appeared regularly for 11 years. Then her name ended without explanation. No notice of departure remained. No letter of recommendation was preserved. There was only a final payment for medicine, candles, and repair to the bell beside Miss Grey's bed. Some believed a companion occupied a place between worlds. She might live among wealth without belonging to it, sharing a lady's private hours while remaining dependent upon her favor. She read aloud, answered letters, kept watch during illness, and listened to secrets that could never become her own. She was present, yet easily erased. Mr. Vale measured the wall. According to the old plan, Miss Grey's bedroom had once occupied a narrow space between the drawing room and the former staircase. When later owners enlarged the drawing room, the bedroom disappeared. Part became a cupboard. Part was sealed behind plaster. Its door vanished. Its name faded from the accounts. But one wire had remained. Mr. Vale found it entering the buried section of wall. Several feet before it reached the lost chamber, the iron line had been cut. Its severed end rested upon a beam, coated in undisturbed dust. It could not move the drawing-room bell, and yet, while he watched, the wire trembled, only slightly. The motion passed along the iron like a soft pulse. Far below, the brass bell answered with a single silver note. Mr. Vale placed his fingers against the wire. There was no tension from above. No footsteps crossed the drawing-room. No wind entered the sealed passage. He felt only a faint vibration fading beneath his hand. It resembled the final beat of something falling asleep. He offered several explanations when the housekeeper questioned him. Old iron could respond to changes in temperature. Timber under strain might pull against a forgotten fastening. Movement elsewhere in the house could travel through connected beams and emerge far from its origin. Each explanation was possible. None required a hidden hand. Still, Mr. Vale did not remove the severed wire. He returned the broken ivory label to the dust beside the ruined staircase. Then he left the narrow chamber, closed the concealed doorway behind the pantry, and replaced the wooden panel near the servants' stairs. The web disappeared once more. Above him, the family gathered beneath painted roses. Lamps were lit. Curtains were drawn. Someone reached for the silken cord beside the drawing-room fire, and the proper bell rang clearly below. No one thought of the path that movement had taken. No one imagined the rusted lines resting beside it, extending toward vanished rooms and sealed doors. But Mr. Vale remembered. He understood that the walls contained more than mechanisms. They held the shape of former lives, servants who had hurried through passages now closed, companions who had waited in rooms now erased, and hands that had reached for chords whose bells no longer bore a name. Perhaps the trembling wire had only obeyed the cold. Perhaps it had responded to the deep settling of the house before dawn, or perhaps memory sometimes travels without a living hand to guide it. And so the wires remained inside the walls, some bright with use, others rusted into silence, all waiting in darkness beneath the painted flowers. Paths of iron memory, leading toward chambers the house had concealed, but had not entirely forgotten. Moonlight lay across the nursery floor, like a pale road leading nowhere. It touched a wooden horse with one broken wheel, a row of dolls whose painted eyes had dimmed beneath dust, and a cradle veiled in linen. Along the walls, faded stars drifted across the wallpaper, their silver points scarcely visible in the darkness. Once, children had slept beneath those stars. They had whispered after candles were extinguished. They had hidden beneath blankets during storms, awakened from fevered dreams, and listened for familiar footsteps beyond the door. But the children had grown. Some had crossed into the grand bedrooms of the house. Others had married and departed in carriages, carrying their family names into distant counties. The nurses and nursery maids who had watched over them were gone as well. The nursery remained. Its door was locked. Its chimney was cold. No fire had burned there for many winters. Yet below stairs, the nursery bell began to ring. It sounded each night at the same quiet hour, after the last lamp had been lowered, after the kitchen range had settled into red silence, and before the clocks announced midnight. One soft note, a pause, then another. It is said that an empty room does not become silent all at once. The voices leave first, then footsteps fade. The scent of soap, warm milk, and candle wax disappears more slowly. After many years, even these are gone, yet something remains. The shape of attention, perhaps, or the faint impression of lives once gathered there. On the first night, the servants assumed that a wire had tightened in the cold. On the second, they blamed a shutter moving somewhere above. By the fourth night, no one wished to meet the housekeeper's eyes when the bell began to tremble. At last, an under-housemaid named Nell was given the nursery key. She was 17 and had arrived at the house during the previous spring. Her duties seldom carried her into the family's abandoned rooms. She cleaned the servants' passages, carried water, swept cold grates, and rose before daylight to begin again. The housekeeper placed the key in her palm. "Look inside," she said. Nothing more. The brass was cold. Nell climbed the back staircase, carrying a single candle. With each landing, the sounds of the servants' quarters faded. The walls changed from bare plaster to flowered paper. The stairs narrowed, then opened upon an upper corridor where moonlight rested on the floorboards. At its end stood the nursery door. The key turned reluctantly. A breath of cold air emerged as Nell entered. Her candle moved across the wooden horse, the pale dolls, and the covered cradle. It illuminated a shelf of storybooks whose cloth bindings had faded to the color of mist. A small slate lay upon the floor. On it remained several uncertain chalk marks, perhaps the beginning of letters, perhaps only the wandering lines of a child's hand. Nothing appeared disturbed. Beside the chimney hung the nursery bell pull. Its woven cord was patterned with blue flowers. The tassel remained perfectly still. Nell examined the windows. Both were fastened. She looked beneath the furniture and behind the heavy curtains, though she did not truly expect to find anyone there. The room held only moonlight, dust, and the quiet breath of forgotten things. She withdrew and locked the door. Before she reached the staircase, the bell rang below. Its note rose faintly through the house. Nell turned. Behind her, the nursery door remained closed. Whispers tell us that the Victorian nursery was a kingdom hidden within the larger kingdom of the house. It possessed its own hours, meals, rules, punishments, celebrations, and sorrows. The family might visit, but nurses and nursery maids governed its daily life. They witnessed first words. They carried children through illness. They soothed midnight fears and listened to secrets spoken before a child understood the danger of being overheard. Their hands buttoned tiny garments, cooled fevered foreheads, mended broken toys, and held young lives through the long passage between infancy and the world beyond the nursery door. Many nursery maids were scarcely beyond childhood themselves. They entered great houses carrying memories of smaller homes, village cottages, crowded streets, fields marked by rain. Then they were entrusted with children who might one day inherit land, titles, and rooms from which the servants themselves would remain absent. The intimacy was real. So was the distance. A child might love a nurse more constantly than any other person in the house. Yet when childhood ended, the nursery world dissolved. The nurse could be dismissed, transferred, pensioned quietly, or forgotten. Her name might vanish from family memory, even when her lullabies remained in the dreams of those she had raised. Beneath the silence of the locked room, these vanished bonds seemed to linger. The nightly summons continued. Each time Nell climbed the staircase. Each time, the bell pull remained still. She began noticing small details. A wooden soldier stood beneath the window with one arm missing. A sprig of dried lavender rested inside a cracked cup. On the child's screen near the cradle, stars had been painted around a crescent moon. One star was marked with a tiny gold cross. Marked by the moon, the room seemed to contain its own dark sky. On the seventh night, An elderly woman named Mrs. Bell came to the servants' entrance. She had once been a nurse in the household and had returned to speak with the housekeeper about a small pension. Her back was bent, but her voice remained calm. When she heard of the ringing, she asked which nursery bell had moved. There was only one, Nell said. Mrs. Bell shook her head. There were two. Long ago, she explained. A second pull had hung beside the cradle. It was lower than the first, within reach of a child's hand. During one winter, fever passed quietly through the house. Curtains were closed. Fires burned night and day. Basins of water stood beside beds, while footsteps crossed the nursery at every hour. One little boy feared the darkness. Even when the nurse sat beside him, he kept one hand around the bell cord. If he woke and found the fire low, he pulled it. The bell rang again and again through the night, sometimes urgently, sometimes with only enough strength to create a trembling sound. Mrs. Bell did not say the child's name. The family went away in spring, she whispered. When they returned, the lower cord was gone. According to the family's printed history, every child of that generation survived the winter fever. One son later entered the army. Another inherited the estate. A daughter married beneath a church window filled with blue glass. There was no mention of loss. But in the village register, on a page yellowed by candle smoke and years, appeared a burial entry for a child bearing the family surname. The ink was faint. The age was difficult to read. Beside the name, the clergyman had written only, "From the great house." No one explained the contradiction. Perhaps the burial belonged to a cousin visiting the estate. Perhaps the family history had confused one child with another. Perhaps grief had been removed from the official account because remembrance seemed too painful, or because the child had occupied an uncertain place within the family. Where memory fades, records may disagree. Stone carries one name. Paper carries another. A portrait shows the children who lived long enough to sit still before a painter, while those who departed early remain outside the frame. The nursery bell continued to sound, but its voice grew softer. The first nights had brought 2 clear notes. Later came only one. Then the brass cup merely shivered, producing a sound like a spoon touching the rim of a distant glass. It seemed, Nell thought, as though the unseen hand were tiring. One evening, she entered the nursery without waiting for the bell. She carried a small oil lamp. No one had ordered her to do so. The housekeeper would not have approved of wasting oil in an abandoned room. Yet Nell crossed to the cradle and placed the lamp upon a low table beside it. Warm light spread slowly through the darkness. It touched the wooden horse. It softened the painted faces of the dolls. It awakened the faded stars upon the wallpaper until the nursery seemed surrounded by a quiet celestial sky. Nell lowered the linen veil from the cradle. Inside lay nothing but a folded blanket and a tiny ribbon, once blue, now almost grey. She did not touch them. Instead, she sat for a while beside the cold hearth. She imagined the young maids who had waited there before her. She imagined a nurse fighting sleep beside a feverish child. She imagined a small hand reaching through darkness, pulling a cord not from impatience, but from the ancient fear that no one would come. "Someone is here," Nell whispered. The words entered the room and disappeared. That night, the bell remained silent. No brass trembled below stairs. No wire stirred behind the walls. The servants finished their meal without interruption, and the house passed gently into sleep. For several nights afterward, Nell left the lamp beside the cradle. She never remained long. She lit it at dusk and returned before dawn to extinguish the flame. The housekeeper noticed that a little more oil was being used, but asked no questions. The nursery bell did not ring again. Some believed the warmth of the lamp altered the timbre and relieved tension in the old wire. Others thought the bell mechanism had simply exhausted its final movement after years of rust. These explanations were quiet and reasonable. Perhaps one of them was true. Yet in forgotten corners of the earth, and in forgotten rooms above sleeping houses, not every summons asks for an answer that can be spoken. Some ask only for presence. Some ask that a name be remembered, even when the name itself has vanished. and some ask for a small light to remain against the dark. Near morning, the lamp burned low beside the empty cradle. Beyond the windows, the last stars faded into grey. The wooden horse cast a long shadow across the floor, as though waiting at the edge of an unseen road. The room held no apparition, no voice emerged from behind the veil. There was only the quiet lamp, the faded ribbon, and the bell pull resting beside the cold chimney. Perhaps the house required no prayer and no grand act of remembrance. Perhaps it wished only for someone to return to the forgotten nursery, sit beside what had been lost, and leave a little light where a child had once feared the night. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen, and sometimes, when they know they have been heard, they become silent at last. At the end of the grand corridor stood a door the colour of a forest after rain. By daylight, few people noticed it. The family passed near it on their way to breakfast. Guests crossed before it, beneath chandeliers and portraits darkened by age. Children sometimes touched its soft surface before a nurse guided them away. Yet no one paused to consider where the door led, or why it had been covered in deep green baize. It opened. A servant appeared. It closed. The servant was gone. But at midnight, when the candles had burned low and moonlight rested upon the polished floor, the door changed. Its green surface deepened almost to black. Its brass handle caught a small, cold gleam. No longer an ordinary entrance, it seemed to stand like a veil between two separate worlds. On one side lay the house that was meant to be seen. There were velvet chairs, silver trays, painted ceilings, and ancestral faces watching from carved frames. Fires glowed behind polished grates. Curtains descended in heavy folds. Even silence seemed carefully arranged. On the other side lay flagstone passages, narrow stairs, plain walls, and the warm scent of bread lingering from the kitchen. There were pails of water, blackened brushes, baskets of linen, and tired voices speaking softly before the next bell rang. It is said that every threshold asks a small price from those who cross it. For the servants, the price was visibility. A footman named Thomas waited below stairs that night. He sat beneath the bellboard wearing a dark coat whose buttons had been polished until they reflected the lamp. The household had given a late supper, and several guests remained in the drawing room long after midnight. Thomas had been awake since before dawn. His feet ached inside formal shoes. One wrist bore a faint red mark where a heavy tray had rested through dinner, yet his posture revealed none of this. A servant's weariness belonged to the hidden rooms of the house. It was not permitted to cross the Green-Baize door. The drawing-room bell rang. Its brass cup moved with a clear, impatient note. Thomas rose. Behind him, the kitchen range breathed softly. A maid gathered cups from the servants' table. Somewhere beyond the pantry, the cook covered tomorrow's dough with cloth. These were simple sounds, human sounds, made by people who had worked together through the long day. Thomas walked toward the baize door. As he opened it, warmth from the grand corridor touched his face. He crossed the threshold and allowed the door to settle behind him. The sounds below vanished. That was part of the baize's purpose. Thick felt softened the closing of doors and absorbed footsteps, voices, and the clatter of domestic work. In many large Victorian homes, such barriers separated family rooms from service passages. Their muted surfaces helped preserve the illusion that comfort arrived without effort. No kettle boiled, no maid hurried, no footman waited with aching feet. A bell rang, and what was desired simply appeared. Thomas entered the drawing room without sound. Guests sat beneath a chandelier whose candles had shortened into pools of wax. A woman in blue silk rested one hand upon a closed book. Two gentlemen spoke quietly beside the fire. Above them hung the portrait of a long-dead ancestor, one pale hand painted upon the back of a chair. No one looked toward Thomas. A decanter stood empty on the table. He replaced it with a full one, gathered 2 glasses, and adjusted a folding screen near the hearth. His work required only moments. He withdrew as silently as he had entered. The green door opened, received him, and closed once more. Whispers tell us that invisibility is not the same as absence. The family rarely saw the journeys made on their behalf. They did not see the coal carried through the back passage or the silver counted beneath a shaded lamp. They did not watch the servants eating quickly because a bell might interrupt them. They heard no whispered conversation after an illness, no quiet laughter near the kitchen fire, no footsteps ascending to attic rooms when the house had finally gone to sleep. The baize door concealed all of this, yet it concealed the family from the servants as well. Behind it, sorrow could be hidden beneath ceremony. A guest might weep before entering the drawing room. A master might wait beside a dying fire because he feared his own bedroom. A child might linger near the threshold, listening for the voices below stairs because they seemed warmer than the silence of the nursery. The door did not divide feeling. It divided what could be acknowledged. Near 2 in the morning, the guests retired. Thomas carried the final tray through the green door. The drawing room fire was left low, the decanters returned to their cabinet, and the last candle extinguished. The house entered its deepest silence. Most servants withdrew, but Thomas remained on duty. A guest in the east bedroom had requested that someone be available should the fire require attention. He sat beneath the bellboard with a book closed upon his knee. Marked by the moon, the servants' passage seemed older than the grand rooms above it. The flagstones resembled worn altar steps. The bells shone faintly in the lamplight, small and celestial, each connected to an unseen chamber. Then Thomas heard a bell. The sound did not come from the board. None of the brass cups moved. The note had come from beyond the Green-Baize door. It was lower than the servant bells and softened by distance, yet unmistakable. A single chime from somewhere within the grand corridor. Thomas waited. No second note followed. He lifted the lamp and approached the door. The baize felt cold beneath his hand. When he opened it, the corridor beyond was empty. Moonlight entered through a tall window and lay across the polished floor like a pale river. Portraits watched from the walls. The air carried the faint scent of extinguished candle wax, though every candle along the corridor had been put out more than an hour before. At the far end, another door was moving. It closed slowly, almost gently, until its latch met the frame. Thomas knew that door, or rather, he knew that it was never used. It stood beyond a marble table, where no servant had any reason to go. The room behind it appeared on no current list of chambers. When Thomas had once asked where it led, the housekeeper replied that it was only a cupboard. Yet a cupboard door would not have been covered with dark silk on the other side, nor fitted with an old bell pull, whose tassel could be glimpsed as the gap narrowed. Thomas walked along the corridor. His lamp illuminated dust near the skirting boards. Before the door, he found a small pool of hardened wax upon the floor. At its center lay a fragment of black wick, as though someone had stood there holding a candle until the flame died. He tried the handle. The door was locked. Behind it, something gave a faint metallic shiver. Not a full bell, not a voice, only an echo disappearing into the hidden chambers of the house. The following morning, Thomas mentioned the incident to the steward. Old plans were brought from a cabinet and unfolded upon the library table. The earliest plan showed a narrow passage extending beyond the grand corridor. It led to a private apartment consisting of a sitting room, a bedroom, and a small dressing chamber. Later plans omitted the apartment. A straight wall replaced it. In the household records, Thomas found references to a widowed relative who had lived there many decades before. Her name appeared beside payments for medicine, coal, lamp oil, and the wages of a personal maid. Then, following a winter death, the entries ceased. The passage was sealed soon afterward. No reason was recorded. Some believed the rooms had become damp. Others said the family wished to enlarge the gallery. An elderly gardener remembered hearing that the widow had disliked being alone and rang repeatedly for her maid during the final nights of her illness. Whether the bell Thomas heard belonged to those rooms could not be known. The old system might still have contained abandoned metal. A loose spring could have shifted behind the sealed wall. Timber cooling after the day's fires might have moved a forgotten wire. The closing door was less easily explained. Perhaps a current of air had drawn it inward. Perhaps Thomas, exhausted after a long day, had seen motion where there had only been shadow. Reasonable answers gathered around the mystery, like dust around an unused threshold. That evening, the locked door remained still. So did the Green-Baize. Yet Thomas could no longer pass through it without remembering the other sealed entrance at the end of the corridor. One door hid the living labour of the servants. The other concealed an apartment, a death, and a summons from a world no longer acknowledged. Both had been made to preserve silence. Both had failed. Beneath the silence, lives remained close to one another. A thin wall separated a velvet bed from a servant's stair. A soft door divided sleepless guests from workers waiting beneath brass bells. Rank created distance, yet architecture revealed how little distance truly existed. A hand pulled a cord. A wire moved. Someone listening in another world rose to answer. Near dawn, Thomas stood for a moment before the Green-Baize door. On one side, the family slept beneath embroidered canopies. On the other, servants waited beside the bells, ready for morning to begin. Between them rested the soft green veil. It concealed footsteps, fatigue, loneliness, and the thousands of unseen acts from which comfort was made. Perhaps it concealed older memories as well. Where memory fades, doors remain. They stand between candlelight and darkness, between those who call and those who answer, holding the silence of both worlds within their frames. And sometimes, long after a passage has been sealed, a bell passes softly through that silence, asking not to be obeyed, perhaps, but only to be heard. It is said that after many years in service, a maid could recognize a bell before she looked toward the wall. She knew the slow, uncertain note of an elderly mistress whose hand had grown weak. She knew the quick double summons of a child unwilling to remain in bed. She knew the hard, metallic cry of a guest who had never learned to wait. To another ear, these sounds were almost identical. To Eliza, they were voices. She carried each one within her memory. Years later, she would remember her first evening below stairs, the long wooden table, the smell of bread and lamp smoke, the brass bells shining dimly above the servants' heads. Their ivory labels named rooms she had never entered: library, morning room, best bedroom, nursery, blue dressing room. Eliza was 13, though she had been told to say 14 if anyone asked. She had arrived carrying a small box containing 2 aprons, a brush, a mended nightdress, and a letter from her mother, folded so many times that its edges had become soft as cloth. The house seemed larger than any building she had imagined. Its staircases divided and turned. Corridors appeared to lead toward one another, then ended at locked doors. The polished rooms above reflected candlelight in mirrors taller than she was, while the passages below twisted through brick, timber, heat, and shadow. On her first night, a bell rang. Eliza stared at the entire row. "Library," said the housemaid beside her. "How do you know?" The older girl had already risen. "You will." And so the house began to teach her, not with lessons written in books, but through repetition. Her hands learned where the linen was kept, and which sheets belonged to the family rather than the servants. Her feet remembered the board outside the nursery that cried out beneath too much weight. She discovered which door must be lifted slightly before its latch would close, and which corridor carried whispers farther than footsteps. Her ears changed as well. They awakened before the rest of her. Even in sleep, part of Eliza remained below the bellboard, listening. It is said that service entered the body slowly. A maid learned to walk without allowing keys to strike against her skirt. She learned to lift ashes without raising dust, and to open curtains without disturbing those who slept. She learned to appear at the instant she was needed, while concealing the distance she had crossed. The bells guided this hidden geography. A library summons meant one staircase. The best bedroom required another. A ring from the nursery sent her upward through a narrow passage where the ceiling leaned low beneath the roof. At first, Eliza depended upon the labels. In time, she no longer looked. The morning room bell gave a clear, delicate note. The dining room bell possessed a deeper resonance, altered by the length of wire between the room and the servants' hall. The bell from the old mistress's bedroom sounded faintly unsteady, not because the brass was different, but because the hand above pulled the cord in a particular way. 3 gentle notes. A pause. Then one more. That pattern belonged to Lady Ashcombe. She was already old when Eliza entered the house. Her hair was silver, her dresses dark, and the room in which she spent most evenings carried the scent of beeswax, lavender, and extinguished candles. Lady Ashcombe seldom rang sharply. 3 soft pulls meant that the fire required attention. A 4th, after a pause, meant she wished for tea to be left beside her chair. Sometimes, however, when Eliza arrived, nothing appeared to be needed. The old woman would ask whether it was raining, or whether the kitchen cat had returned, or whether the moon was visible from the servants' attic. Eliza answered carefully. Perhaps the bell summoned not tea, coal, or service, but the brief assurance that another person was awake somewhere within the house. Beneath the silence of rank, loneliness had its own language. The years passed by bells. They did not pass evenly. Some disappeared like breath upon glass. Others remained within Eliza, as clearly as rooms preserved behind locked doors. A hurried nursery ring called her during the birth of the family's youngest daughter. All through the night, water was heated and linen carried upstairs. The house seemed to breathe around the closed bedroom. Near dawn, an infant cried, and for a moment, every bell remained still, as though the walls themselves were listening. During another winter, the blue bedroom bell rang again and again through an illness. Eliza climbed the stairs with basins, medicine, and clean cloths. She never heard the physician's full conversation, only fragments passing through half-open doors. The fever has turned. Do not wake her. Send for him before morning. Servants seldom received complete stories. They entered after the letter had been opened, and left before the answer was spoken. They removed the glass beside which a decision had been made. They revived a fire while an argument waited in silence. They carried sealed messages through corridors, without knowing whether the paper contained love, dismissal, confession, or farewell. Yet through fragments, Eliza came to understand the household. She knew when the master's elder son had lost money before the family admitted it, because the library bell began ringing after midnight. She knew a marriage proposal had been refused because a young woman asked for her fire to be extinguished before sunset and left the next morning without breakfast. She knew when the nursery children were frightened, when the housekeeper was concealing pain, and when Lady Ashcombe wanted only to hear footsteps approaching her door. Whispers tell us that those who remain at the edges sometimes see the centre most clearly. Eliza stood outside conversations, yet lived among their consequences. She polished silver after celebrations and covered mirrors after death. She prepared rooms for births, marriages, illnesses, and mourners. The family appeared in portraits dressed for timelessness. Eliza knew them, in hours no painter recorded. She saw the curlers beneath elegant hair. She carried away letters burned incompletely in grates. She noticed hands trembling over breakfast cups. She heard the bells. Lady Ashcombe died during Eliza's 9th winter at the house. Her final illness lasted only a few days. On the last evening, the bedroom bell gave its familiar pattern. 3 gentle notes, a pause, then one more. Eliza entered with the tea tray, though none had been requested. Lady Ashcombe looked toward her and smiled faintly, as if Eliza had understood something beyond the sound itself. The room was empty by morning. After the funeral, the shutters were closed. Lavender was placed among the linen. The bell pull beside the bed was tied back with ribbon, and the door was locked. No one used the room again. 7 winters passed. Eliza was no longer the frightened girl beneath the bellboard. Younger maids now watched her when an unfamiliar ring disturbed their meal. They wondered how she recognized a room without reading its label. The answer was difficult to give. She did not simply hear metal, she heard distance, pressure, habit, and memory. She heard the person inside the ring. One winter evening, snow covered the grounds and softened every sound beyond the windows. The family had travelled south, leaving only a small household behind. Fires burned in a few rooms. The upper corridors remained cold. Eliza sat mending linen beneath the bells. Then came 3 gentle notes. A pause. One more. Her needle stopped. No one else seemed to recognize the pattern. The label beneath the trembling bell had faded, but Eliza knew it belonged to Lady Ashcombe's room. For 7 years, it had remained silent. She took a candle and climbed the back staircase. Marked by the moon, the corridor appeared almost oceanic, its dark carpet stretching between pale islands of window light. Dust rested along the skirting boards. Covered furniture stood in alcoves like veiled figures waiting beneath old stone arches. The bedroom door was unlocked. Eliza did not remember anyone opening it. Inside, moonlight lay across sheeted chairs and the embroidered canopy of the bed. The fireplace was cold. The bell pull remained tied back with its faded ribbon. No window stood open. Nothing moved. Eliza crossed the room. Beneath the bell pull rested a sprig of dried lavender. It had not been there that morning. Eliza knew this because she had helped inspect the unused rooms before the family departed. The floor had been swept. The fireplace checked. No flower had rested against the wall. She lifted the lavender. Its scent was faint but unmistakable. For a moment, she remembered the old woman's questions. Is it raining? Has the kitchen cat returned? Can you see the moon from the attic? Eliza did not ring for anyone. She did not call the housekeeper or wake the other servants. She placed the lavender upon the mantel and opened the curtain enough for moonlight to enter fully. Then she whispered, "Yes, the moon is clear tonight." Nothing answered. She closed the door and returned below stairs. The bell did not ring again. Eliza told no one what she had found. Some knowledge belongs to duty. It must be carried promptly, named correctly, and placed before those with authority. Other knowledge belongs to silence. It rests within the heart, like a sealed letter, whose words would lose their meaning if read aloud. Years continued to pass. The children grew. Rooms changed names. Electric wires began replacing older mechanisms in neighboring houses. One by one, the servants Eliza had known departed, married, aged, or disappeared into records no family historian would ever open. Still, Eliza listened. In forgotten corners of the earth, ruined temples preserve the echo of footsteps long after worshippers have vanished. In old houses, perhaps bells preserve something similar, not sound itself, but the shape of attention. A hand once reached for a cord. A servant once listened below. Between them stretched a wire, hidden behind painted walls. Perhaps that was all, or perhaps every repeated act leaves a pathway through time. Late one night, Eliza sat beneath the sleeping bells. Her hair had begun to grey. Above her, the household dreamed beneath embroidered canopies. The brass cups reflected the lamp like a row of small, faded stars. She had answered thousands of summons. She had learned the house's footsteps, silences, hidden chambers, and voices of metal. Yet one question remained. Had Eliza learned the language of the house? Or, through all those years of listening, had the house slowly learned hers? The last carriage disappeared beyond the iron gates, carrying its lanterns into the winter mist. For a little while, the sound of wheels remained upon the frozen road. Then even that faded, leaving the house beneath a sky without stars. Inside the drawing room, the evening had not entirely ended. Candles leaned within their silver holders, their flames shortened and blue at the edges. Abandoned glasses caught small fragments of light. Playing cards lay scattered upon a table beside a bowl of flowers already beginning to bow their heads. The curtains were still. Yet something of the vanished laughter seemed to rest within their folds. It is said that a room remembers a gathering for a few moments after the final guest has gone. Warmth remains in the cushions. Perfume lingers beside an empty chair. A note from the piano appears to wait in the air, though the instrument has been closed. Then the servants enter, and the evening begins to disappear. The drawing room door opened. 2 housemaids came first, carrying baskets for cups and small plates. Behind them walked a footman named Arthur, with a silver tray resting against one gloved hand. They moved quietly, almost ceremonially. One maid collected glasses from the mantel. The other straightened cushions and folded a shawl left across the arm of a sofa. Arthur returned scattered books to the side table, checked beneath chairs, and gathered the remains of candles before wax could fall upon the polished wood. No guest would see this final transformation. By morning, the room would appear untouched. The cards would be returned to their box, the flowers would be refreshed, ash would be removed from the grate, and every chair restored to its proper distance from the fire. The family would remember the gathering as music, conversation, and candlelight. The servants would remember what remained. Near the piano, Arthur found a pale glove beneath a chair. It was made for a small hand and fastened at the wrist with 3 pearl buttons. One button was missing. A faint mark darkened the fabric near the thumb, as though its owner had gripped something too tightly. On the carpet lay a torn dance card. Only 2 names remained legible. One had been crossed through with such force that the pencil had nearly pierced the paper. Beside a vase of winter roses, a dark stain spread across the white cloth where wine had been spilled. A single fallen petal rested at its center, red upon red, like a seal upon an unread letter. The servants spoke little. They did not need to ask what had happened. During the gathering, they had entered only in fragments. Arthur carried wine, while a young gentleman stood silently beside the window. A maid removed an untouched cup from a woman whose eyes had reddened. Another servant noticed 2 guests who arrived together but departed in separate carriages. No one below stairs possessed the entire story, yet the room offered its relics. A glove abandoned in haste, a name crossed from a dance card, a glass left full, a chair drawn too far from the others. Beneath the silence, the drawing room became an excavation of vanished joy. Every object appeared to hold the outline of a gesture. Every crumb and fallen flower marked a place where someone had stood, waited, hoped, or turned away. Whispers tell us that the Victorian drawing room was more than a chamber of comfort. It was a theatre. There, families displayed refinement through music, books, flowers, and conversation. Guests were observed not only for what they said, but for how they entered, where they sat, whom they addressed, and how long their attention rested upon another person. Courtships advanced through small permissions. Friendships altered beneath polite words. A careless silence might be noticed more clearly than a declaration. The room's velvet softness concealed a world of judgment. Portraits looked down from the walls, carrying family names from one generation to the next. Young people played music beneath those ancestral eyes. Mothers listened for meanings hidden inside ordinary exchanges. A place beside the fire could suggest favor. A forgotten dance might become a wound remembered for years. And always, beyond the Green-Baize door, servants waited for the bell. They entered when summoned, bringing trays, lamps, coal, cards, or tea. They were expected to notice enough to perform their duty, yet not enough to become part of what they witnessed. But human eyes remember. A servant might not hear the proposal, only find the ring box left unopened beside the fireplace. She might not hear the quarrel, only gather 2 broken pieces of a fan. He might not know which confidence had been betrayed, only observe that a letter was burned before its seal had been broken. Where memory fades, objects retain their quiet testimony. By 1:30, the drawing room had been restored. The pale glove was placed upon a tray of forgotten belongings. The torn dance card was set beside it. Cups and glasses were carried below. The wine stain remained, though a damp cloth had softened its edges. Arthur inspected the room one final time. The candles were extinguished, except for one near the door. The fire had fallen into a low bed of embers. The curtains hung motionless before the windows, and the gilded mirror above the console reflected the empty chamber. He lifted the final candle. The servants withdrew. Arthur closed the door. As he reached the far end of the corridor, the drawing-room bell rang once. The note travelled through the hidden wire and sounded below stairs. Clear, unmistakable. Arthur stopped. The other servants had already carried the trays away. No guest remained on the ground floor. The master and mistress had retired, and the final carriage had been gone for nearly an hour. Still holding the candle, Arthur returned. He opened the drawing-room door. The room appeared exactly as he had left it. The fire breathed softly within the grate. A curtain moved near the far window, though the window itself was closed. The motion was slight, no more than the lifting of fabric over an unseen breath. Beside the gilded mirror hung the embroidered bell-pull. Its tassel was swaying. Arthur waited at the threshold. No person stood behind the curtain. No hand withdrew into shadow. He crossed the room and touched the window latch. It remained fastened. The air carried a faint scent of extinguished candle wax. Then he looked into the mirror. The room behind him appeared deeper than the chamber in which he stood. Perhaps it was the uncertain light. One candle can create distances that vanish in daylight. Reflections gather shadows into corridors, opening imaginary chambers inside silvered glass. Yet Arthur believed he saw candles burning far beyond the room's true wall. Their flames formed a long, diminishing line, like stars sinking into an oceanic night. Around them moved only suggestions: pale sleeves, dark coats, the turning of figures beneath a chandelier. The gathering seemed to continue somewhere behind the reflection. No sound emerged from it. No face became clear. Only the impression of another evening, repeating beyond the veil of glass. Marked by the moon, the mirror held both emptiness and company. Arthur turned. The drawing-room was vacant. When he looked back, the reflected candles were gone. Only his own small flame remained, trembling in the glass. The footman examined the bell-pull. Its woven cord disappeared through a brass guide near the ceiling and entered the wall. Perhaps it had become caught when the room was cleared. Perhaps the weight of the tassel had slowly released, drawing the wire after the door was closed. The moving curtain might have responded to warm air rising from the grate. The mirror may have reflected candles from the corridor before Arthur shut the door. Each explanation was possible. Together, they formed a gentle shelter around the mystery. Yet Arthur remembered the glove, the crossed-out name, and the fallen red petal. He remembered the young woman with reddened eyes, and the gentleman who had stood alone near the window. Perhaps the final summons belonged not to a ghost, but to the evening itself. A gathering ends in stages. The guests leave first. Then the servants remove the objects. Last of all, the unsaid words must find somewhere to go. Some settle into curtains. Some remain beside the dying fire. Some enter mirrors, where every gesture is preserved briefly before light changes and the image disappears. In forgotten corners of the earth, ruined halls still carry the shape of ceremonies, performed beneath vanished roofs. The drawing-room was not ancient, yet its silence felt like the silence of such ruins. Its flowers had become relics. Its dance cards had become scrolls. Its abandoned chairs stood like broken monuments to conversations no record would preserve. Arthur had heard of an old custom concerning mirrors. He could not remember who had taught it to him. Perhaps it was his grandmother, or an elderly maid from another house. Mirrors were sometimes covered during mourning, lest they hold what ought to depart. In other tales, a covered mirror allowed a room to sleep. Arthur found a dark cloth in the adjoining passage. He returned and placed it gently over the gilded glass. The fabric descended across the reflection like a veil. At once, the room seemed smaller, ordinary. The curtain near the window became still. The bell did not ring again. Arthur carried the last candle away and closed the door. By morning, daylight would return the drawing-room to its proper shape. Fresh flowers would replace those beginning to fade. The forgotten glove might be claimed. The wine stain would be hidden beneath another cloth. No one would speak of the single ring after midnight. Still, beneath the polished surface of the coming day, something would remain. The memory of an evening when music ended, a name was crossed away, and a bell sounded after there was no one left to summon. The guests had gone. The servants had withdrawn. The house rested beneath the winter sky. Yet perhaps every gathering leaves behind one final request, not for wine, fire, or light, but for someone to remember what no one dared to say. And perhaps some rooms continue calling until their silence has been heard. Among the bells in the servants' passage, one had no name. It hung at the far end of the wooden board, slightly apart from the others. Its brass cup had darkened with age, and the ivory plate beneath it was missing. Only two small holes remained, with a pale rectangle between them, where a room's name had once appeared. Drawing room, library, nursery, south bedroom. Each neighbouring bell belonged to a place that could be entered, cleaned, warmed, and closed again. But the final bell belonged to nothing anyone could name. It is said that a name is a kind of doorway. To speak it is to give shape to what might otherwise remain hidden. A name allows a room to be found upon a plan, a person to be remembered in a ledger, a story to survive after those who lived it have gone. Without a name, even a chamber within a crowded house may begin to disappear. A new housemaid named Anna noticed the blank space during her first evening below stairs. She was learning the bellboard, repeating each label quietly, while an older maid pointed toward the corresponding passage. The blue bedroom is by the east stair. The library is beyond the gallery. The morning room is nearest the garden. Then Anna reached the final bell. And that one. The older maid's hand became still. No one uses it. But where does it lead? Another servant looked up from mending a cuff. The kitchen maid stopped cutting bread. For a moment, the nameless bell seemed to draw every silence in the room toward itself. The butler answered from the doorway. It leads nowhere. His voice was calm, but the words closed the conversation, like a key turning in a lock. Anna asked no more that night. Yet curiosity is a quiet flame. It may be covered, but it continues to burn beneath the hand. The nameless bell did not ring, at least not in the ordinary sense. Each night, when the other bells rested motionless, it leaned slightly forward. The movement was so small that Anna first blamed the uncertain light. But the brass cup appeared to be listening, tilting toward the servants' hall as though waiting for a voice to return through the wall. When she mentioned this, her companions offered explanations. One maid believed the bell had served a conservatory demolished before her time. A footman said it belonged to a former schoolroom divided into bedrooms. The cook remembered hearing of a chamber absorbed into the west wing when a new staircase was built. None agreed. No one remembered seeing the missing label. No household inventory named an unused bell. Whispers tell us that great houses possess a forgotten geography. Their visible rooms form only the final layer. Beneath wallpaper, polished floors, and fashionable improvements lie older arrangements. Doors that have become walls, windows opening into new corridors, staircases ending beneath ceilings, and chambers divided until their original shapes can no longer be imagined. A house is not built once. It is written and rewritten like an ancient scroll. One generation adds a nursery. Another turns it into a sick room. Years later, it becomes a servant's bedroom or a store for folded linen. A wall is moved. A doorway is sealed. The room's earlier names vanish from conversation. Yet traces remain. A patch of plaster remembers where a fire once burned. A line beneath the carpet remembers a partition. A worn place in the floor remembers the passage of feet. Where memory fades, timber and stone continue their quieter account. Anna began looking for the nameless room. She did not call her search an investigation. Such a word would have seemed too grand for the small moments she borrowed between duties. She merely noticed what others had learned not to see. Near the back staircase, the corridor narrowed without reason. One wall was thicker than the rest. A ceiling beam vanished into plaster several feet before reaching the outer wall. On rainy days, Anna detected the faint scent of cold soot in a passage with no fireplace. In the steward's room, beneath newer estate papers, she found a bundle of old plans. The earliest drawing showed a different house. The west wing was smaller. The back staircase curved in the opposite direction. Between the landing and an exterior wall appeared a narrow rectangle, but the ink identifying it had been rubbed away. Later plans showed no rectangle at all. The wall had become a single, unbroken line. Anna found another clue inside a household account book. Its pages recorded ordinary expenses: lamp oil, coal, linen, soap, repairs to windows, and wages paid at quarter days. Among them appeared one brief entry: 6 yards of blue curtain cloth for the quiet room. No quiet room appeared in any inventory. No servant remembered cleaning it. The payment had been made nearly 50 years before, together with the cost of medicine, firewood, and a new lock. Anna repeated the phrase silently. The quiet room. It sounded less like a name than an instruction. Perhaps the chamber had been used during an illness. Victorian houses sometimes set apart rooms where someone might recover beyond the noise of family life. Perhaps it had belonged to an elderly relative, a child with a fever, or a companion whose presence appeared only at the edges of family records. Perhaps quiet had been requested. Perhaps it had been imposed. Beneath the silence, the possibilities gathered like dust. An elderly maid who had once served at the house returned during autumn to visit the cook. When Anna mentioned the lost chamber, the woman remembered blue curtains near the back stair. Or perhaps they were grey, she said. Colours alter when one grows old. She recalled carrying a tray to a woman whose name she could no longer summon. The woman had occupied a small room and rarely descended. Sometimes she read aloud. Sometimes she sat beside the window holding a sealed letter. Was she family? Anna asked. The old maid shook her head. Near enough to share their silence. Not near enough for her portrait. No further memory came. A person without a clear place in the household might vanish as easily as a room. Census pages sometimes preserved a name for one night in 10 years. Account books recorded wages, candles, or medicine. But affection, loneliness, resentment, and whispered promises left no official column. A companion could live for decades within a family's walls and disappear into a line of fading ink. So could the chamber she inhabited. Late one afternoon, while removing damaged wallpaper near the back staircase, Anna discovered a vertical ridge beneath the paper. She lifted one loose edge. Under the faded pattern lay another layer printed with tiny stars. Beneath that was plain blue paper, brittle as dried leaves. The ridge continued downward and turned at a right angle near the floor. It was the outline of a doorway. Someone had plastered over it carefully. Moulding had been extended across the former opening. The work was old enough to have become almost invisible. Anna pressed her palm against the wall. It was cold. Beyond it lay either a narrow sealed room or nothing more than the hollow darkness between altered walls. She told no one what she had found. That evening, rain moved across the roof in long, soft waves. The household retired early. By midnight, only one lamp remained in the servants' hall. Anna was folding cloth beneath the bellboard when the nameless bell rang. The sound was gentle, not a command, not an alarm. It gave one low note that trembled for several moments before fading into the rain. Anna looked toward the other servants, but none remained in the room. She took a candle and climbed the back staircase. The star-patterned wallpaper was hidden again beneath the newer layer, yet she could still see the slight outline of the sealed door. Marked by the moon, the passage would have appeared pale and distant. But the moon was concealed by rain, and the only light came from Anna's candle. She placed her hand upon the plaster. This time, the wall was warm. Not hot enough to suggest danger, not even as warm as stone beside a living fire. It carried only the faint remnant of heat, as though a small grate had gone out within the hidden room moments before. Anna listened. No footsteps moved beyond the wall. No voice spoke her name. Yet she imagined blue curtains stirring beside a window that no longer existed. She imagined a chair facing the last light of evening, a sealed letter upon a table, and someone reaching for a bell pull because the corridor outside had grown too quiet. Perhaps the warmth came from a pipe. Perhaps heat had travelled through the wall from a neighbouring chimney. Perhaps the stone merely retained the breath of the day. Anna did not open the doorway. Some mysteries invite discovery, others seem to ask for gentleness. She returned below stairs. The nameless bell was still. By dawn, its brass had become ordinary once more. Pale light entered the servants' passage and illuminated the empty rectangle beneath it. The missing label offered no answer. Soon the other bells began to ring. The morning room requested fire. The nursery summoned warm water. The library called for curtains to be opened. Each sound belonged to a known place. Only the silent bell remained outside the map. Anna never discovered what words had once rested upon its ivory plate. The chamber behind the staircase was not opened during her years at the house. Its hidden doorway remained beneath layers of flowers, stars, blue paper, and plaster. Perhaps it had been a nursery, a sick room, or a companion's narrow bedroom. Perhaps it had changed purpose so many times that no single name could contain it. In forgotten corners of the earth, ruined gates stand after the cities they guarded have vanished. So too, within old houses, a bell may remain after its room has disappeared. A name can be removed, a door can be buried, a history can be folded behind a wall. But absence is not always emptiness. Sometimes it is a veil placed carefully over something the house still knows. And sometimes, before dawn, the silence behind that veil reaches outward and gently rings. In a moonlit bedchamber, a woven cord hung beside the bed. Its tassel had been embroidered with small blue flowers, now faded almost to grey. In daylight, it appeared delicate and ornamental, another graceful object, chosen to soften the room. Yet the cord did not end where the eye could see. It entered the wall. Beyond the flowered paper, it joined an iron wire stretched through darkness. When a hand pulled the tassel, the wire tightened. A small crank turned behind the plaster. The motion descended through timber and stone until, far below, a brass bell sprang into life. One movement above, one note below. Between them lay the sleeping house. It is said that a bell pull is a kind of promise. The hand that reaches for it believes someone is listening. The person who hears it believes they must answer. In the final winter of her life, Mrs. Alderton slept beneath the blue-flowered cord. Her illness had begun in autumn as a quiet weariness. By December, fires burned continually in her room, curtains remained drawn against the cold, and glass bottles gathered upon the bedside table. The doctor visited in the afternoon. At night, a maid named Ruth kept watch below stairs. Ruth sat in a straight-backed chair near the servants' hall, a shawl folded across her shoulders. Beside her stood a tray prepared with warm water, clean cloths, and a shaded candle. The rest of the servants slept, but she remained beneath the bedroom bell. She feared silence more than ringing. If the bell sounded, she knew what to do. She could warm water, revive the fire, straighten the linen, or carry a message to the housekeeper. But when the brass cup remained still, uncertainty entered the passage. Was Mrs. Alderton sleeping peacefully? Had she become too weak to reach the cord? Had the wire failed somewhere inside the wall? Ruth listened so intently that ordinary noises began to resemble summons. The settling of coal in the range, rain touching a distant window, a spoon moving as the metal tray cooled. Then the true bell would ring, and she would know it at once. Its note was softer than the others. Ruth rose, lifted the candle, and began the journey upstairs. She crossed the flagstone passage, opened the green-baize door, and entered the silent grandeur beyond. Her flame travelled over portraits and polished tables. Moonlight lay across the corridor like a pale river. In her hands she carried whatever the night required. Sometimes it was warm water, sometimes medicine, sometimes fresh linen dampened by fever, and sometimes she carried nothing at all. Mrs. Alderton would be awake beneath the embroidered canopy, her thin hand resting near the bell-pull. "Did I wake you?" she would ask. "No, madam." This was always the answer. The two women lived within the same house, yet their worlds rarely touched beyond those hours. One had inherited rooms, silver, portraits, and a family name recorded across generations. The other possessed a narrow attic bed, a box of clothes, and wages placed into her hand each quarter. Illness altered the distance between them. It did not erase rank. Ruth still entered softly, and stood when Mrs. Alderton spoke. She still said, "Madam," lowered her eyes, and waited to be dismissed. But nighttime loosened the formal shape of the day. At 2 a.m, beneath a sky marked by the moon, wealth could not prevent loneliness. A fine bed might become an island. Heavy curtains might seem like a veil separating the sleeper from the living world. The bell became a fragile thread between two wakeful lives. Whispers tell us that sick rooms have their own sense of time. Hours do not pass according to clocks. They are measured by medicine, candle length, cooling water, and the changing breath of the person in bed. Dawn may seem impossibly distant. Midnight may return again and again. Ruth came to know Mrs. Alderton through these intervals. She learned that the old woman disliked complete darkness. One candle had to remain shaded near the mantel. She preferred water in a plain glass rather than the engraved silver cup her daughter had chosen. When pain prevented sleep, she asked Ruth to open the curtains slightly so that she might see whether stars remained above the garden. Sometimes she spoke of her childhood. She remembered a lake that had frozen one winter and a small boat tied beneath willow trees. She remembered the sound of her mother's keys and a brother whose portrait hung downstairs, but whose voice no one living could recall. These memories emerged without order, like fragments from a crumbled scroll. Ruth listened. Servants were often the keepers of words, never entered into family histories. They heard names spoken during fever, regrets confessed near dying fires, and stories told because darkness made silence unbearable. They were expected to forget, yet some words remain in the listener long after the speaker has gone. On one of those nights, Mrs. Alderton showed Ruth a small silver watch. It lay within a velvet-lined case on the bedside table. Its surface was plain, except for a tiny star engraved upon the back. "It belonged to my companion," Mrs. Alderton said. "She sat awake with me when I was young and ill. She knew every hour of the night." The watch ticked faintly. Mrs. Alderton placed it in Ruth's palm. "One day, it should be yours." Ruth looked toward the door. A spoken promise between mistress and servant could be fragile. Without witnesses, it might disappear. Household objects belonged to the family, even when affection attempted to carry them elsewhere. Ruth returned the watch to its case. "Not yet, madam," Mrs. Alderton smiled. "No, not yet." The winter deepened. The bell continued to ring, but the summons weakened. At first, one pull brought a clear note below. Later, the brass cup gave only a faint tremor. Ruth learned to recognize the smallest movement. She positioned her chair where lamplight touched the bell's rim. Sometimes she believed she saw it shift before any sound emerged. The mistress's hand was losing strength. Ruth began visiting the room without waiting to be called. She checked the fire, replaced water, and listened outside the door. Still, the promise of the bell remained between them. If Mrs. Alderton could reach the cord, Ruth would come. If the bell could carry even the faintest echo, someone would hear. Beneath the silence, this became a ritual. A hand moved, a wire tightened, a maid climbed through darkness. One night, the doctor remained later than usual. When he came downstairs, he spoke quietly with the family, and then departed through falling snow. The housekeeper told Ruth that no further call was expected. Mrs. Alderton had entered a sleep from which she would probably not wake. "You may sit beside her," the housekeeper said. Ruth went upstairs. The bedchamber was peaceful. The fire gave a low red light, and frost gathered at the corners of the window. The blue-flowered bell pull rested within reach of the pillow. Ruth sat beside the bed until after midnight. Mrs. Alderton's breath grew lighter. The spaces between each breath lengthened like dark water widening between distant shores. Near dawn, the final breath passed so gently that the candle flame did not move. The room became still. The family was called. Curtains were closed. Ruth withdrew, carrying the untouched water downstairs. She returned to her chair beneath the bells. No further summons would come, yet as she set the tray upon the table, the bedroom bell rang. One clear note. Not the weak tremor of recent nights, but the sound it had made months earlier, when Mrs. Alderton's hand still possessed strength. Ruth rose. She did not hurry. She crossed the passage, opened the green door, and climbed the staircase, as she had done so many times before. The bedroom remained quiet. The curtains around the bed were still. Mrs. Alderton's hands rested upon the linen, far from the bell pull. No one stood near the cord. No window was open. On the bedside table lay the silver watch. Its velvet case was open. The small hands marked the hour of dawn. Ruth did not touch it. Instead, she drew the curtain slightly and allowed pale morning light to enter. It travelled across the carpet, reached the table, and rested upon the silver like starlight upon a quiet pool. The bell pull swayed once, then it became still. Later, an estate workman examined the mechanism. He explained that tension could remain in an old wire after repeated use. A change in temperature, or the settling of timber, might release it suddenly and cause the bell to sound. The explanation was reasonable. Ruth accepted it without believing or rejecting it. There are mysteries that do not ask us to choose between mechanism and memory. A wire may tighten because of cold. A bell may ring because iron shifts within a wall. And still, the sound may arrive at the one person prepared to understand it. The silver watch remained in the bedroom until the family gathered Mrs. Alderton's possessions. Ruth made no claim. She repeated no private promise. Several days later, the old woman's daughter called her into the morning room. "My mother wished you to have this." She placed the velvet case in Ruth's hands. Only then did Ruth accept it. Years afterward, the watch continued to measure the quiet hours beside her bed. Its ticking was soft, almost hidden beneath the night. Whenever Ruth woke before dawn, she remembered the bell and the journey upstairs. Where memory fades, objects sometimes become its keepers. A watch preserves the hour. A chord remembers the hand. A bell remembers the listener. Perhaps the final ring was merely old tension released within the wall. Perhaps it was never meant to be explained. In the empty bedchamber, pale light gathered around the embroidered tassel. Once, it had carried need from one life toward another. Now it hung between absence and remembrance, a woven thread descending through the sleeping house toward someone who was still listening. And somewhere within that silence, the final note continued to fade. Beyond a velvet rope and two shuttered doors, the west wing waited beneath dust. It had been closed since a winter fire darkened its ceilings and turned the carved moulding black. No guests were taken there. No servants carried water through its passages. Its windows remained hidden behind wooden shutters, though rain still found the cracked panes and whispered softly against the glass. The family rarely spoke of the wing. When children asked why the doors were locked, they were told that the rooms were unsafe. When visitors noticed the rope, the subject changed. The rest of the house continued around the sealed chambers as a river continues around a stone. Yet below stairs, 3 bells still bore their names. West bedroom, small salon, west dressing room. Their brass cups had not moved in years. No servant living in the house had entered those rooms. Still, the bells remained upon the board, darker than the others, connected by hidden wires to a place no one wished to remember. It is said that a locked door does not end a story. It merely changes the place where the story is kept. On a winter night, a storm crossed the estate. Wind moved through the bare trees, and rain struck the windows in long silver lines. Chimneys breathed. Old timber shifted beneath the roof. The household retired early, leaving the servants gathered beneath the bells, while the kitchen fire sank toward embers. The first chime came shortly before midnight. West bedroom. The brass cup leaned forward and gave a low, uncertain note. Every face turned toward it. Before the vibration had faded, the next bell moved. Small salon, then the third. West dressing room. The chimes did not sound together. They followed one another with slow precision, like footsteps passing from chamber to chamber. For several moments, no servant spoke. The butler entered from the pantry and looked toward the board. He was an old man, careful in movement and rarely surprised. Yet beneath the lamplight, his face appeared suddenly tired. "No one goes upstairs," he said. The storm continued. After a long pause, the west bedroom bell rang again, then the salon, then the dressing room. The sequence moved steadily toward the sealed door at the end of the upper corridor. Beneath the silence, the bells seemed not to call for service, but to trace a path. Whispers tell us that grand Victorian houses often contained places their owners had chosen to abandon. A fire might damage one suite while leaving the rest untouched. Illness could close a room until fear became habit. Debt might make a distant wing too costly to heat or repair. Scandal could turn a bedroom into a silence carefully preserved by locks. Sometimes grief alone was enough. Furniture remained beneath Holland covers. Portraits were turned toward walls. Clocks stopped at forgotten hours. Servant bells endured because removing their wires required opening plaster and timber no one wished to disturb. Thus, an abandoned chamber did not entirely leave the household. Its name remained on an inventory. Its key remained in a drawer. Its bell remained below stairs, and in the minds of older servants, fragments continued to gather. The kitchen maid had heard that the fire began near a dressing room grate. A footman believed a candle overturned in the salon. The housekeeper said only that the damage had been contained before dawn. No one agreed upon the year. No one named the people who had occupied the wing. The family history described the fire in a single sentence. A small incident occurred in the western apartments, from which all residents emerged unharmed. The sentence was smooth and complete. The bells suggested otherwise. Near dawn, the storm began to weaken. A senior housemaid named Margaret asked for the key. She had served in the house for 26 years and remembered the west wing before the velvet rope was placed across its doors. As a young maid, she had carried coal to the corridor and polished the brass handles. Yet even she had not entered since the fire. The butler refused at first. Then the west dressing room bell trembled once more. He opened a locked drawer and removed a long iron key. Margaret took a lamp and climbed the back staircase. The house above was quiet. Wind moved softly behind the walls, searching old cavities. Moonlight appeared between retreating clouds and rested upon the corridor. Marked by the moon, the shuttered doors resembled an ancient gate. The velvet rope sagged between its posts. Dust covered the floor around it, unbroken except for the faint marks left by servants who occasionally cleaned the outer passage. Margaret turned the key. The lock released with a small sound. Cold air came through the opening, carrying the scent of damp plaster, soot, and old fabric. Inside, the west corridor stretched into darkness. Her lamp revealed blackened molding near the ceiling. Wallpaper had curled away from the walls like parchment held too near a flame. Beneath it appeared an older pattern of tiny stars, faded almost beyond recognition. Furniture stood beneath pale covers. A narrow table leaned against the wall. An oval portrait had been turned to face the plaster. Rain had entered through one cracked pane, leaving a dark path along the floorboards. Margaret stepped inside. Her shoes disturbed the dust. Yet another path already crossed it. The marks were faint, not clear footprints, but a narrow line leading from the west bedroom toward the salon. Dust had shifted, as though the hem of a garment had passed over it, or as though a current of air had traveled steadily along the floor. The path continued. Room by room, Margaret followed. The west bedroom held a covered bed and a cold marble fireplace. The bell pull had been cut away, leaving only a brass guide near the ceiling. In the salon, chairs stood in a circle around an empty space. The piano lid was closed. Ash still darkened one corner of the carpet, though decades had passed since the fire. Its bell pull was also gone. The line in the dust entered the dressing room. There, the damage was greatest. Part of the ceiling had been replaced with rough boards. A tall mirror stood beneath a linen cover. The wallpaper had crumbled, revealing scorched brick. On the floor lay a length of crimson bell cord. It had been coiled carefully, not dropped. Beside it rested a child's shoe. The leather had hardened with age. Its small fastening strap remained closed, and fine grey ash rested inside it. Margaret held the lamp nearer. She remembered no child assigned to the West Wing. The family had many nieces, cousins, and young visitors. Some appeared in household records only for a season. Others were sent away after illness, inherited different names, or vanished into marriage and distant homes. Still, the shoe seemed too small to belong to any story the house had preserved. The servant bells below rang again. Margaret could not hear them clearly through the closed passages, yet she felt the hidden wires quiver inside the wall. West bedroom, small salon, west dressing room. The crimson cord remained motionless at her feet. At the end of the dressing room stood another door. It had been sealed with a wooden panel after the fire. No handle remained, but a faint vertical line showed where the frame had once been. The path through the dust ended there. Margaret did not open it. In forgotten corners of the earth, ruined gates sometimes remain closed, not because treasure lies beyond them, but because grief has made the threshold sacred. Margaret understood that not every door asks to be crossed. She lifted the child's shoe and then set it back exactly where it had rested. She left the crimson cord untouched. Before departing, she uncovered the tall mirror. Its silver had darkened at the edges. For a moment, the reflected room appeared deeper than it should, extending beyond the sealed panel into a corridor filled with pale morning light. Then the lamp shifted, and the illusion vanished. Margaret covered the mirror again. When she returned below stairs, the bells were still. She offered no account of what she had seen. Years later, among papers stored in the attic, a letter written by a former servant was discovered. Most of its pages concerned wages, weather, and the health of relatives. Near the end appeared a brief description of the winter fire. "We believed everyone had been brought out," the servant wrote, "but there was someone still waiting in the west room." The sentence ended there. No name followed. The next page was missing. Perhaps waiting meant waiting for assistance before safely leaving. Perhaps the writer had repeated a rumor born during confusion. The child's shoe might have belonged to a visitor who escaped and simply lost it. The official record claimed that no life was taken. Nothing proved otherwise. Yet uncertainty had entered the house and remained there, sealed behind the west doors. Fire does not always destroy memory. Sometimes it divides memory into separate versions. One is written in the family account, orderly, certain, complete. Another survives in a servant's unfinished letter. A third waits without words in scorched moulding, a crimson cord, and a small shoe beside a sealed door. Where memory fades, contradictions become their own kind of echo. No repair was attempted. The bells of the west wing were left upon the servant's board. Their wires remained inside the walls, extending upward through darkness, like roots beneath forgotten graves. The storm passed. Rain softened to a whisper. Dawn entered the lower passage and touched the 3 tarnished bells. They gave no further sound. Above them, the locked wing returned to silence. The covered furniture waited. The portrait faced the wall. The narrow path in the dust slowly disappeared beneath new dust. Whatever had crossed those rooms left no clear message. It offered no name, no confession, and no final answer. Only a sequence of chimes moving gently from chamber to chamber, drawing nearer to a door sealed long ago. Perhaps it was never meant to be opened. Perhaps some histories do not ask to be uncovered, only remembered. And perhaps, within every old house, there are bells that ring not for the living or the dead, but for the quiet space between them. Long after the kitchen fires had faded, one servant remained awake beneath the bells. A shaded lamp burned upon the long wooden table. Its small circle of light touched an empty cup, a closed book, and the pale hands of the clock above the fireplace. The clock measured darkness in slow, patient strokes. Beyond the servants' hall, the passages had fallen silent. Copper pans reflected the last glow from the range. Folded cloths waited beside the pantry sink. A door leading toward the back staircase stood slightly open, revealing only shadow. Above, dozens of sleeping rooms rested behind closed doors. Each was connected to this lonely place by a wire. The wires passed behind plaster and painted paper, beneath polished floors, and through narrow cavities where no light had entered for generations. At their lower ends hung small brass bells, each bearing the name of a room: library, drawing room, east bedroom, blue chamber, nursery. Marked by lamplight, the bell cups resembled a row of watchful moons. Beneath them sat a young footman named Daniel. This was his first night duty during a house party. His instructions had been simple: listen, answer, make no sound that might disturb the guests. It is said that wakefulness changes a house. During daylight, every corridor possesses a purpose. Doors open, trays pass, fires are tended, voices give shape to the rooms. After midnight, those meanings loosen. A familiar staircase becomes a dark ascent toward an uncertain landing. A water pipe murmurs behind the wall, like someone whispering through stone. Timber contracts in the cold and produces a soft knock from an empty chamber. Daniel had walked these passages hundreds of times, yet now he felt he was seeing their dream. The clock struck 1. A bell rang from the east bedroom. Daniel rose, took a candle, and climbed the servants' stairs. A guest requested warm water. Nothing more, he returned below. At 1:30, the blue chamber bell sounded twice. This time, an elderly gentleman had awakened after imagining footsteps near his door. Daniel examined the corridor and found no intruder. He adjusted the fire and assured the guest that the house was secure. Again, he returned to his chair. The night deepened. Whispers tell us that servants who kept watch entered a world between service and dreaming. They were required to remain alert, while every instinct drew them towards sleep. Their eyes rested, but their ears continued moving through the house. A summons might mean a candle had gone out. It might mean someone wanted water, coal, medicine, or a letter carried without delay. It might reveal that a child feared the dark, or that a guest, surrounded by comfort, could not bear to remain alone. Night duty also opened doors daylight kept closed. A footman might encounter 2 guests whispering beside an unlit staircase. A maid could be asked to burn a letter before morning. A servant carrying tea might notice that a bedroom had not been slept in, or that someone had returned through the garden entrance long after the gates were locked. Such knowledge seldom belonged to the one who witnessed it. The servant completed the task and withdrew. By breakfast, the house resumed its polished shape. Candles were replaced. Curtains opened. Every secret crossed back behind the veil of ordinary manners. Daniel had already learned not to ask questions. At 2, rain began touching the lower windows. The sound was soft and repetitive, like fingers moving across parchment. The lamp flame shortened. Daniel placed another piece of coal upon the servant's fire and listened to the house breathing around him. He imagined the sleeping guests above. Some dreamed beneath embroidered canopies. Some lay awake beside dying fires. A few had left bell pulls close to their hands, trusting that the slightest movement would awaken someone below. The arrangement seemed almost celestial. Each room was a distant star. Each wire descended through darkness. Daniel sat at the center, waiting for one of them to speak. The clock moved toward 3. Then the library bell rang. It gave one clear note. Daniel looked at the label. The library should have been empty. The master had retired before midnight, and no guest had been given permission to remain there after the lamps were lowered. Still, a bell required an answer. Daniel lifted his candle and crossed the passage. Beyond the Green-Baize door, the house waited beneath blue-grey moonlight. His flame passed over carved tables, landscapes dark within their frames, and a marble figure standing in a niche with one stone hand raised. The library door was partly open. Warm air met him at the threshold. A fire still glowed in the grate, though Daniel remembered seeing it banked earlier. One lamp burned on a table beside a high-backed chair. No one was in the room. Shelves rose toward the ceiling. Their leather-bound volumes seemed to absorb the light. Heavy curtains covered the windows, and the air smelled of ash, paper, and old wood. An open book rested beside the chair. Daniel approached. Its pages concerned ancient beliefs about metal. The author described temple bells that were thought to preserve the prayers spoken beneath them. Elsewhere, metal mirrors were said to retain something of the faces they reflected. A story from a forgotten monastery claimed that bronze remembered every hand that struck it, and released those echoes years later when the air grew cold. The language was old and uncertain, filled with words like sacred, celestial, breath, and remembrance. Daniel read only a few lines. He was not permitted to examine the family's books for pleasure, and the room already felt too watchful. He closed the volume. Then he checked the bell pull. It hung beside the fireplace, entirely still. Daniel lowered the lamp, secured the library door, and returned below stairs. Before he could sit, the library bell rang again. This time its note was sharper. He looked toward the clock. 3 minutes had passed. Daniel climbed the stairs once more. The library door was open. He was certain he had closed it. Inside, the fire had fallen lower. The lamp beside the chair was extinguished. Only his candle illuminated the room. The book no longer lay open. It rested closed upon the table. Daniel crossed slowly toward it. Nothing moved. Then his candlelight touched the chair. Upon one carved wooden arm lay a trace of pale ash. It resembled the shape of a hand. There were no clear fingerprints, no perfect outline, only 5 faint trails extending from a broader mark, as though someone had rested their hand there after reaching into a cold grate. Daniel placed his candle on the table. The ash might have fallen from the chimney. A current from the opening door could have gathered it into an accidental shape. The book's heavy covers might have closed after he left, and perhaps he had not secured the door as firmly as he believed. Weariness could alter memory. At 3 in the morning, certainty became as fragile as candle smoke. Daniel wiped the ash away with a cloth. Beneath it, the wood felt warm. He checked the curtains, the passage, and the space behind the screen. No one was present. On the table, the book's gilded title caught the light. The Memory of Metal. Daniel returned it to the shelf. As he did, he noticed a narrow gap behind the row of books. Within it rested an old brass handbell, darkened almost to black. No clapper remained inside it. He did not touch it. Some believe that objects acquire meaning only because people place stories upon them. A bell is metal. A chair is wood. Ash is the final form of fire. Yet when these things are encountered alone in darkness, they seem to stand at the edge of another language. Fall. Daniel left the library. The bell did not ring again. He resumed his place beneath the brass cups and watched the lamp burn lower. The clock continued its patient journey. Rain softened. Somewhere above, a guest turned in bed, and the movement travelled faintly through the ceiling. Nothing further happened. Still, Daniel no longer felt entirely alone. It was not the sensation of being watched from a doorway. It was quieter than fear. He felt only that the empty library had known someone remained awake below. Perhaps the house, accustomed to sleeping beneath the vigilance of servants, had offered a summons of its own. Perhaps an old wire had tightened as the night cooled. Perhaps the bell carried an echo stored long ago by a forgotten hand. Where memory fades, imagination enters softly. It fills the missing spaces, joins fragments, and gives shape to ash. Dawn arrived without ceremony. First, the lower windows turned grey. Then the kitchen range awakened, and footsteps returned to the passages. Maids entered carrying coal. The cook uncovered the dough. Someone opened the shutters, and morning passed through the house room by room. In daylight, Daniel's experience seemed smaller. The library fire had been warm because embers remained beneath the ash. The book had closed because its binding was stiff. The bell wire had responded to changing temperature. He accepted these explanations. Years later, he remembered none of them. He remembered the watch beneath the brass. He remembered the open book, the hand-shaped ash, and the warmth resting in the empty chair. Most of all, he remembered the feeling that something beyond the walls had understood his loneliness. Night servants came and went through the years. Each inherited the same chair, the same clock, and the same bells. They received instructions from those who had watched before them, but not every story was passed onward. Some knowledge remained beneath the silence. On another winter evening, long after Daniel had left the house, a new footman took his place below stairs. He lit the shaded lamp, opened a book, and looked up at the small brass moons waiting above him. He did not know what the library held. He did not know which wires carried ordinary commands and which preserved older echoes. He knew only that he must listen, and so the watch continued, one wakeful servant after another, inheriting the darkness without ever knowing everything it contained. The bell rang sharply from the upper floor. Its note passed through the servants' corridor and struck the silence like a small piece of falling silver. Samuel heard it. He was carrying a heavy tray from the dining room, balancing crystal glasses and a silver coffee pot against one gloved hand. The passage was narrow. He could not set the tray down without risking the polished pieces entrusted to him. The bell rang again, then a third time. Each note was harder than the last. Samuel quickened his steps, though the rules of the house required servants never to appear hurried. He crossed the pantry, lowered the tray onto a sideboard, and looked toward the bells. The brass cup marked north bedroom was still trembling. A quiet dread entered him. It is said that in a strict household, promptness was more than courtesy. It preserved the illusion that service had no distance. A guest pulled a cord, and a servant appeared. No one above needed to imagine the stairs between them, the unfinished meal abandoned below, or the weight already carried in tired hands. To answer late was to reveal the hidden mechanism of comfort. Delay could bring a reprimand. Repeated delay could reduce wages or lead to dismissal. A servant sent away without a favorable character might struggle to find another position, no matter how many years had been given faithfully. Thus every bell carried two messages. The first was a request. The second was judgment. Samuel took a candle and climbed the back staircase. The north bedroom lay beyond the upper gallery, near a window overlooking the winter garden. As he approached, he saw that its door stood open. No light burned inside. The corridor was empty. Samuel paused at the threshold. The room had not been occupied for several months. Its former inhabitant, Mr. Edwin Harcourt, had been the master's elderly uncle. After his death, the shutters were partly closed, the fire extinguished, and the furniture covered with pale cloth. No guest wished to sleep there, though no reason was ever openly given. Samuel entered. Moonlight rested upon the carpet. A sheet-covered chair stood beside the cold fireplace like a veiled figure. The bed curtains had been tied back, and the embroidered bell-pull hung within reach of the pillow. Its tassel was still swaying. Samuel searched the dressing room, empty. He opened the inner door leading toward the gallery. No footsteps sounded beyond it. No guest called his name. When he returned to the bed, he noticed a glass of water upon the bedside table. It had not been there that morning. Samuel knew this because he had helped inspect the unused rooms before the arrival of the house party. The table had been bare, except for an extinguished lamp and a small clock that no longer worked. Now a glass stood beside the lamp. The surface of the water was trembling. Beneath the silence, small circles travelled outward from its centre and vanished against the rim. Whispers tell us that guilt does not always arrive as accusation. Sometimes it enters as a familiar object placed where no object should be. A glass of water, an open door, a bell sounding from an empty room. Samuel did not call the other servants. He lifted the glass and felt its cool weight in his hand. There was nothing unusual in it. The water was clear. The glass belonged to the ordinary service kept near the upstairs pantry. He returned it to the table. Then memory opened quietly within him. During Mr. Harcourt's final weeks, the north bedroom bell had rung often. At first, each summons had a clear purpose: more coal, warm water, medicine. A blanket folded differently across the bed. Later, the old man called without needing anything that could be named. Samuel would arrive and find him sitting awake near the fire. "Did I ring?" Mr. Harcourt sometimes asked. "Yes, sir. Then I suppose I wanted something." He would look around the room, searching among familiar objects. After a while, he might ask Samuel to adjust a curtain that required no adjustment, move a glass already within reach, or check whether the corridor lamp remained lit. The servants understood. The old man feared silence. He feared awakening to find the fire low and the house sleeping beyond his door. He feared that his weakened hand might not pull the cord strongly enough. Most of all, perhaps, he feared that the bell would ring and no one would come. At first, Samuel answered promptly. Over time, the household became accustomed to the calls. A bell repeated too often may lose its urgency in the minds of those who hear it. What once brings immediate footsteps can become part of the background, a familiar interruption, an expected complaint. The servants were tired. They worked from before dawn until the family retired. Mr. Harcourt sometimes rang while they were eating, carrying trays, cleaning silver, or preparing fires for other rooms. Occasionally, Someone waited an extra moment, only a moment. A maid finished folding a sheet. A footman drank the last mouthful of tea before it cooled. Samuel completed one task before beginning the climb upstairs. The old man was rarely in true need, or so they told themselves. Then came the final storm. Rain crossed the estate through the night, beating against shutters and pouring through gutters. Wind moved around the chimneys with a low, oceanic voice. Doors shifted in their frames. Pipes knocked behind the walls. Samuel had been below stairs, counting glasses returned from dinner. He thought he heard the north bedroom bell. The storm swallowed the note. A little later, he heard something again, a faint metallic tremor beneath the wind. He looked toward the board. Every bell appeared still. No one went upstairs. By morning, Mr. Harcourt had died. The doctor said the end had been peaceful. Perhaps it had been. No evidence suggested that assistance would have altered anything. Yet when Samuel entered the room, he found the old man's hand resting near the bell cord. The water glass was empty. For months afterward, Samuel remembered not the death itself, but the possibility of an unanswered sound within the storm. Perhaps there had been no summons. Perhaps the metal he heard came from the kitchen, the pipes, or rain striking an exterior fixture. But uncertainty has its own echo. It repeats what memory cannot resolve. Standing again in the north bedroom, Samuel looked toward the swaying tassel. The new ringing might have been caused by a cooling wire. The heavy wind outside could have entered the roof spaces and shifted the hidden mechanism. A servant cleaning the adjoining passage might have disturbed a line behind the wall. Yet the glass of water remained. Samuel placed his candle beside it. "I heard you," he whispered. No voice replied. The circles upon the water faded. From that evening onward, Samuel began a private ritual. Before retiring, he visited the north bedroom. He opened the curtains enough to admit moonlight. He checked the cold grate, adjusted the lamp, and placed a fresh glass of water upon the table. No one had ordered him to do so. The water was removed and replaced each night. The room remained otherwise untouched. While Samuel kept this ritual, the bell did not ring. The housekeeper noticed the clean glass beside the bed, but asked no questions. Perhaps she understood. Perhaps she carried her own memory of the storm. Years passed. The family's fortunes changed, and the house was eventually sold. Furniture departed beneath canvas. Portraits were wrapped. The servants' bells were removed from the lower passage as electric wires and newer arrangements entered the building. Workmen opened the wall beside the north bedroom. Inside, they found an unusual loop in the old bell wire. It had been drawn tightly around a timber beam during some forgotten repair. When the wood contracted in cold weather, the loop could tighten enough to move the bell below. It was a reasonable answer. The winter storm had cooled the house. The wire might have shifted. The later ringing could have resulted from the same cause. Samuel accepted this explanation. Still, it did not explain who had placed water beside the bed. Perhaps another servant had done so and forgotten. Perhaps Samuel's memory had joined two separate moments. Perhaps the glass had remained from the morning inspection, unnoticed beneath the dim light. Reason gathers gently around sorrow, offering places for the mind to rest. But reason does not always close the door. Before leaving the house for the final time, Samuel entered the north bedroom. The furniture had been removed. Pale rectangles marked the walls where pictures once hung. Without the bed and curtains, the chamber seemed smaller, almost ordinary. The bell pull was gone. On the empty floor near the bedside wall stood a glass of water. Samuel had not placed it there. He did not touch it. He remained for a moment, listening to the unfamiliar emptiness of the room. Then he closed the door. In forgotten corners of the earth, old bells are sometimes found beneath collapsed roofs, their cords gone and their names erased. They no longer summon anyone, yet their shape still holds the idea of being answered. Perhaps every bell carries that hope. Perhaps every call remains alive for only the distance between one room and another. Or perhaps an unanswered summons lingers much longer, traveling through wire, timber, memory, and regret, until someone finally pauses to listen. Samuel had answered thousands of bells. Only one remained within him, not because it rang loudly, but because kindness arrived after silence had already fallen, and beneath that silence waited a question no mechanism could resolve. How long does a summons remain alive when the footsteps it needed come too late? The servants' hall was empty. A long wooden table stood beneath the bells, its surface bearing the marks of countless hands. Pale circles showed where hot cups had rested. Knife lines crossed the grain. Near one corner, someone had carved a small star and then tried to smooth it away. Chairs waited on either side. Above the cold fireplace, a clock moved quietly through the evening. No one sat beneath it. For the first time in years, no servant remained to watch the bells. Every available hand had been called upstairs. The family was holding a winter gathering, larger than the household usually attempted. Carriages had arrived before sunset, their lamps moving through mist like wandering embers. Guests filled the dining room, drawing room, gallery, and cloakrooms. More servants had been borrowed from neighbouring estates, yet still there were too few. The cook supervised the final courses. Footmen carried wine. Housemaids tended bedroom fires and helped receive cloaks. Even the scullery maids had been taken from the lower passages to wash the endless return of glasses and plates, and so the hall remained alone. It is said that a room changes when those who belong to it depart. The servants' hall had always been a place of interrupted rest. Meals began there but did not always finish. Stories were started, then abandoned when a bell moved. Letters from home were read beneath the board, while ears remained attentive to every note. Its chairs knew the shape of weariness. Its table had received tired elbows, folded hands, and heads bowed for a stolen moment before the next duty. Now there was only the clock. Above, the celebration continued. Music passed faintly through the ceiling. A violin carried a single bright phrase, softened by floorboards and plaster. The piano answered. Shoes crossed the gallery in ordered steps, and chandeliers trembled beneath the movement of dancing feet. The first bell rang. Dining room. Its brass cup leaned forward and gave a clear, commanding note. No one came. The sound faded into the empty passage. A moment later, the cloakroom bell rang twice, then the east bedroom. Each summons entered the servants' hall, rose briefly beneath the ceiling, and disappeared without response. The bells did not know they were unwatched. Their wires continued to tighten. Their springs continued to move. Above, a hand pulled a cord in the expectation that somewhere below a person would rise. But no chair shifted, no apron passed through the door, no footsteps entered the corridor. Beneath the silence, the hidden truth of the household became visible. The bells appeared to command. Yet without listeners, they were only trembling metal. A cord might be pulled with impatience. A guest might wait beside an empty glass. A bedroom fire might sink. Still, nothing happened until another human being heard, understood, and chose, or was required, to move. Power travelled only halfway through the wire. The final distance belonged to hands and feet. Whispers tell us that the comfort of grand houses depended upon this forgotten completion. Water did not warm itself. Fires did not revive because a bell had spoken. Linen did not travel from cupboards, nor coal from cellars, nor tea from kitchens, without someone carrying its weight. The system concealed dependence by making service seem immediate. A ring, a pause, an answer. When the answer failed, the elegant world above became strangely helpless. The dining room bell sounded again. This time, the pull was harder. The brass cup struck its spring and continued trembling long after the note had faded. In the cloakroom, a guest perhaps waited for a missing shawl. In an upstairs bedroom, someone may have discovered that the water jug was empty. The drawing room fire may have needed attention. No one below knew. No one below was there. The servants' hall listened in their place. The clock moved onward. Near midnight, a young scullery maid named Lucy appeared in the passage. She had torn her apron upon the latch of the butler's pantry and had been sent downstairs to change it before returning to the washing room. A ripped apron might catch upon glass or draw the housekeeper's displeasure if seen by a guest. Lucy entered quickly, expecting the hall to be dark. Instead, the lamp upon the table was burning. She could not remember who had lit it. Every bell was moving, not ringing loudly, but trembling together. The dining room bell leaned toward the morning room. The library bell shivered beside the nursery. Brass cups struck their springs with tiny overlapping notes until the room filled with a soft metallic rain. Lucy stopped beneath the board. The celebration above had gone quiet. No music passed through the ceiling. No feet crossed the gallery. Even the clock seemed to have withdrawn behind the sound. One bell hung at the center of the board. Lucy had seen it many times, but had never considered its label. Servants' Hall. It, too, was moving. The bell gave no single chime. It trembled gently, as though a distant hand maintained steady pressure upon its wire. Lucy looked for the line entering the wall. There should have been a corresponding pull somewhere in the house, yet no servant knew of one. Why would the household require a bell to summon people to the room where they already waited? The label seemed older than the others. Its ivory had darkened to the color of bone. Fine dust had gathered in the carved letters. Lucy reached upward. Her fingers touched the brass cup. It was warm, not warm from the lamp. The flame stood too far below. The metal held the lingering heat of something recently touched. The other bells continued their soft rain. Then Lucy heard music behind the wall. It was not the dance being played upstairs. That music had been lively, carried by violin and piano. This was slower. A few uncertain notes repeated beneath the plaster, joined by what might have been distant laughter. The sound seemed to come from the narrow darkness where the bell wires crossed, spaces too small for any room, any instrument, or any gathering of living people. Marked by the moon, the hall's lower window cast a pale square upon the floor. Within that light, dust turned in slow spirals. For a moment, Lucy imagined another evening taking place inside the hidden chambers of the house. She saw no figures, yet she thought of those who had sat at the long table before her, maids whose names survived only on census pages, footmen who departed without portraits, kitchen girls who rose before dawn, aged in service, and vanished from the household accounts after a final payment. They had eaten beneath these bells. They had polished the same handles and carried trays along the same stairs. Their hands had left marks in the table, though no one knew which marks belonged to whom. Perhaps the carved star had been made by a boy waiting for news from home. Perhaps the burn near the fireplace came from a maid drying wet gloves after a winter journey. Perhaps laughter remained within the walls, because the grand rooms above had never allowed it to be heard. In forgotten corners of the earth, ruined halls preserve ceremonies after their meaning has vanished. A worn step reveals where generations bowed. Smoke upon a ceiling shows where lamps once burned. The names may be gone, but repetition leaves its own sacred record. The servants' hall was such a place. Not ancient in years, perhaps, but ancient in memory. Lucy stood beneath the warm bell and listened. The hidden music faded. One by one, the brass cups became still. The servants' hall bell moved last. It leaned forward, released one gentle note, and returned to silence. At once, music resumed upstairs. The violin entered the next dance. Floorboards bent beneath moving feet. Somewhere, the dining room bell rang sharply, now an ordinary command once more. Lucy lowered her hand. Her apron was still torn. She crossed to the sewing basket and sat at the table. Her fingers shook only slightly as she threaded the needle. Around her, the hall had returned to its familiar shape. She repaired the cloth with small, neat stitches. Before leaving, she looked once more at the central bell. Its brass was cold. Lucy returned upstairs. She told no one. Perhaps the vibration of many bells had travelled across the shared board and moved the central cup. Perhaps heat from the lamp had risen farther than she believed. Music could pass unpredictably through beams and hollow walls, arriving in rooms far from its source. There were explanations enough. Still, no one discovered a pull connected to the bell-marked servants' hall. The gathering ended before dawn. Guests retired. Plates descended. Fires were banked. One by one, the servants returned to the lower passages. too weary to notice anything unusual. The chairs filled briefly, then emptied again as everyone climbed toward narrow beds. At last, the hall was silent. The lamp burned low upon the table. The clock continued its patient movement. Above, the family slept beneath embroidered canopies, while below, the bells rested over the marks of forgotten hands. No bell rang, yet the room did not feel abandoned. Perhaps the unanswered summons had never been calling servants upward. Perhaps, for one quiet moment, the house had remembered all those who once listened beneath the brass. And perhaps the impossible bell moved because somewhere beyond plaster, dust, and time, another hand was calling them home. Beside the fireplace in the best bedroom hung a cord sewn with silver thread. Roses climbed its faded length. Their leaves had once been green, though time had softened them to the colour of mist. Near the tassel, almost hidden among the embroidered stems, a tiny eye had been stitched in black and silver. By daylight, the bell pull seemed merely old. At night, it appeared to watch the room. The family possessed a story about the woman who made it. She had been young, she had been promised to the eldest son. She had expected one day to sleep beneath the embroidered canopy and look through the tall windows toward the eastern garden. But she never became mistress of the house. Her portrait did not hang in the gallery. Her name appeared only faintly in old correspondence, and even there it seemed to recede beneath the names of marriages that had actually taken place. The bell pull remained. It is said that some lives survive not in stone or ink, but in the objects touched during long and patient hours. A chambermaid named Beatrice noticed the silver thread during an autumn night. The best bedroom had been prepared for a visiting widow. Fresh linen covered the bed. A fire breathed gently behind the grate. Heavy curtains concealed the windows, leaving no moonlight within the chamber. Beatrice had returned to place warm water beside the washstand. As she crossed the room, something shone near the fireplace. A thin line of silver appeared among the embroidered roses. It brightened, faded, and then brightened again, like starlight beneath deep water. Beatrice raised her candle. The flame did not explain the light. The silver glimmered from the shadowed side of the cord, where no reflection should have reached it. She extended one hand. Before her fingers touched the tassel, a bell rang below stairs. One quiet note. Beatrice froze. The pull remained still. No hand had drawn it, yet somewhere behind the flowered wall, the iron wire had tightened. She lowered her hand and listened. Nothing followed. The visiting widow slept in another room that night, having changed her preference after complaining that the best bedroom felt too cold. No one should have been there to summon a servant. Beatrice completed her task and withdrew. When she reached the servants' passage, the bell marked "Best Bedroom" was still moving. Whispers tell us that embroidery was once a language spoken in silence. Women sewed initials into linen and family stories into samplers. They placed flowers upon mourning cloths, vines upon wedding gifts, stars upon cradle covers, and secret symbols inside borders no one thought to examine closely. A rose might signify love. Rosemary might ask for remembrance. An unbroken circle might preserve devotion. A snapped stem could mark sorrow, separation, or a promise cut before its season. The meanings were never universal. A flower understood by one household might carry another message elsewhere. This uncertainty made needlework private. Symbols could remain in plain sight, while their true language belonged only to the maker. The bell pull in the best bedroom had been sewn with unusual care. Its roses all turned upward except one. Near the tassel, a single flower faced downward. Its stem ended abruptly beside the tiny stitched eye. A narrow spiral of silver thread continued below it and disappeared into the fringe. Beatrice began to wonder who had made it. In a cedar chest stored beyond the linen room, she found a bundle of old letters tied with faded ribbon. The housekeeper had sent her to search for lace, and the letters lay beneath folded fabric scented with lavender and dust. Most were signed Eleanor Vale. The writing was small and even. Eleanor described garden walks, music copied by hand, books borrowed from the library, and the slow progress of an embroidery intended for her future bedroom. The letters were addressed to Henry Ashdown, eldest son of the house. Their engagement had been understood, but not yet formally announced. Eleanor wrote of silver thread purchased in town. She wrote of roses resembling those beneath the eastern windows. In one letter, she joked that she had sewn an eye near the tassel, so the room would always know whether its bell had been answered. The early letters were warm. Later pages became cautious. Names were replaced by initials. Several sentences were crossed through. One letter mentioned voices heard beyond a concealed door near the west passage. Another referred to a locked cabinet and a document that ought never to have carried his father's seal. No explanation followed. The final surviving letter contained only a few lines. "If I do not return, keep the silver cord where I placed it. Whatever is altered, it must not be cut." No one knew whether Henry received the letter. The marriage never occurred. The official family history stated that Eleanor's health declined and that she withdrew to relatives near the coast. Henry later married another woman, whose portrait hung above the grand staircase. A servant's diary offered a different account. Its pages were incomplete, preserved only because they had been used to wrap old keys. The writer, an under-housemaid whose surname could no longer be read, noted that Miss Vale left the house before dawn after seeing what was hidden in the upper room. A later entry recorded that no carriage had been heard upon the drive. The diary did not say where Eleanor went. Perhaps illness truly carried her away. Perhaps a disagreement ended the engagement, and the household invented a gentler story. Perhaps the secret was nothing more than money, inheritance, or private conduct that later generations would scarcely understand. Where memory fades, suggestion grows like ivy over stone. Beatrice returned to the bell pull. Now every detail seemed deliberate. The roses formed an upward path. The downward flower marked a break. The spiral might have represented return, or memory, or a road turning inward towards something buried. And the eye watched. Not the room, perhaps. The wire. During winter, renovations began in the best bedroom. The wallpaper had become damp near the fireplace, and the family wished to replace the old mantel. Furniture was covered, carpets were rolled, workmen removed fittings from the walls. The silver bell pull was to be discarded. Beatrice asked permission to wrap it before it was carried away. As the workmen lifted the brass plate above the fireplace, the hidden mechanism came into view. The wire had already been severed. Its cut end was dark with age. It had not connected to the servant's bell for many years. Beatrice looked toward the cord in her hands. The roses lay across her arms like a faded garland. Below stairs, the best bedroom bell rang. The workmen stopped. The bell pull had been detached completely. No line joined it to the wall. Yet the brass cup sounded once as Beatrice carried the embroidery into the corridor. She continued walking. At the first turn, the bell rang again. A low, silver note followed her behind the plaster. Beatrice paused beneath an archway. The cord felt unexpectedly heavy, as though its fabric contained not thread, but a long, concealed chain. "Old wires crossing," the workman said. Perhaps he was right. Victorian bell systems were altered over generations. Lines ran beside one another, turned around hidden cranks, and sometimes responded when neighboring mechanisms moved. Hammering inside a wall could send vibrations far beyond the room being repaired. Still, no tools were in motion when the second note sounded. The family sent the bell pull into storage. Beatrice wrapped it in plain linen and placed it inside a long cedar box in the attic. The silver thread disappeared beneath the cloth. The tiny eye was covered last. As the lid closed, the best bedroom bell gave one faint tremor. Then it became still. The renovations continued. New wallpaper covered the walls. A fashionable cord replaced the old one and was attached to a modern wire. Guests slept in the chamber without disturbance. The silver roses remained in darkness. Years passed. The house changed hands. Bedrooms acquired new names. Portraits were moved, marriages entered the family record, and the story of Eleanor Vale became a sentence repeated without curiosity. She had been unwell. She went away. She never returned. But somewhere above the house, wrapped in linen, her needlework waited. In forgotten corners of the earth, inscriptions survive upon ruined gates after the people who carved them have vanished. Yet thread is more fragile than stone. It fades, loosens, and breaks. That such an object endures may be an accident, or an act of devotion repeated by those who do not understand why they preserve it. Perhaps Eleanor stitched only roses. Perhaps the eye was playful. Perhaps the silver cord carried no warning, no accusation, and no secret beyond the hopes of a young woman preparing a room she would never inhabit. But hands leave something within what they make. Patience enters the cloth. Breath passes over every stitch. A hidden sorrow may follow the needle through fabric, even when no words are written. The bell pull remained silent in its cedar box. Its tiny eye rested among silver leaves, veiled beneath plain linen. It had watched generations sleep, quarrel, promise, age, and vanish. No one could say whether it preserved a warning, a broken vow, or merely the touch of its maker. Some truths are not written in ink. They wait inside thread, and they become visible only when the light begins to fade. Snow covered the roof and erased the road beyond the estate. By morning, the iron gates had become two dark shapes beneath white drifts. Bare trees bowed under the weight of frost. The lake disappeared beneath mist, and the distant village seemed to have withdrawn from the world. The house stood alone. Frost feathered its windows. Snow rested upon every ledge and gathered inside the carved mouths of stone figures. Chimneys released pale smoke into a sky without colour. Within the servants' passage, the bells were silent, not merely resting, frozen. Several brass cups leaned at strange angles, held by wires that had tightened inside the bitter walls. The bell from the drawing-room could not move. Neither could the nursery bell, nor those belonging to the south bedrooms. Above, guests pulled embroidered cords and waited. Nothing sounded below. It is said that silence reveals the shape of what is missing. On ordinary mornings, the servants' corridor was filled with brief metallic notes. Each chime gave direction to the household. Tea moved toward one room. Coal climbed toward another. Curtains opened. Water warmed. The unseen worlds above and below remained joined by hidden lines of iron. Now the lines had become rigid. The great house seemed to have lost its voice. At first, the family treated the failure as a small inconvenience. A guest pulled twice for hot water, waited, and pulled again. The nursery maid tried the cord near the fireplace. The mistress of the house sent for breakfast, unaware that her bell had made no sound. Requests vanished into the frozen distance. Fires weakened. Water cooled inside jugs. Trays remained below because no one knew where they were needed. The family began opening doors and calling into corridors, but even voices travelled poorly through the enormous house. Thick carpets absorbed footsteps. Green-Baize doors softened sound. Passageways had been designed to conceal the very people now being sought. Beneath the silence, dependence revealed itself. The house had been built upon separation. Elegant rooms stood apart from kitchens, pantries, laundries, and coal passages. The family rarely crossed the distances between them. Servants did so in answer to bells. Without the bells, the distances became visible. A request from a bedroom no longer descended as a simple note. It had to be carried by a human voice, a written message, or a person walking down several flights of stairs. The housekeeper arranged a new ritual. At regular intervals, servants would walk the upper corridors and check each occupied room. They would listen outside doors, examine fires, replace water, and ask gently whether anything was required. The duty fell often to a housemaid named Martha. She carried a basket containing candles, matches, folded cloths, and small pieces of kindling. At the end of each hour, she left the servants' passage and climbed into the quiet house. Her rounds possessed a softer rhythm than the bells. She listened for movement. A cup placed upon a table, a cough behind curtains. The restless shifting of someone unable to sleep. Without the metallic summons, The house spoke through smaller signs. Whispers tell us that before elaborate bell systems threaded their way through grand homes, servants were called by spoken messages, handbells, or the movement of people between rooms. A guest might ring a small bell upon a table. A family member might send a child, companion, or servant to find another. Human footsteps completed every request. The newer wires had made communication faster, but they also concealed it. The person above did not need to know who waited below. The servant below did not always know the face behind the ringing hand. The frozen winter restored something older. Martha knocked softly before entering each room. In the east chamber, a woman asked for another blanket. In the nursery, the children slept beneath several quilts while ice traced celestial patterns across the glass. At the end of the north corridor, Martha found an elderly guest awake beside a dying fire. His name was Mr. Avery. He had known the house as a boy, before the current servants' hall was built. He sat in a high-backed chair with a shawl over his knees, watching the last ember collapse. The bell cord hung uselessly beside him. "Did you ring, sir?" Martha asked. "I tried. I am sorry, the wires have frozen." Mr. Avery looked toward the embroidered pull. "I remember when there were no wires." His voice was soft. He recalled a row of handbells kept upon a side table. Each produced a different note. One summoned a footman, another a maid. On quieter evenings, people simply opened the door and spoke into the passage. It was less convenient, he said. But one saw the person who answered. Martha rebuilt the fire. Flame moved slowly through the kindling. Warmth returned to the room, touching the silver frame of a portrait and the old man's hands. He thanked her by name. Martha was surprised that he knew it. Before leaving, she placed the useless bell cord closer to his chair out of habit. Mr. Avery smiled. "We keep reaching for what once connected us," he said. "Even after the connection is gone." Outside, the frost deepened. For 5 days, the road remained closed. Snow climbed against the lower windows. Water froze in unused rooms. The household withdrew toward the central fires, leaving distant chambers in darkness. During those days, one bell continued to ring. It belonged to a small room at the end of the attic corridor. No guest occupied it. No servant slept there. Its ivory label had faded until only one word remained legible: attic. Each night, shortly after 2, the bell moved. One slow note, a pause, another. The rhythm resembled breath. The other wires were frozen. Some were so tight that workmen feared they might snap. The attic line should have been the first to fail, for it travelled through the coldest part of the house, close to the snow-covered roof. Yet its bell rang with quiet regularity. The servants watched it. No one volunteered to climb the attic stairs. At last, Martha went. She carried a lantern through the upper passage, where her breath became pale before her face. The attic corridor was lined with trunks, broken chairs, rolled carpets, and portraits turned toward the wall. Marked by the moon, a small window at the far end appeared blue beneath its frost. The final room stood unlocked. Martha entered. It contained an iron bedstead, an empty washstand, and a small fireplace filled with old ash. Snow had entered beneath one roof tile and lay in a silver line across the floor. The bell pull was missing. Only a circular mark on the wallpaper showed where its fitting had once been. Martha searched the walls and found no cord, no handbell, and no sign that anyone had entered recently. Still, the room did not feel abandoned. Upon the windowsill lay a small spiral drawn in the frost, as though a fingertip had moved slowly across the glass. Martha raised her lantern. The bell rang far below. One note. She stood in the room from which it should have come, yet nothing moved around her. Perhaps a beam shifted beneath the weight of snow. Perhaps wind crossed the roof and drew upon some hidden remnant of wire. Martha left the spiral untouched. Night after night, the attic bell continued. It became part of the frozen house's rhythm. 2 notes, a pause, silence. The servants began listening for it without fear. While the other bells could not speak, the attic bell marked the depth of night. Its chime was almost reassuring, proof that somewhere within the cold walls, movement remained. Where memory fades, habit may continue without explanation. The attic room might once have belonged to a maid who rose before dawn. Its bell may have been connected to an earlier passage, a vanished nursery, or a chamber altered beyond recognition. No record offered an answer. After a week, warmer air arrived from the south. Snow began slipping from the roof in soft, heavy folds. Water traced the windows. The estate road slowly emerged from the white landscape. One by one, the bells awakened. The drawing-room bell gave an uncertain tremor. The nursery bell followed. Then the south bedroom called clearly for hot water. The servants smiled at the familiar sounds. They welcomed the return of direction, movement, and ordinary duty. Only the attic bell became silent. Workmen examined its line. Behind the bellboard, they found the wire cut and curled upon itself. It had been disconnected for decades. No metal path remained between the brass cup and the attic room. Perhaps vibration from melting snow had travelled through the wall and moved the spring. Perhaps another wire touched it where the mechanisms crossed. These were reasonable answers. They did not explain why the bell rang only during the deepest frost, or why it ceased when the other bells returned. Spring eventually entered the estate. The house reopened its distant rooms. Curtains stirred. Fires were allowed to die. The frozen week became another story repeated below stairs. Yet something had changed. The servants no longer heard the bells as the house's only voice. They had learned to listen for quieter things. A cough behind a door, the fall of an ember, footsteps waiting at the end of a corridor. They understood that wires could fail, while human attention continued. In forgotten corners of the earth, bells sometimes remain after the temples around them have become ruins. Wind moves through them, and people wonder whose hands once called across the silence. The attic bell was smaller than any temple bell. Still, it had spoken when every other voice was frozen. Perhaps the movement came from snow, timber, or an old spring releasing its tension. Or perhaps the one summons that survived the cold belonged to no living hand. By evening, the bells rang again, with familiar commands. Servants rose, doors opened, and footsteps crossed the hidden passages. Above them, the snow continued melting from the roof, and at the end of the attic corridor, the empty room waited beside its frost-marked window, silent now, as though whatever had been breathing there had finally fallen asleep. A pale bell cord hung beside the nursery door, glowing beneath the moon like a thread lowered from the stars. The windows were closed, yet the cord moved slightly in the cold light. Beyond it, 3 children slept beneath white blankets. Their breathing rose and fell in gentle rhythm. A wooden horse waited near the fireplace. Dolls rested against the wall, their glass eyes reflecting tiny pieces of moonlight. Beside the hearth sat a young nursery maid named Alice. She was mending a small stocking. The fire had fallen low, but enough warmth remained to touch her hands. The nurse had retired to the adjoining room. The rest of the household slept several floors below, separated from the nursery by corridors, staircases, and doors softened with Green-Baize. Alice drew the needle through the wool. Then the bell cord lifted. It rose several inches, remained suspended for a breath, and fell. Alice's hands became still. She looked toward the children. None had moved. It is said that moonlight changes familiar objects without touching them. A cradle becomes a small boat upon a silver sea. A curtain becomes a veil. A simple cord becomes a path leading upward into darkness. Alice waited for the nursery bell to sound below stairs. No answering chime reached her. She was already inside the room, from which the summons seemed to come. Near the far wall stood an empty cradle. It had not been used for many years. Its white paint had yellowed, and a linen cover hung across it. The mistress of the house would not allow it to be removed. When asked why it remained, she answered only that the cradle had always belonged in the nursery. No one challenged her. Alice knew that some objects were kept not for use but because grief had made them sacred. She returned to her sewing. The needle moved through the stocking, carrying thread from one side to the other. The rhythm was small and comforting. In, through, return. Whispers tell us that many nursery maids entered service while scarcely beyond childhood themselves. Some were only 13 or 14. They left village homes, crowded streets, farms or cottages, and entered great houses where they were trusted with children who might inherit land, wealth, and names preserved in portraits. Their position was uncertain. They were servants, yet they slept near the children. They heard first words and soothed first fears. They knew which lullaby calmed a feverish infant, and which child hid beneath the blanket during storms. They washed small hands, buttoned small shoes, mended toys, and carried warm bodies through the night. The children might love them deeply, but affection did not erase rank. A nursery maid could be dismissed, transferred, or forgotten once the children grew. Her face might survive in no photograph. Her name might appear for a single year in a census, then vanish into marriage, migration, illness, or another household. Still, her songs remained. Alice brought lullabies from her mother's cottage. She sang of distant stars, sleeping fields, and birds returning to hidden nests. The children did not know where the songs came from. Years later, they might remember the melodies without remembering the girl who sang them. This was how care passed through time, not always by name, sometimes only by rhythm. Alice had almost finished the stocking when the cord moved again. This time, it did not rise. The tassel turned slowly, winding once upon itself as though an unseen hand had released it from a twist. One of the children stirred. A boy named Edward opened his eyes. He was 6 years old and had spent the day recovering from a winter cold. His face appeared pale against the pillow. "Alice," he whispered, "I am here. The little girl wants her ribbon." Alice placed the stocking aside. "What little girl?" Edward pointed toward the empty cradle. She was standing there. Moonlight rested upon the linen cover. No one stood beside it. What did she look like? The boy considered this as though recalling a dream already fading. She had wet hair. She said the ribbon was in the dark drawer. Alice touched his forehead. It was warm but not fevered. "You were dreaming." "She knows the song." "What song?" "The one about the bird beneath the snow." Alice had sung that lullaby earlier. Perhaps Edward had carried it into sleep. Children built dreams from voices, shadows, and fragments overheard, without understanding. The little girl might have come from a nursery story. The ribbon might have been suggested by something seen during the day. Alice gave him water and pulled the blanket higher. When he closed his eyes, she sang softly. "Beneath the snow, the small bird waits. Beneath the stars, the dark field sleeps. Beyond the night, the wing remembers morning." The song had no written form. Her mother had learned it from an older woman whose name Alice never knew. When the final line faded, Edward slept. The moonlit cord became still. The next afternoon, Alice searched the nursery. She did not know what Edward meant by the dark drawer. The main chest contained clothes. The toy cabinet held wooden soldiers, puzzles, and books. A small wardrobe near the cradle had not been opened during her service. Its lower drawer was dark with age. The key was missing. Alice found it after several days inside the nurse's workbox, beneath buttons and reels of thread. The nurse watched her lift it, but offered no explanation. The drawer opened reluctantly. Inside lay folded linen, yellowed at the edges. Beneath it rested a narrow ribbon wrapped around a small card. The ribbon had once been blue. Time had softened it almost to grey. On the card was written a name: Margaret Ann. Below the name appeared 2 dates separated by less than a year. Alice carried the card to the housekeeper. The older woman read it and sat down. Margaret had been the first daughter born to the mistress of the house. She died in infancy before the present nursery children were born. Her illness lasted only a few nights. The cradle remained because it had been hers. No portrait hung in the gallery. No miniature stood upon the drawing-room mantel. The family Bible contained her name between the births of 2 sons, written in ink that had faded more quickly than the rest. The servants remembered more. An elderly kitchen maid recalled warming milk during the child's final winter. A former nurse had kept watch beside the cradle. Somewhere in the lower passage, the nursery bell rang repeatedly through the night. After the burial, the ribbon was placed in the drawer. No one spoke of it again. Where memory fades, silence becomes a second burial. Some children grow into portraits, marriages, inheritances, and family histories. Their names pass through generations. Rooms are named after them. Letters preserve their voices. Others remain only as brief entries. Born, departed. A name between lines. Perhaps this was why the cradle remained. The mistress could not speak of the child, yet she could not permit the room to forget her completely. The following night, Alice returned the ribbon to the nursery. Rain had passed over the estate during the evening, but by midnight the sky was clear. Moonlight entered through the windows, pale and oceanic. The children slept. Alice stood beside the empty cradle. She did not know whether she was correcting a forgotten ritual or merely obeying the dream of a 6-year-old boy. She tied the faded ribbon to the cradle rail. The knot was simple. The cloth hung beside the linen veil, like a small flag, marking a place no map acknowledged. At once, the bell cord near the door moved. It lifted once, then it fell, and became still. No chime sounded below. Alice sat near the hearth and waited. Nothing entered the room. No figure appeared beside the cradle. No child spoke. There was only the fire, the moon, and the slow breath of sleep. By dawn, the ribbon was damp. Alice touched it with 2 fingers. It carried the chill of something left outdoors in night mist. Yet the nursery windows had remained closed. The roof did not leak. The cradle stood far from the washstand. Perhaps the cloth had absorbed moisture from the cold air. Perhaps Alice's hands had been wet when she tied it. Reason offered its gentle possibilities. She accepted them without choosing. Edward remembered nothing in the morning. When Alice asked about the little girl, he looked confused. He knew only the lullaby and requested that she sing it again. The ribbon remained tied to the cradle. The moonlit cord never moved again, while Alice served in the house. Years passed. The nursery children grew. Edward went away to school. His sisters left the room for bedrooms of their own. Alice was transferred, and another young maid inherited the hearth, the toys, and the nightly songs. Beyond the door, generations moved like soft footsteps. New children slept beneath the faded stars. Old servants departed. The cradle remained beside the wall, with its ribbon growing paler each year. In forgotten corners of the earth, names are carved into stone, so they may resist time. But not every life receives stone. Some are preserved in cloth, in a lullaby, in a cradle no one will remove, or in the memory of a young maid who sat awake while the rest of the house slept. Perhaps Edward had only dreamed. Perhaps he heard servants speaking of the lost child and carried their words into the moonlit nursery. Perhaps the ribbon was damp because old fabric gathers the breath of a cold room, or perhaps some children wait near the edges of family memory, asking not to return, but simply to be included in the song. Before dawn, Alice looked once more toward the empty cradle. The ribbon rested quietly against the rail. The bell cord hung motionless beside the door. Moonlight touched them both, joining one to the other like a silver thread. Some children grow into portraits and inheritances. Others remain only as names, and sometimes, in the deepest hour of night, a forgotten name finds its way back through a child's dream, waiting for a lullaby to remember it. Beyond the kitchen garden stood a small stone vent half hidden by ivy. In summer, leaves covered it completely. In winter, frost gathered around its narrow opening. Servants passed it carrying baskets of herbs and rarely gave it more than a glance. But on certain autumn evenings, when rain had darkened the soil and every window of the great house was closed, a bell could be heard beneath the ground. Its sound was faint. One note, then silence. Not the bright summons of the drawing room or the nervous flutter of the nursery bell. This chime seemed older and deeper, softened by earth before it reached the surface. It is said that buried things do not become silent. Their voices merely learn to travel differently. A gardener's boy named Thomas first noticed the bell while gathering fallen branches after an evening storm. He was crossing the kitchen garden at dusk. Bare fruit trees stood in rows beside beds of rosemary and sage. Rainwater rested upon their branches, reflecting the fading sky like fragments of glass. Then the bell sounded. Thomas stopped. The note seemed to rise through the soles of his boots. He knelt and placed one hand upon the wet earth. Nothing followed. The The garden stretched toward the house, where warm windows glowed behind the mist. Somewhere within, servants prepared dinner, and fires awakened in the family rooms. Thomas continued walking. The bell rang again. This time, he followed it past the bare pear trees, beyond the rosemary beds, and toward the old stone vent. Ivy moved gently around its opening, though the evening air was still. The sound did not come from the vent itself. It seemed to pass beneath it, traveling underground toward the foundations of the house. Thomas searched the wall. Several yards away, hidden within a hollow where the ground had sunk, he discovered an iron gate. Behind it descended 3 stone steps, disappearing into darkness filled with wet leaves and soil. No path led to the gate. It appeared to belong to another arrangement of the estate, one the garden had slowly covered. Whispers tell us that grand houses possess landscapes beneath their landscapes. Below lawns, gravel paths, fountains, and flower beds may lie cellars, drains, ice houses, coal passages, old foundations, and tunnels built for servants, whose movement was meant to remain unseen. Some passages carried fuel from distant yards, so coal carts would not cross the family entrance. Others connected kitchens to store rooms, or allowed laundry, food, and household goods to move beneath formal gardens. An ice house might descend into the earth like a small buried temple, its brick chamber packed with winter cold. Drainage tunnels carried rain away from walls. Cellars extended beyond the rooms above, creating hidden maps no guest would ever see. As estates changed, many of these places lost their purpose. A wing was demolished, a kitchen moved, a new house rose above the remains of an older one. Tunnels were blocked, doors sealed, and entrances hidden behind ivy. Those who remembered their roots departed, leaving only odd depressions in lawns and walls that sounded hollow when struck. Thomas told the head gardener about the gate. The older man knew it existed, but not where it led. "It is a drain," he said. Yet the opening stood too high above the lowest ground, and its arch was shaped for people rather than water. The bell sounded on several more evenings, always after rain, always when the garden had grown quiet. Servants began pausing near the rosemary beds to listen. Some heard only water moving beneath the soil. Others heard a clear metallic note, followed by an echo travelling toward the house. The steward searched the estate papers. An early map showed that the present mansion was not the first to occupy the land. Before it stood an older house, with a narrow kitchen wing, extending toward the western garden. Fire damaged part of that building, and the remainder was gradually dismantled when the current house was erected. On the map, a service tunnel joined the old kitchen to a group of lower rooms. The iron gate marked its entrance. No labels identified the rooms. In a household account from the same period appeared a payment to a local smith. 6 bells and wire for the lower rooms. No later inventory mentioned those bells. No plan showed where they hung. Perhaps the lower rooms were servants' chambers. Perhaps they stored wine, preserves, or valuable plate. One might have been a sick room kept apart from the household, or perhaps they belonged to the previous house and were buried when its foundations disappeared beneath the new estate. Where memory fades, maps become uncertain scrolls. A line may represent a wall, a passage, or a decision later undone. A small mark may be the only surviving gate to rooms once filled with breath and firelight. Thomas became fascinated by the lost tunnel. During dry weather, the iron gate remained fixed. No tool easily moved its rusted lock. The steward warned the servants not to approach it, for old passages could collapse without warning. Then came 3 days of heavy rain. Water ran down the garden paths. The earth softened. Rosemary bowed beneath the storm. Near midnight on the 3rd night, part of the sunken wall shifted. By morning, the gate stood slightly open. Its lower hinge had pulled free from the crumbling stone. Thomas discovered it while inspecting storm damage. He carried a lantern and told himself he would enter only far enough to see whether the passage had flooded. Beyond the gate, 3 steps descended into a brick tunnel. Cold air rose from below, carrying the smell of wet earth, iron, and roots. Thomas lifted his lantern. The walls were narrow but carefully built. Water moved along a shallow channel beside the floor. Pale roots had entered through gaps in the brick and hung from the ceiling like threads from a buried tapestry. He stepped inside. Behind him, daylight became a small grey arch. The tunnel continued beneath the garden. Iron hooks remained along one wall. Fragments of rotted wood suggested shelves or brackets. In one place, a faded blue tile bore the image of a six-pointed star. Then Thomas saw the wire. It ran close to the ceiling, held by corroded staples. Rust had coloured the bricks beneath it. The line curved through the tunnel and disappeared into darkness. Thomas touched it gently. The wire gave a faint vibration. Far below, or perhaps far ahead, a bell rang. The note travelled toward him through the bricks. One chime, an echo, then a sound like fabric moving over stone. Thomas withdrew his hand. The passage seemed to breathe. He continued several yards until his lantern revealed a doorway at the tunnel's end. Earth filled the opening. Roots crossed it in a tangled veil. Between them, he could see the edge of another brick chamber, but no safe path entered it. The corroded wire disappeared directly into the fallen soil. The bell sounded again from beyond the blockage. This time, Thomas believed he heard two notes. After them came the soft whisper of fabric, as though the hem of a long garment had passed slowly across a floor. He did not call out. No voice would have answered in any way he understood. Marked by the moon, ruined gates and underground passages may appear sacred, like entrances to buried kingdoms. But Thomas stood beneath a grey morning sky, ankle-deep in rainwater, surrounded by unstable brick. Caution overcame curiosity. He returned to the garden. The steward ordered the entrance closed. Workmen reset the gate, reinforced the sunken wall, and sealed the loosened hinge. The stone vent remained open for drainage, but no one entered the tunnel again. Practical minds explained the bell. Rainwater could strike loose metal. A wire under tension might vibrate as wet soil shifted. A broken pipe or iron bracket might create a note and carry it through hollow brickwork. The movement, like fabric, may have been water passing over roots. Perhaps they were right. Yet the old accounts still mentioned 6 bells. Only one had been heard. Where did the other 5 remain? Winter settled over the estate. Frost hardened the garden paths. Snow gathered around the stone vent and covered the sunken wall. The rosemary beds withdrew beneath white silence. The bell was heard no more. Still, Thomas sometimes paused beside the bare fruit trees. He imagined the second landscape below him, the tunnel, the blue star upon the tile, the rusted line crossing darkness, and the doorway filled with fallen earth. Above, the modern house continued its life. Bells rang in the servants' passage. Fires were lit. Trays crossed polished floors. Guests slept beneath embroidered canopies. Below, an older house remained beneath roots, frost, and sleeping seeds. Perhaps its rooms had collapsed completely. Perhaps no chamber survived beyond the blocked door. But somewhere in the darkness, an iron wire extended toward foundations, erased from every visible map. It had once carried a summons from one hidden room to another. Now it carried only rain, tension, and memory upward through the soil. Perhaps the bell beneath the garden was never calling anyone. Perhaps it was only the earth shifting around abandoned metal. Or perhaps some houses continue asking for an answer long after the roofs above them have vanished. Inside the butler's pantry, behind ledgers of wine and silver, lay a narrow black book. It was smaller than the household accounts and bound in leather worn smooth at the corners. No title appeared upon its cover. No family crest marked its purpose. It rested on a hidden shelf behind a row of older volumes, where dust had gathered like a grey veil. A newly appointed butler named Mr. Bennet discovered it after the death of his predecessor. Mr. Cole had served the household for 37 years. He had guarded the keys, counted the silver, supervised the footmen, and remembered which wine should be brought for guests whose tastes the family had forgotten. When he died, the pantry felt strangely altered. The bottles remained in their ordered rows. The plate chest was locked. Every label stood in its proper place, yet the room had lost the quiet certainty of the man who had governed it. Mr. Bennet began reviewing the ledgers. Then he found the black book. It is said that every position of trust contains a second duty that is never written into the official rules. The obvious duties may be learned from manuals: how to decant wine, arrange the table, receive callers, account for silver, and preserve order below stairs. The hidden duty passes from one person to another through gesture, warning, or silence. Mr. Cole had left no instructions about the black volume. Mr. Bennet opened it. The first pages resembled an inventory. Dates appeared in the left margin. Beside them were room names, times, and short observations written in a careful hand. Blue room, 1 ring, 2:10, no occupant, library, repeated, door locked, nursery, winter moon, cord removed. West bedroom, 2 calls after funeral. There were no explanations. A small mark appeared beside certain entries, a circle crossed by a single line. Elsewhere, a tiny star had been drawn in fading ink. Mr. Bennet turned the pages. The earliest record had been made 40 years before. Later entries continued in different handwriting. One hand was angular, another sloped gently toward the right. A third wrote with such faint pressure that several words had nearly disappeared. Each belonged, he suspected, to a former butler. Generations had kept the book. None had signed his name. Whispers tell us that the butler stood at the threshold between 2 versions of a household. Above stairs existed the family's official life. Births entered into Bibles, marriages announced, portraits commissioned, deaths marked by mourning cloth and church bells. Below stairs existed another record. It was made of overheard names, hurried departures, sealed rooms, burned letters, and bells that rang when no hand admitted pulling them. The butler often knew both versions. His authority depended upon discretion. He must notice everything and appear surprised by nothing. He received private telegrams, admitted doctors after midnight, and protected the family's reputation from gossip. He knew which guest had arrived in anger and which servant had witnessed something better forgotten. What could be explained was repaired. What could not be explained was rarely announced. Yet the black book suggested that it was not forgotten either. It was written down, quietly, precisely, without conclusion. Mr. Bennet began reading the entries in order. One concerned a bell from a bedroom closed after an infant's death. Another recorded 3 calls from the library while the family attended church. A third noted that the dressing room bell rang whenever a certain portrait was moved. Some incidents occurred only once. Others returned across decades. The blue room appeared beneath 4 separate hands. 1 ring before dawn. Window fastened. No fire. No occupant. The entries did not mention ghosts, omens, or supernatural causes. They contained no frightened language. Each writer recorded only what was observed. Bell moved. Room checked. Nothing found. In this restraint, the book became more mysterious. It did not ask the reader to believe. It asked only that someone continue listening. Beneath the silence, Mr. Bennet began to understand his inheritance. The black volume was not a collection of answers. It was a chronicle of contradictions. Moments when the house behaved differently from the way the household claimed it behaved. A wire moved without a hand. A locked room issued a summons. A bell belonged to a chamber removed from every plan. The practical world and the unexplained world rested together on the same page. For several months, Mr. Bennet recorded nothing. Then, on an autumn night, the nursery bell rang. The children were away with their mother. He checked the room. It was empty. He examined the pull and found it still. Upon returning to the pantry, he opened the black book. His pen hovered over the page. At last he wrote, "Nursery, 1 call, 12:40, room empty, rain from east." He did not add what he had felt while standing beside the empty cradle. That did not belong to evidence. Months later, the library bell sounded while its wire was under repair. Mr. Bennet recorded this as well. He adopted the style of those who came before him. No speculation, no judgment. Only time, place, and circumstance. Years passed. The book grew by a few lines. One winter evening, the master travelled abroad on business. His route took him across the sea and into a distant city. Letters from him arrived regularly, and the household expected his return within a fortnight. Near midnight, Mr. Bennet sat in the pantry examining accounts. The first bell rang. It belonged to the old nursery, the room associated with the master's sister, who died in childhood. Then came the blue room bell. The master's grandmother had spent her final years there. The library bell followed. His father had died beside its fire. One by one, bells connected to deceased members of the family began to sound. They rang in the order of their deaths. The notes were not hurried. Each bell gave a single call, then rested. Mr. Bennet stood beneath the board with a lamp in his hand. The nursery, the blue room, the library, the west bedroom. Every corresponding chamber was empty. Doors were fastened, windows were closed. Several bell pulls had been removed long ago. Still, the sequence continued. The final bell belonged to the master's bedroom. Its brass cup moved slowly and released one low note. The master was alive. He was hundreds of miles away. Mr. Bennet checked the bedroom. Moonlight lay across the bed. A travelling case stood open near the wardrobe, waiting for its owner's return. No fire burned. On the bedside table, the master's watch had stopped. The hands rested at 12 minutes after midnight. Marked by the moon, the room felt suspended beyond ordinary time. Mr. Bennet returned below. He opened the black book and recorded the sequence. For the first time, he hesitated over whether to write a conclusion. He added none. The following afternoon, a telegram arrived. Its envelope was damp from the journey. The master had suffered a sudden illness shortly after midnight. His condition had been serious but had improved by morning. He was expected to recover. The family sent instructions, arranged travel, and spoke of coincidence. Mr. Bennet did not contradict them. The master returned weeks later, pale but alive. The bells connected to the dead remained silent. Could their sequence have been caused by shared tension in the wires? A change in temperature might have affected multiple lines. Movement in the roof could travel across the board. An old spring might disturb its neighbour, creating the appearance of order where only mechanism existed. The time upon the stopped watch might have been coincidence. The telegram reported illness, not death. Nothing foretold the future. Perhaps nothing had been foretold at all. Reason stood beside the event without fully entering it. Where memory fades, patterns may be created by those who search for meaning. Yet sometimes a pattern arrives complete, asking only to be witnessed. Mr. Bennet wrote the telegram's contents beneath the entry. Then he added, "Master returned." No conclusion. Decades passed. Mr. Bennet grew older beneath the bells. He trained footmen, counted silver, received guests, and guarded the private weather of the household. He came to understand why the black book remained hidden. To display it would turn quiet observations into spectacle. To destroy it would deny that generations of careful men had heard what they heard, so the volume remained between belief and disbelief, a sealed chamber of ink. Before retiring, Mr. Bennet prepared the pantry for his successor. He checked the keys and completed the final wine account. Then he opened the black book. On its last written page, he added one instruction: listen first, investigate gently, speak only when kindness requires it. He allowed the ink to dry. Then he closed the cover and returned the volume to its hidden shelf behind the ledgers of wine and silver. No ceremony marked the act. The pantry lamp burned low. The bells above remained still. Beyond the Green-Baize door, the household slept beneath old portraits and embroidered canopies. Perhaps the bells had summoned service. Perhaps they had carried memory. Perhaps old metal moved for reasons no one had yet discovered. The book preserved no answers. It preserved only dates, room names, quiet contradictions, and the sacred fact that someone had listened. In forgotten corners of the earth, ancient watchers once marked the movement of stars, without knowing what those stars contained. They recorded what returned, what vanished, and what changed. So too did the butlers beneath the brass. They watched. They entered the empty rooms, and when no explanation came, they placed the mystery gently into ink, where it could wait without being forced to speak. After 16 hours of work, A housemaid climbed the final staircase to the attic. Her candle had burned almost to the socket. Wax covered her fingers. The house below remained awake, preparing for the family's return from a winter ball, but no strength remained in her body for waiting. Her name was Rose. She entered a narrow room beneath the sloping roof. Inside stood an iron bed, a washstand, and a wooden box containing everything she owned. Frost gathered at the corners of the window. Beyond the glass, the night sky seemed vast and oceanic. Rose removed her apron. She did not undress completely. If the bells rang after the guests returned, someone might call her down again. She lay upon the bed and closed her eyes for what she believed would be only a moment. The house exhaled around her. Then she began to dream. It is said that exhaustion opens doors the waking mind keeps locked. Rose found herself standing beneath an endless corridor. Its walls resembled those of the great house, yet no room existed where it should. The floor shone like dark water. Moonlight descended from no visible window, and dust turned slowly in the air, like star-marked snow. Above her hung 28 bells. None bore the name of a room. Instead, each ivory label carried a single word: hunger, farewell, mercy, winter, home. The bells extended into the distance, growing smaller until they seemed like a celestial path vanishing beneath mist. Rose waited. One bell moved. Hunger. Its note was low and warm. A door appeared beneath it. Rose opened the door and entered the night nursery. A child sat beneath a table hiding a piece of bread inside his nightshirt. He had refused dinner before the family, but now ate quickly in the dark. Rose remembered finding crumbs there months earlier. She had swept them away without understanding. In the dream, the child looked toward her. "I did not want them to know," he whispered. The door closed. Another bell rang. Farewell. Behind its door, the mistress of the house stood beside a fireplace burning a letter. She fed the pages to the flames one by one. Rose had entered the room on that long-ago afternoon to remove a tray. She had seen only blackened paper in the grate and a woman staring toward the window. Now, in the dream, the unburned words rose briefly within the smoke. "Do not wait for me." Then they disappeared. Below the attic, in the waking house, carriage wheels entered the drive. The family returned from the ball. Doors opened. Guests called for candles. A footman pulled the servants' entrance wide against the snow. The real bells began to ring. Drawing room, cloakroom, east bedroom, nursery. Their metal voices travelled through walls and stairs toward the servants below. Some vibrations entered the roof timbers and reached Rose's narrow bed. But in sleep, she heard different names. Mercy rang. A door opened upon the butler's pantry. A young footman knelt beside polished silver, weeping into one sleeve so no tears would mark his coat. Rose remembered passing him there after a letter arrived from his village. She had assumed he was ill. The dream showed the letter open beside him. His mother was dead. He had been refused permission to leave until the house party ended. Rose stepped toward him. Before she could speak, the room faded. The bell-marked winter began to tremble. Beyond its door stood the kitchen at dawn. Snow pressed against the lower windows. The cook stood alone, looking through rain-darkened glass while bread rose behind her. Rose had seen this moment many times. In the dream, she knew the cook was remembering a daughter who had crossed the sea years before. No letter had arrived since spring. Every storm made the distance seem greater. Whispers tell us that servants learned much of other people's lives while their own remained largely unasked. They carried letters but seldom received them. They heard family histories repeated over dinner while the histories of their own parents and children survived only in memory. They entered bedrooms during illness, drawing rooms after arguments, and nurseries after nightmares. They understood which guest had been crying and which child feared the dark. Yet who entered the servants' rooms to gather what they had left unsaid? Rose continued along the dream corridor. Patience rang. She saw a maid waiting to eat while the same bell called her away 3 times. Mother rang. Rose found herself standing in the cottage where she had been born. Smoke lifted from the chimney. Her mother's blue cup rested beside the hearth. No one appeared, but the room carried the scent of wet wool, onions, and wood smoke. Forgive rang. A locked door opened only slightly. Behind it stood two sisters who had not spoken in years. Remember rang. The corridor filled with faces Rose had encountered only briefly. A laundry woman dismissed after illness. A stable boy sent away. A nurse whose songs remained in the nursery after her name vanished from the household. Each bell transformed a command into a longing. One asked for rest. One asked to be seen. One asked for a letter from home. One asked that a cruel word be withdrawn. One rang for a child who had died before a portrait could be painted. Their notes overlapped. The corridor filled with soft metallic rain. Starlight trembled across the brass cups, and the entire hidden world of the house seemed to rise within them. Beneath the silence, every life possessed its own bell, yet some were never given a chord. Rose understood that the servants' bells below stairs spoke only of what the family required. Coal, water, light, tea, attendance. They did not ring for the maid's aching hands. They did not summon anyone when the cook received no letter, when a footman mourned beside Silver, or when a young girl woke in an attic, unable to remember her mother's voice clearly. Those needs travelled nowhere. They remained inside the body, unanswered. Rose reached the bell marked home. Its brass was darker than the rest. Around its rim, tiny leaves had been engraved in a spiral. The bell rang once. The dream corridor opened upon a country road. It was summer there. Wildflowers moved beside a stream, and sunlight rested upon the roof of a small cottage. Rose saw herself as a child, carrying a basket toward the door. Her mother stood within the shadow of the entrance. Rose tried to run, but the road lengthened beneath her feet. The cottage receded into golden mist. She called out, though no voice came. Home rang again. The sound contained longing, but also something gentler. Perhaps home was not only a place waiting unchanged, perhaps it was every fragment carried forward, a song, the smell of bread, a blue cup, the memory of a hand smoothing one's hair before sleep. The cottage disappeared. One bell remained. It hung at the end of the corridor beyond all visible doors. Silence. Rose approached. No cord descended from it. No door stood beneath it. The bell appeared impossible to ring. She waited for an unseen hand. Nothing moved. Then Rose placed her palm over her heart. The bell began to tremble. Its note made no sound. Instead, the corridor became completely still. The other bells stopped. The doors vanished. Moonlight faded from the floor, until Rose stood within a darkness that felt neither empty nor frightening. Silence had not been the absence of language. It was the place where every unspoken need had waited. Marked by the moon, Rose closed her eyes inside the dream. Far below, the waking household descended into confusion. The servants claimed that every bell began ringing at once. Drawing room, library, morning room, nursery, bedrooms occupied and empty. Some bells chimed sharply, others trembled without producing a full note. Guests denied touching the cords. Several had already fallen asleep. The brass cups moved without pause until the hours before dawn. No one climbed to wake Rose. They believed she was still working elsewhere in the house. In the dream, she heard only the silent bell. Then morning touched the attic window. Rose woke. Her candle had gone out. Frost covered the glass. From below came hurried voices and the distant sound of the servants beginning another day. She sat upright. For a moment, she could not remember where she was. Then the dream returned. Hunger, mercy, winter, home, silence. On her pillow lay a faint circle of brass-colored dust. Rose touched it. The powder clung to her fingertip, warm despite the cold room. Nothing made of brass stood nearby. The bed frame was iron. The candle socket was tin. Perhaps soot had mixed with wax. Perhaps dust had fallen from the roof. Perhaps the bells below had entered her sleep, and exhaustion had transformed their sounds into symbols. The housekeeper later asked where Rose had been during the disturbance. Rose apologized and said only that she had slept. No one mentioned the dust. No guest admitted ringing. By breakfast, the bells had returned to ordinary duty. The dream began fading at its edges. Some doors disappeared entirely, some words remained. In forgotten corners of the earth, ancient people once believed dreams carried messages from beyond the visible world. Perhaps they did, or perhaps dreams were quieter mirrors, reflecting truths the waking mind had no time to see. Rose could not decide. She rose and dressed. She pinned her hair, fastened her apron, and folded the blanket over the brass-colored circle until it vanished. Far below, the first bell rang. Morning room. Its note travelled upward through the sleeping walls. Rose paused at the attic door. For an instant, she remembered the bell called home, and the road extending toward the sunlit cottage. Then she descended into the waking house. Step by step, the dream withdrew behind her. Yet somewhere beneath the familiar chimes, she still heard the silent bell, the one no hand could reach, waiting inside every life that had learned to answer without ever being asked. Black cloth covered the mirrors. Heavy curtains muted the daylight, turning afternoon into a long and solemn dusk. The front door opened only for quiet visitors dressed in mourning, their voices lowered before they crossed the threshold. Throughout the house, clocks continued to move. The kitchen fires burned. Water warmed. Silver was polished. Yet every ordinary action seemed to take place beneath a veil. The mistress of the house was dead. Lilies stood in the entrance hall. Their pale flowers filled the corridors with a scent both sweet and cold. Candles burned even when no prayer was spoken. Somewhere behind the velvet curtains, footsteps passed slowly from room to room. Then a servant bell rang. Its note was unusually gentle. It seemed almost to understand that noise must bow before grief. It is said that death changes the sound of a house. Doors close differently. Floorboards become cautious beneath the feet. Even familiar bells appear altered, as though metal can feel the absence waiting at the end of its wire. The bell belonged to the mistress's bedroom. For nearly 30 years, Mrs. Pembroke had occupied the chamber overlooking the east garden. She had died there shortly before dawn, while the final stars faded beyond the curtains. By breakfast, the room had been washed and ordered. The doctor had departed. The family withdrew into mourning. The bedroom door was locked, and the key placed in the possession of the housekeeper, Mrs. Whitcomb. Still, at the hour when morning tea had always been requested, the bell rang. One soft note. The servants below looked toward it. A housemaid carrying folded linen stopped in the passage. The butler raised his eyes from a ledger. Mrs. Whitcomb stood beneath the board, her keys resting against the black fabric of her dress. "Old wire," someone whispered. No one moved to answer. The room was empty. Whispers tell us that Victorian mourning transformed a household through ceremony. Dark fabric entered bright rooms. Mirrors were covered. Curtains closed. Clothing changed from color to black, then gradually through softer shades as time passed. Callers left cards at the door. Letters of condolence arrived upon trays. The family followed rules of dress and visitation, yet grief itself obeyed no schedule. Behind these visible rituals, the servants worked. They prepared mourning garments, received visitors, carried messages, and arranged rooms for relatives arriving from distant places. They washed the chamber of death, folded the last clothes, and brought food to family members who could not eat. Their own sorrow remained largely invisible. Some had known Mrs. Pembroke longer than her married children had been alive. Mrs. Whitcomb entered the house as a young maid during the first year of the mistress's marriage. She had prepared rooms before births, travelled with the family during illness, and waited outside doors where joy and loss passed in whispers. A senior footman remembered Mrs. Pembroke learning his name when he first arrived. The cook knew which pudding she requested when unwell. A former nursery maid received a letter informing her of the death and wept over words no family member would ever see. Yet servants had duties to continue. Their grief was carried beneath trays and folded inside linen. Beneath the silence, they mourned while serving morning itself. The bedroom bell rang again at noon. This was the hour when Mrs. Pembroke often changed her shawl and asked for the fire to be adjusted. The door remained locked. Mrs. Whitcomb still held the key. At first, the servants assumed that someone above had entered without telling them. The family's eldest daughter might have visited the room. A maid could have been arranging clothing, but every person was accounted for. No one had touched the bell pull. That evening, as the household prepared for a quiet dinner, the bell gave two delicate notes. Mrs. Pembroke had once rung twice before dressing. The following morning, it sounded at the hour of tea. At noon it called again. Near 10 at night, when the bed would ordinarily have been warmed, the brass cup trembled a final time. The bell repeated the lost rhythm of an ordinary day. No summons came at unusual hours. It did not ring without pattern, or pour frantic notes into the passage. It merely remembered the schedule: morning tea, the noon fire, dressing for dinner, the warming of the bed. The servants began anticipating each call. A maid would glance at the clock before the bell moved. The footman waiting near the pantry found himself preparing to stand. Mrs. Whitcomb's hand sometimes closed around her keys, as though she were about to climb the staircase. Habit continued inside their bodies. A tray was nearly prepared, before someone remembered there was no one to receive it. A clean shawl was taken from the linen cupboard, and then returned. One evening, Mrs. Whitcomb found herself warming a bed bottle in the kitchen. She held it for several moments before understanding what she had done. Death had ended a life. It had not yet ended the movements formed around that life. It is said that routine is memory practiced by the hands. Long after the mind understands an absence, the body turns toward the accustomed door. Feet follow familiar passages. Fingers reach for a cup that no longer needs filling. In this way, the dead remain briefly within the daily order of the living, not as apparitions, as habits, as spaces kept ready, as bells expected at certain hours. Where memory fades, repetition may continue like a prayer whose first meaning has been forgotten. On the third evening, Mrs. Whitcomb decided to enter the bedroom. The family had gone to the chapel. The servants remained below. Outside, winter rain darkened the garden. She climbed alone with a candle and the iron key. The upper corridor was lined with flowers sent by relatives and friends. Lilies, white roses, and branches of evergreen filled the shadows. Beneath their scent lingered the faint trace of extinguished wax. Mrs. Whitcomb unlocked the door. The room beyond was still. Furniture stood in familiar places. A book remained closed upon the side table. A pair of spectacles rested beside it. The bed had been prepared, but not slept in since the room was washed. Near the fireplace hung the embroidered bell pull. Someone had tied it back with a black ribbon. The ribbon held the tassel firmly against a brass hook. No hand could have drawn it. Mrs. Whitcomb checked the windows. Closed. She looked behind the curtains and opened the dressing-room door. Nothing had been disturbed. Moonlight did not enter the chamber, yet the silver threads within the bell tassel held a faint glow, marked by the moon, even though no moon could reach it. Mrs. Whitcomb crossed the room. She remembered thousands of summons. Some had been impatient. A bell rung sharply because a carriage was late, or a dress had not arrived. Some had been kind. A gentle note calling Mrs. Whitcomb upstairs to share news before the rest of the household heard it. Others had been issued simply because Mrs. Pembroke wished to speak. During her final years, the mistress sometimes rang without requesting any object. She asked about the weather. She wondered whether the kitchen cat had returned. She spoke of children who had grown and servants who had left. "Sit for a moment," she occasionally said, though etiquette required Mrs. Whitcomb to remain standing. The housekeeper reached for the bell pull. She untied the black ribbon. The tassel fell softly into her palm. No bell sounded below. The woven cord was cool and familiar. Its fabric had been worn smooth by the touch of one hand over many years. Mrs. Whitcomb held it as one might hold the end of a thread leading into darkness. "I heard you," she whispered. Nothing moved. She released the tassel. The bell rang below. One gentle note passed through the house. Mrs. Whitcomb remained beside the fireplace, unsure whether her hand had caused it. She might have placed slight tension upon the cord. The old mechanism could have responded after the ribbon was removed. It was the most reasonable explanation. Yet the note did not sound like a command. It seemed to carry no expectation of tea, fire, water, or attendance. It sounded like release. The funeral took place the following morning. The family left beneath black umbrellas. Carriage wheels moved slowly along the wet drive. The church bell travelled across fields darkened by winter. Below stairs, the bedroom bell remained silent. It did not ring at tea. It did not ring at noon. Night came, and no call requested the warming of the bed. The lost rhythm had completed itself. After several days, the curtains were opened. Pale light entered the hall, touching the covered mirrors and fading flowers. One by one, the rooms began returning to ordinary use. The bedroom remained closed a while longer. When Mrs. Whitcomb finally entered again, she found the bell pull resting exactly as she had left it. She retied it loosely, not with black ribbon, but with a simple piece of white cloth. No explanation was recorded. Perhaps the wire contracted as the fires cooled. Perhaps footsteps elsewhere disturbed the hidden mechanism. Perhaps grief repeated the shape of daily life until ritual gave it permission to rest. In forgotten corners of the earth, mourners have always left lamps, flowers, stones, and words beside the dead. Not because the departed require these things, perhaps, but because the living need a path through absence. The bell may have been such a path, a thread between habit and farewell. Years later, Mrs. Whitcomb remembered its final sound more clearly than the prayers, flowers, or carriage procession. It had been quiet, almost tender. The bell that once called her toward duty had asked for nothing, and as pale morning light touched the empty room, she understood only this: the final ring had not sounded like a summons. It had sounded like goodbye. The carriage arrived after sunset. No message had preceded it. Its lamps emerged from the winter mist and moved slowly between the iron gates. The horses made almost no sound upon the snow. Even the wheels seemed muted, as though the carriage had travelled a road deeper than the one visible beneath it. A solitary gentleman descended. He wore a dark coat cut in an older style, though nothing about it appeared theatrical or strange. Snow rested upon his shoulders. In one gloved hand, he carried a narrow leather case. The driver remained hidden beyond the lamps. The gentleman gave his name as Mr. Edmund Belgrave. No such name appeared upon the expected list. Still, hospitality possessed its own rules. A visitor arriving after dark could not easily be turned back into the cold. The housekeeper ordered that a small bedroom overlooking the yew garden be prepared. The stranger bowed. Before climbing the stairs, he looked toward the servants' passage. "Is the old bell system still in use?" he asked. The housekeeper hesitated. "Yes, sir." Mr. Belgrave seemed relieved. It is said that servants know guests differently from those who receive them in drawing rooms. A family sees conversation, manners, and social position. Servants first encounter luggage. They notice whether a coat is damp, whether boots carry mud from a distant road, and whether a traveller's case is heavy enough to contain what its owner claims. They carry trays into private rooms and discover which meals remain untouched. They empty grates, fold clothing, and see the small evidence people leave behind when no performance is required. The stranger's leather case was almost weightless. His coat, though covered in snow, left no water upon the hall floor. At dinner, he ate little. A tray was sent to his room containing broth, bread, and a small glass of wine. When a maid collected it, the bread had been broken but not eaten. The wine remained full. The broth was cold. Mr. Belgrave sat beside the window, overlooking the yews. He did not read. He appeared to be listening. Behind the flowered wallpaper, old bell wires passed through the wall. Some connected to bedrooms still in use. Others had been abandoned during renovations and lay within the timber like dark threads inside a forgotten tapestry. The stranger tilted his head whenever the house settled. "Do the bells ring often?" he asked the maid. "When called, sir, and when no one calls." The maid looked toward him. "I could not say, sir." That night, the bell from his bedroom rang shortly after midnight. A footman climbed the back staircase. Mr. Belgrave opened the door before he could knock. "Yes?" "You rang, sir." The guest looked toward the embroidered pool beside the fireplace. "No." His manner was neither amused nor frightened. He seemed to accept the event as one might accept rain against a window. "I am sorry you were disturbed," he said. The following morning, the bell rang during breakfast. A housemaid answered. Again, Mr. Belgrave denied pulling the cord. That afternoon, it rang 3 times while he stood in the corridor outside his own room. He listened until the final note faded below. "It still remembers the distance," he murmured. The maid did not understand. Whispers tell us that some visitors enter a house as though returning rather than arriving. Mr. Belgrave knew which window faced the ruined fountain, though trees had hidden it for decades. He asked whether the west staircase remained sealed. He paused before a section of panelling where an older door had once stood. No current servant had told him these things. The family received him politely, but without warmth. At dinner, the master asked which branch of the Belgrave family he belonged to. The stranger replied, "The one that went away." Nothing more was said. The house itself had once belonged to the Belgraves. Half a century earlier, debt and a disputed inheritance forced the family to sell the estate. The present owners had kept several portraits and pieces of silver purchased with the house, though most Belgrave records were stored in the attic. The housekeeper searched those papers. Inside a covered trunk, she found a small portrait of a young man standing beside a stone gate. The paint had darkened, but the face remained clear. He resembled the guest. The same narrow eyes, the same pale line beside the mouth. The frame bore an inscription, "Edmund Belgrave, younger son." Below it, in another hand, "Claim disputed, departed abroad, no further word." The portrait had been painted more than 50 years before. Perhaps the guest was a grandson or nephew, carrying the same name and features. Family resemblance may cross generations with startling precision. Yet Mr. Belgrave had mentioned no parents. He had offered no address. When the housekeeper returned to the bedroom, he was standing beside the bell pull. "Did it remain?" he asked. "What, sir?" "The wire. It appears so." He touched the embroidered tassel but did not draw it. Far below, the bell rang once. On the second night, the servants heard soft footsteps in the yew garden. Snow had begun falling again. A footman looked through the pantry window and thought he saw someone standing near the locked gate. When he reached the garden, no one remained. The snow was smooth, no footprints crossed it. Mr. Belgrave was found in his room, fully dressed, listening beside the wall. The third night arrived beneath a sky marked by the moon. The household retired early. Wind moved faintly around the chimneys. The servants gathered below, speaking quietly about the stranger. Shortly before 2, every bell rang once. Drawing room, library, nursery, blue bedroom, west chamber. The notes moved across the board in a single wave, like starlight trembling upon metal. The final bell belonged to Mr. Belgrave's room. The servants hurried upstairs. His door stood open. The room was empty. The bed had not been slept in. Its linen remained smooth. The fire was cold, though a servant had lit it less than an hour before. The leather case lay open upon the floor. Inside were folded newspapers. Their dates spanned many years, yet every issue carried some report about the estate. The sale of Belgrave House, the departure of the former family, renovations under new ownership, the death of the last acknowledged Belgrave heir. The newest paper was already 20 years old. No current article appeared. No clothing lay in the case. No letter named the guest. The housekeeper searched the dressing room and corridor. Footmen checked the stairs, entrance hall, and service doors. Outside, fresh snow covered the ground. Between the house and the garden gate, no tracks could be seen. The front door was locked from within. The carriage had vanished. By morning, the family denied that any visitor had arrived. There was no Mr. Belgrave, the master said. No place had been laid for him at dinner. No name had been entered in the guest book. No carriage had crossed the drive. The servants looked at one another. They remembered carrying his case. They remembered the untouched broth. They remembered his questions and the dark coat that left no water upon the floor. But memory can become uncertain when several tired people repeat the same story. One servant's assumption may become another's recollection. During a busy household gathering, rooms are prepared, trays carried, and instructions misunderstood. Perhaps an impostor entered briefly and departed through a concealed route. Perhaps the resemblance to the portrait encouraged imagination. Perhaps the family denied him because his name threatened an old inheritance claim. There were many possible explanations. Yet on the breakfast tray from the stranger's room remained a silver spoon. Its handle bore the Belgrave crest. The current household did not use that pattern. According to the silver ledger, every surviving Belgrave spoon had been locked in storage for decades. The housekeeper placed it beside the portrait. The engraved crest and painted gate displayed the same spiral emblem. Beneath the silence, one piece of metal contradicted the family's denial. Mr. Belgrave's bedroom was cleaned. The newspapers were stored with the old estate papers. The leather case disappeared, though no servant admitted moving it. The bell pull was examined and found to operate normally. It never rang without a hand again. Still, the room remained prepared. Fresh linen covered the bed. Water stood beside the lamp. In winter, a small fire was sometimes lit before nightfall, though no guest had been assigned there. Hospitality had become a kind of vigil. Where memory fades, houses may keep rooms for those who failed to return. Perhaps Edmund Belgrave was a claimant searching for proof. Perhaps he was an impostor who knew the estate's forgotten architecture. Perhaps he was only a dream shared by exhausted servants listening to old bells beneath a winter moon. No answer survived, only the portrait, the engraved spoon, and the small room overlooking the yew garden, waiting behind a door that sometimes seemed deeper than the corridor allowed. In forgotten corners of the earth, gates remain standing after the roads that reach them have vanished. Travelers arrive in stories long after their journeys should have ended. Perhaps some are not traveling across distance. Perhaps they are traveling through memory. And perhaps, somewhere between one generation and the next, a guest still reaches for a bell cord, hoping that the house he lost has not forgotten how to answer. At midnight, a low tone passed through the servants' quarters. It was deeper than the bedroom bells, and softer than the bell in the village church. The sound did not descend from the rooms above. It rose from beneath the pantry floor. A shaded lamp trembled upon the table. Glasses in a cupboard answered with a faint vibration. From the darkness below came a breath of cold air, carrying the scent of damp stone. The servants listened. No bell on the wooden board had moved. Again, the tone passed through the house. One slow note, then silence. It is said that every building rests upon a history deeper than its foundations. Rooms rise above other rooms. Walls are built from stones that once belonged to forgotten thresholds. New floors cover old steps. Families inherit customs without knowing who began them. Above ground, the house changes its name and appearance. Below, older shapes remain. The butler took a lantern. Several servants followed him into the cellars. They passed shelves of preserves, bins of coal, and dark rows of wine bottles resting beneath dust. The air grew colder as they moved beyond the rooms used by the household. At the far end of the wine cellar, behind a wooden rack, one housemaid noticed a line in the wall. The rack was moved. Behind it stood a narrow stone archway blocked with bricks. The bricks differed from those around them. Some were pale and handmade. Others carried marks like stars, crosses, and unfinished spirals. Damp mortar filled the spaces between them. The cold scent came from there. The butler raised his lantern. At the center of the blocked arch, one brick appeared loose. No one touched it that night. Whispers tell us that great houses often rose where earlier buildings had stood. A Victorian mansion might rest upon the cellars of a Georgian house. Beneath those cellars could remain the foundations of a farmhouse, medieval hall, or religious chamber, whose purpose had vanished from memory. Builders reused what they found. A carved stone from a chapel might become part of a kitchen wall. A sacred threshold could be laid beneath a pantry floor. Steps once climbed in prayer might descend instead toward coal and wine. The new household continued above, unaware that older intentions slept within the stone. The steward searched the estate records. A printed history mentioned that a private chapel once stood near the site of the present kitchen wing. It belonged to an earlier house, occupied by a family whose name survived only upon weathered graves in the village churchyard. The chapel disappeared from maps after the old house was partly destroyed. Some accounts claimed its stones were used in the foundations of the new mansion. Others suggested that a portion of the chamber remained underground and was sealed when the cellars were expanded. No plan showed its exact position. In an older parchment map, a small cross appeared beneath what was now the pantry. Beside it, written in fading ink, were the words "Lower Oratory." The handwriting curved across the page like a path already disappearing. Where memory fades, maps become uncertain scrolls. A mark may indicate a room, an altar, a burial place, or only the intention of a builder who never completed his work. Yet the blocked arch remained. A mason was brought from the village. He examined the wall and believed a cavity lay behind it. With the family's permission, he removed the loose brick. Cold air entered the cellar. The lantern flame bent toward the opening. Beyond lay darkness. The mason widened the gap by removing 2 more bricks. His tools revealed a narrow say. The workmen arrived carrying coils of black cable, porcelain fittings, and small ivory buttons. Their boots crossed the entrance hall shortly after breakfast. Wooden cases followed them, filled with pliers, screws, insulated wire, and instruments no servant could name. The household gathered at a cautious distance. Electric light had already entered several rooms. It shone from glass bulbs without flame or smoke, turning night into a strange, steady day. Now electricity would descend into the servants' passages and replace the old mechanical bells. The new system promised speed. A guest would press a button. A number would appear upon an indicator panel below. A crisp bell would sound. There would be no silken cord, no long wire tightening behind the wall, and no iron crank turning in darkness. It is said that progress first enters a house as wonder. Only later does anyone notice what has disappeared. The old servant bells had hung in the lower passage for generations. Their brass cups bore faded labels naming the rooms they served: morning room, library, blue bedroom, nursery, drawing room. Some bells were bright from constant use. Others had darkened with age. Each possessed its own note, shaped by the length of its wire, the tension of its spring, and the hidden path connecting it to the room above. Servants knew those sounds. They recognized the morning room bell before looking toward the board. They heard impatience in a hard pull and uncertainty in a gentle flutter. A child's repeated tug sounded different from the slow hand of an elderly guest. The electrical bell would not carry such differences. Every button produced the same clean note, precise, immediate, breathless. Work began in the upper rooms. Embroidered bell pulls were removed from beside beds and fireplaces. Some had hung there so long that the wallpaper beneath remained darker, preserving their outlines like shadows after sunset. New ivory buttons were placed near the doors. Guests tested them with curiosity. A fingertip replaced the whole movement of hand, tassel, cord, crank, wire, and spring. Below stairs, a number appeared. The servants watched. No one needed to listen for the identity of the room. The panel announced it plainly. 1, 3, 7. The house's hidden language was becoming arithmetic. Whispers tell us that the closing years of the 19th century were filled with such thresholds. Gas flames yielded gradually to electric light. Horse-drawn carriages began sharing roads with motor cars. Messages travelled more quickly. Machines entered kitchens, laundries, offices, and streets. What had once required waiting began to arrive with the turn of a switch or the pressure of a finger. Convenience came softly. It did not always announce what it carried away. The old bell wires belonged to a slower house. Their movement took time, though only a second or two. A hand pulled above. The line tightened through plaster. Cranks turned at corners. The signal descended through timber and stone. The journey was hidden, but it existed. The sound below contained the distance it had crossed. The electric bell seemed to arrive from nowhere. A current moved invisibly through cable. No wire shifted. No spring breathed against the wall. The note was detached from the hand that called. Some servants welcomed the change. The new panel was easier for young maids to learn. Numbers could not be confused as easily as tones. There would be fewer broken wires and fewer bells trapped by winter cold. Others regarded the silent workman with unease. An elderly housemaid named Ellen stood beneath the bellboard while its ivory labels were removed. She had entered service at 14. On her first morning, the morning room bell rang while she was carrying coal. She mistook it for the library and climbed the wrong staircase. The housekeeper sent her back below with a warning. The bell rang again. That second time, Ellen found the room. She remembered everything about it: the green curtains, the early sunlight, the mistress seated beside a breakfast tray, and her own hands trembling around the coal scuttle. Years passed from that first summons. The morning room bell called her through winters, births, visits, illnesses, and quiet mornings when the house awakened beneath rain. Even after she became senior housemaid, its note returned her briefly to the frightened girl listening below stairs. When a workman removed the bell, Ellen asked whether she might keep it. The master looked surprised. "It is only an old fitting." "Yes, sir." He considered for a moment and agreed. The bell was placed in Ellen's hands. It was heavier than she expected. A faint line of dust marked the place where its spring had rested against the board. Beneath the brass cup, the label "Morning Room" remained fixed to a small piece of wood. Ellen carried it to her room and wrapped it in cloth. The other bells waited for removal. On the final evening, the old mechanical system remained connected while the electrical workmen tested the new circuits. Both forms of summons existed together for one night. The ivory buttons waited in the upper rooms. The embroidered cords still hung beside some fireplaces. Old bells rested above the servants' hall. New numbers glowed upon the panel nearby. The house stood between two languages. Shortly before midnight, the workmen put away their tools. No guest remained awake. The family had retired early, tired by the disruption. Servants lowered lamps and prepared for bed. Then the attic bell rang, one clear note. After it came the nursery, then the blue bedroom, the small salon, the library. One by one, every mechanical bell began to sound. The sequence moved downward through the house, from the highest attic rooms to the drawing room near the ground floor. No one was pulling the cords. The servants gathered beneath the board. The bells did not ring together. Each waited for the previous note to fade before speaking. Attic room, nursery, east bedroom, blue bedroom, library, morning room, drawing room. It was as though the house were reciting the names of its chambers before the labels were erased. Marked by the moon, the brass cups reflected pale light from the lower window. They moved like small celestial bodies, turning through a final course. A workman returned. He examined the wires and suggested that the new cable had disturbed the old lines. Drilling might have shifted a beam. Vibrations from the day's labor could remain under tension and release gradually through the system. His tools, however, had been still for more than an hour. The sequence continued. At last, the drawing room bell gave one long note. Then every bell became silent. No explanation was entered in the household accounts. The following morning, the wires were cut. Workmen opened panels and drew lengths of iron from the walls. Some came free. Others remained trapped behind plaster and were severed at both ends, abandoned inside the house. The mechanical board was removed. Beneath it, the wall carried pale circles where each bell had hung. For the first time in generations, no metal line connected the upper rooms to the passage below. Silence entered the walls. The new electrical system worked perfectly. Buttons were pressed. Numbers appeared. The bell sounded with the same crisp note each time. The household soon adjusted. Young servants learned the code. Guests admired the convenience. Within months, few people reached toward the places where embroidered pulls had once hung. Where memory fades, absence becomes ordinary. A shape in faded wallpaper is covered by another pattern. A hole is filled. A wire rusts inside darkness. The house continues. Ellen retired several years later. She carried the morning room bell to a cottage near the village. It stood upon a shelf beside her window, still attached to its spring and its fading ivory label. By then, motor cars appeared more frequently upon the road. Electric lamps shone in shops. The great house had changed servants, furniture, and owners. The morning room became an office. Its green curtains were removed. No one remembered the girl who once answered the wrong bell while carrying coal, but Ellen remembered. On windy evenings, air entered through the cottage window and touched the small spring. The bell moved. It produced only the faintest note. Ellen never called it haunting. To her, the sound held no warning and no mystery that required solving. It was an echo of distance. It remembered the servants' passage, the early stairs, the coal scuttle, and all the rooms she had crossed, because a hidden wire moved inside a wall. In forgotten corners of the earth, old roads remain, after travellers choose newer paths. Grass covers them, yet their direction can still be seen from above. The mechanical bells had been such roads. They connected hands that rarely met. They carried impatience, illness, loneliness, and daily need through the unseen body of the house. Electricity made the journey faster, but it erased the sound of travelling. Years later, Ellen held the saved bell near the window while dusk gathered over the village. Wind moved its spring, and one soft note entered the room. Perhaps it was merely metal answering the air. Perhaps that had always been the truth of bells. Yet Ellen listened until the vibration faded, and for one quiet moment, the vanished house remembered how it used to speak. Auction notices hung upon the iron gates. Rain had loosened their corners, and the paper moved whenever wind crossed the abandoned drive. Beyond them, the estate stood beneath a low grey sky. The family had gone. Ivy entered through a broken window. Water found its way through the roof and darkened the ceilings of rooms once guarded from every speck of dust. In the entrance hall, plaster had fallen upon the marble floor. Inside the servants' corridor, the bellboard remained upon the wall. Its brass cups were dim beneath a veil of dust. Drawing room, library, ladies' chamber, nursery, morning room. The labels still named rooms, though some of those rooms had already been emptied. Others had been damaged by rain. One no longer possessed a door. The bells waited as they always had, but no one remained beneath them. It is said that the death of a house begins when its objects lose their places. A chair removed from the room where generations sat becomes only wood and fabric. A portrait taken from its wall becomes a painted stranger. A bell separated from its room loses the direction of its voice. On the final viewing day, the estate filled once more with footsteps. Dealers arrived carrying notebooks. Villagers entered rooms they had known only from the outside. Curious strangers passed through the Green-Baize door without invitation, wandering freely between family chambers and servants' passages. The old boundaries had dissolved. No butler asked for a name. No housekeeper guarded the linen. The rooms once protected by rank and ritual opened to anyone willing to cross their thresholds. Numbered labels hung from furniture. Lot 14, mahogany writing table. Lot 31, pair of velvet chairs. Lot 52, portrait of an unidentified gentleman. Books were measured by shelves rather than read by title. Linen was counted by weight. Silver waited beneath watchful eyes. Bedsteads stood bare without curtains, their canopies resembling the frames of small ruined temples. Every object was separated from the story that had made it meaningful. A scratched table no longer remembered the child who hid beneath it. A cracked mirror did not reveal which face had last looked into its glass. The nursery horse was only painted wood. The bells were listed as architectural fittings. Whispers tell us that estate auctions were ceremonies of quiet dispersal. A household assembled over generations could be divided in a single day. Wine glasses travelled in one direction, family letters in another. Servants purchased small objects connected to years of work, while dealers sought pieces that might acquire new value far from the rooms where they had been used. The auctioneer's voice moved through the house. Numbers rose. A hammer fell. The estate became separate possessions. Near the end of the sale, a collector purchased the servant's bellboard. He admired its aged brass and fading ivory labels. He imagined it mounted upon the wall of a restored inn, or displayed in a modern hallway as a relic of vanished domestic life. The servants who once answered it were not part of the lot. When workmen removed the board, the wall behind it appeared pale and raw. Long iron wires emerged from the plaster. Some broke immediately, others resisted, still reaching upward toward dismantled rooms. They crossed inside the wall, bending around corroded cranks and passing through beams blackened by time. For a moment, the abandoned house seemed exposed. Its hidden nerves had been drawn into daylight. Dust fell as the wires were pulled free. One line led toward the library, where empty shelves stood beneath a leaking ceiling. Another climbed toward Lady's chamber, now stripped of bed, carpet, and curtains. The lines had carried thousands of summons. Now they ended in the hands of workmen who cut them with pliers. The collector took the board away. Later, the bells were separated. Without their arrangement, they resembled one another. The labels came loose. Springs were removed. The precise relationships between metal and room began to dissolve. The drawing-room bell found its way to a public house. It was mounted beside the bar beneath a wooden sign. Visitors rang it for amusement. Its note, once used to summon wine discreetly, now called for laughter and another glass. No one knew its former name. The nursery bell was placed in a box with old hinges, keys and door fittings. It remained there for years. Dust gathered around its rim. Occasionally, the box moved from one storeroom to another, but the bell gave no sound. Another became an ornament beside a modern fireplace. Its new owner polished the brass until it shone more brightly than it had in the servants' passage. Guests admired it without imagining the winter nights, unfinished meals, and hurried footsteps once contained within its note. Removed from their labels, the bells lost their identities. Still, each carried scratches left by motion. A faint groove marked where a spring had struck thousands of times. A darker line showed where dust had gathered behind a bracket. Fingerprints had long vanished, yet wear remained. Where memory fades, use leaves its own script. Not written in ink, written in metal. The bell-marked Lady's Chamber was purchased by a woman named Clara Evans. Her grandmother had served at the estate as an under-housemaid. As a child, Clara listened to stories about the long staircase, the Green-Baize door, and the bellboard that interrupted meals. Her grandmother remembered Lady's Chamber clearly. Its bell possessed a light double note. Sometimes it rang before dawn, sometimes after midnight. A maid was expected to arrive quickly carrying warm water, a shawl, or a lamp. The old woman spoke without bitterness, but Clara heard the weariness beneath the stories. She heard of swollen hands in winter, of shoes worn thin on stone steps, of bells entering dreams after decades away from service. When Clara saw the labelled bell at the sale, she recognized the room's name. She bought it for a small sum. At home, she placed it upon a shelf rather than mounting it. She did not attach a cord or restore the spring. The bell rested beside her grandmother's photograph and a small prayer book carried during her years at the house. It became quiet. On the first anniversary of the auction, Clara sat near the window sewing. A cart passed along the road. Its wheels caused the glass to tremble. The bell gave one note. The sound was small, almost tender. Clara looked toward the shelf. Nothing else moved. Perhaps the passing cart shook the wall. Perhaps the spring retained tension from years of use. Metal expands and contracts as a room warms and cools. There was no reason to imagine a distant hand. Clara did not feel afraid. She lifted the bell and held it in her palm. The brass carried the warmth of the afternoon sun. She thought of her grandmother climbing the staircase while the house slept. She imagined her pausing beneath the board, listening for the difference between one room and another. To the family, the bell had been an instrument of command. To Clara, it was evidence that her grandmother had been there. No portrait of an under-housemaid hung in the estate gallery. No plaque carried her name. Yet she had crossed its rooms, made its beds, tended its fires, and answered when someone called. The bell preserved the direction of those journeys, not the entire life, only an echo. In forgotten corners of the earth, objects survive after kingdoms, households, and beliefs have vanished. A key remains when its door is gone. A cup remains when no one remembers the ceremony for which it was used. The object is silent, meaning gathers around it like dust. Years passed, and the ruined estate continued to empty. Lead disappeared from the roof. Rain entered upper rooms. Weeds grew through the kitchen yard. Portraits, furniture, bells, and books travelled into lives that knew nothing of one another. The house lost the objects through which it had remembered itself. At evening, wind entered through broken windows. It crossed the drawing room, passed through holes where the bell wires had once travelled, and descended toward the servants' passage. The empty walls answered with faint tones, not bells. Only air moving through plaster, timber, and abandoned metal. Yet the sounds resembled distant chimes. Without servants, the house had no one to command. Without family, it had no one to answer. The rooms stood open to rain and moonlight. Their former names existed only upon scattered labels, carried far away. Perhaps the bells had never contained memory. Perhaps scratches were merely scratches, and a note caused by a passing cart was only metal responding to movement. But Clara kept the lady's chamber bell beside her grandmother's photograph. Sometimes she touched it without ringing. Sometimes, marked by the moon, its curved surface reflected the cottage window like a small silver path. Back at the ruined estate, ivy crossed the servants' corridor. Dust settled where the bellboard had hung. Evening entered through empty windows and filled the house room by room. The wind travelled through the old wire holes, creating a faint music inside the walls. A final conversation between chambers now open to the sky. And though no hand pulled a cord, the abandoned house seemed to whisper the names of all that had been carried away. Ash fell like dark snow through the roofless servant's wing. Morning had come, but the sun could not enter clearly. Smoke veiled the sky above blackened beams. Water moved across the flagstones, carrying soot into cracks once scrubbed clean each day. The fire was over. Little remained of the lower passage but wet stone, broken plaster, and the charred frames of doors. Iron hooks leaned from the walls. A copper pan lay overturned beneath fallen timber. The house still stood. The family had survived, but the rooms below, where servants had eaten, mended clothing, polished silver, and waited beneath the bells, had become ruins before dawn. A maid, named Sarah, walked through the ashes. Her dress smelled of smoke. A strip of cloth covered one burned hand. She searched for keys, household papers, and any object that might still be saved. Near the place where the bellboard had hung, something shone beneath the soot. Sarah knelt. A brass bell rested among the ashes. Its ivory label had melted away, leaving no room name beneath the cup. The mounting board was gone. The wire had burned through, yet the bell itself seemed almost untouched. Sarah lifted it. The spring moved. One faint note entered the ruined passage and faded beneath the dripping water. It is said that after disaster, ordinary objects become difficult to understand. A spoon recovered from rubble may appear sacred. A half-burned letter may carry more weight than a book. A bell, once merely part of the wall, may become the only surviving voice of a vanished room. The fire had begun sometime after midnight. No one agreed where. Some believed a lamp overturned in the linen passage. Others said a spark escaped from the kitchen chimney and entered the dry timber behind the wall. By the time smoke reached the family rooms, the servants' wing was already filled with heat. The household awoke in confusion. Doors disappeared behind smoke. Familiar corridors became uncertain. The main staircase could not be reached from several bedrooms, yet the servants knew the hidden routes. A nursery maid carried one child down the back stair while guiding another by the hand. Two footmen moved through the gallery with wet cloth over their mouths, opening a service door most guests had never noticed. Kitchen servants formed a line from the courtyard pump, passing buckets through freezing rain. A housemaid remembered a narrow passage behind the linen room and led several people toward the garden. These journeys did not appear heroic while they were being made. They were the ordinary knowledge of service. Servants knew which doors stuck in winter. They knew which staircases connected rooms that appeared far apart. They knew where keys were kept and which corridors continued behind the Green-Baize doors. In the hour of smoke, this hidden geography became a map of survival. Whispers tell us that official stories often simplify what many hands accomplished. A newspaper account published days later praised the owner of the estate for his courage and composure. It described him directing the household from the entrance hall and ensuring that every family member reached safety. The servants appeared in one line. Assistance was rendered by the domestic staff. No names followed. No mention was made of the nursery maid descending through smoke, the injured footman holding open the service door, or the kitchen girl who first ran through the lower corridor, calling for everyone to wake. The family account repeated the newspaper. The master saved the house. The servants assisted. Ink arranged the event into rank once more. But below stairs, another memory survived. Sarah cleaned the recovered bell. She used a soft cloth and warm water, removing soot slowly from the brass. Tiny scars appeared beneath the polish, dark marks where heat had touched the metal. The spring remained intact. No label identified its former room. Sarah asked the other servants whether they recognized its tone. Each offered a different answer. The nursery maid believed it belonged to the nursery. "I heard that bell after the children were already outside," she said. "It rang above me while I was crossing the courtyard." The housekeeper disagreed. She thought the sound came from the locked linen room. A kitchen servant insisted the bell had rung from inside the wall, near the back staircase, leading her toward the narrow passage through which several servants escaped. The footman remembered many bells ringing together, or perhaps he remembered metal falling from the burning board. Memory formed beneath smoke, and fear is rarely precise. Sounds arrive without direction. Time folds. One person's moment becomes another's later recollection. Still, everyone remembered a bell. Some heard a single note. Others heard repeated chimes. One servant said, "The ringing moved through the wing ahead of them, as though marking the safest path." Ordinary servant bells were not fire alarms. They were designed to carry requests from rooms above to listeners below. A bell could not know of smoke. It could not choose which passage remained clear. During fire, wires might tighten as timber heated. Springs could release when boards shifted. Several bells might ring as walls moved around them. This practical explanation satisfied the steward. Yet it did not answer why servants remembered the sound so differently, or why each believed it came from the direction she needed to follow. Where memory fades, contradiction may preserve more truth than agreement. A perfect story closes its doors. A broken story leaves several passages open. Among the household papers, Sarah found a letter written by a kitchen maid to her sister 2 days after the fire. The girl described waking to smoke and hearing the little bell near the washing passage. She wrote that she followed its sound and discovered children waiting behind a door. The letter named no master. It praised no grand act. It simply said, "I think the bell told us where to go." The official report declared that a visiting gentleman first raised the alarm. The private letter credited the kitchen maid. Later household tradition claimed that the bells saved the house. Each version carried part of the night. None could be proven complete. The recovered bell stood upon a shelf while the servants' wing was rebuilt. Workmen replaced beams and plaster. New passages followed some of the old lines, though several doors were moved. A modern bellboard was installed. Sarah asked that the surviving bell be preserved. No one objected. It was mounted at the end of the rebuilt passage without a label. No wire connected it to a room. Its spring remained free, able to move if touched. The servants called it the ash bell. The name never appeared in household inventories. On winter evenings, new maids began touching it before beginning night duty. Some pressed 2 fingers briefly against the brass. Others placed a hand beneath the cup without making it ring. No rule required this. No housekeeper introduced the custom. When asked why they did it, the servants could offer no clear answer. "It has always been done," they said. Yet no custom is truly without beginning. Perhaps Sarah had touched the bell while remembering the fire. Perhaps another maid sought courage before entering the dark passages. Perhaps the gesture honored those whose names the newspaper omitted. Beneath the silence, ritual grew where recognition had failed. Years passed. Sarah left service. The nursery children became adults. Servants came and went. The rebuilt corridor aged, and the fire became a story told by those who had not seen it. Details changed. Some said the owner carried a child from the nursery, though he had never entered that wing. Others claimed church bells rang during the fire, though the village records mentioned no such alarm. The ash bell remained. Its brass was polished until the burn marks became difficult to see. Still, beneath the shine, small scars endured. No one discovered which room it once served. Without a label, it belonged to every room. Without a named hand, it could remember every servant who carried water, opened doors, or guided someone through smoke. In forgotten corners of the earth, relics are sometimes preserved because they are beautiful. Others survive because they prove a date, a ruler, or a battle. But some objects become sacred for a different reason. They hold space for what official stories allowed to disappear. Many years later, the house fell quiet again. The servants' wing closed. Dust gathered in the rebuilt passage. The ash bell remained at the end of the board, disconnected and unnamed. On certain winter mornings, cold air entered through a cracked window and moved its spring. The bell gave a faint note. Perhaps wind caused it. Perhaps tension remained in the metal. No one living could confirm the stories told after the fire. No one could say whether a bell truly guided anyone towards safety. But the object did not need to prove the miracle. Its meaning lived elsewhere. In the unrecorded courage of maids and footmen, in hands passing water through rain, in servants who knew the hidden stairs when smoke erased every familiar room. The bell bore no name, the newspaper acknowledged no hero. Yet beneath the polish, its scars remained, and when its small voice entered the abandoned passage, it seemed to preserve not what history had written, but what history had almost forgotten. Each evening, the last servant lit a lamp beneath the bells. Her name was Mrs. Hart. She had entered the house as a maid more than 50 years before, when the servants' corridor was filled with footsteps and every brass cup possessed a familiar voice. Now she was caretaker. The family visited only in summer. During winter, most rooms remained covered. Pale sheets veiled the furniture. Fires were lit only where damp threatened the walls, and long corridors went for weeks without hearing a human voice. Still, Mrs. Hart kept the old bell system connected. The estate agent suggested removing it. No guest used the embroidered pulls. Several wires had rusted. The bellboard served no practical purpose. Yet each evening, Mrs. Hart carried her lamp into the servants' hall and placed it upon the long wooden table. Above her hung the bells: morning room, schoolroom, south bedroom, ladies' dressing room, drawing room, nursery. In lamplight, their labels resembled names upon a memorial. It is said that silence becomes shapeless when nothing waits within it. The bells gave shape to Mrs. Hart's evenings. They marked the rooms above, reminding her that the emptiness was not endless. Beyond one wall lay the library. Beyond another stair waited the nursery. Each chamber had a place, a history, and a wire descending towards someone who had once listened. Even when no bell moved, their presence divided the silence into recognizable distances. Mrs. Hart followed the same winter routine. In the morning, she aired the library. She opened the shutters just enough for pale light to reach the books. Dust drifted above the tables. The room smelled of leather, cold ash, and paper. She wound the clock upon the mantel, though its owner had been dead for 30 years. At noon, she walked the galleries. She checked windows, examined ceilings for damp, and replaced cloths where rain had entered. She crossed bedrooms beneath covered portraits and canopied beds hidden beneath white linen. In the afternoon, she visited the schoolroom. Chalk marks remained faintly upon one wall. Inside a cupboard rested a wooden alphabet, several cracked slates, and a globe showing borders that no longer existed. Before dusk, she inspected the shutters. Sometimes she found footprints in the dust. They were never clear, a mark near the library door, a slight disturbance beside the nursery stair, a narrow path across the covered drawing room. Perhaps workmen left them during autumn repairs. Perhaps the estate agent visited without telling her. Old houses released dust unevenly, creating patterns where floorboards moved. Mrs. Hart never followed the marks far. She swept them away. Whispers tell us that caretaking is a form of conversation. A shutter is fastened because winter speaks through the window. A clock is wound because time asks not to be abandoned. A room is aired because silence, if left too long, begins to gather like moisture. Mrs. Hart cared for the house not because it remained alive in any ordinary sense, but because it had not yet entirely become a ruin. She remembered when the lower passages were crowded. Maids crossed carrying linen. Footmen waited beneath the bells. The cook called from the kitchen, while boys brought coal through the yard. Nurses descended from the upper rooms with sleeping children in their arms. Each bell meant that someone would rise. A note from the drawing room moved a footman. A call from the nursery sent a maid up 2 flights of stairs. The house was a web of sound and movement. Now the labels named rooms without occupants. The people who had answered were scattered. Some married and left service. Some crossed the ocean. Some lay beneath stones in the village churchyard. A few survived only in Mrs. Hart's memory. She could still hear their voices in certain places. Laughter near the pantry sink. A song beneath the back staircase. The housekeeper's keys approaching through the corridor. Memory did not make the house noisy. It deepened the quiet. On the longest night of winter, snow covered the estate. Mrs. Hart lit the servants' hall lamp as usual. Outside, the moon rested upon the garden, turning hedges and frozen paths into pale shapes beneath the sky. Marked by the moon, the house appeared to be sleeping beneath white linen like its own covered furniture. Shortly after midnight, a bell rang. Ladies' dressing room. The brass cup moved twice. Mrs. Hart looked up. No one occupied that room. She took her lamp and climbed the staircase. The dressing room stood beside a bedroom, once used by the mistress of the house. Its mirrors were covered. Empty perfume bottles remained upon the table. Inside a wardrobe hung one forgotten gown wrapped in cloth. Nothing had moved. Mrs. Hart checked the window and fire grate. Then she returned below. An hour later, the dining room bell sounded. Its note was deeper. In the old days, it rang near noon when the family required luncheon. Now it sounded at 1 in the morning. Mrs. Hart entered the dining room. A long sheet covered the table. Chairs stood beneath dust cloths. Moonlight reached the silvered frame of a portrait, but did not reveal its face. At one place beneath the sheet, the fabric rose slightly, as though a plate had been set underneath. Mrs. Hart lifted the cloth. The table was bare. She smoothed the linen and returned to the hall. The drawing-room bell rang next. This had always sounded after dusk, when lamps were required and curtains closed. Mrs. Hart found the drawing-room quiet. The piano stood locked. Velvet chairs slept beneath covers. Near the fireplace, however, one candle burned upon a small table. She had not lit it. The flame was low but steady. Mrs. Hart did not extinguish it. She adjusted the curtain and left. The nursery bell rang near 3. Its light note passed through the sleeping house. Mrs. Hart climbed more slowly now. The nursery contained a wooden horse, a covered cradle, and a row of books faded by sunlight. She opened the door and smelled lavender. For a moment, she thought she heard breathing from the small beds, but the beds were empty. Upon one pillow rested a tiny coal smudge, shaped like a thumbprint. She did not wipe it away. The pattern of bells became clear. Dressing before breakfast, dining at noon, drawing room after dusk, nursery near bedtime. The house was repeating an entire day inside a single winter night. One familiar summons followed another, each arriving in the order of the old household routine. Beneath the silence, the machinery of vanished life turned once more. Perhaps frost tightened the wires in sequence as the temperature changed. The lines crossed through rooms warmed differently by moonlight, chimneys, and outer walls. A workman could have explained springs, tension, and contracting timber. Mrs. Hart did not seek an explanation. She answered each call, not hurriedly, not because duty required it. She walked through the rooms as one walks through a ceremony whose meaning has become larger than its rules. Near 4, one final bell rang. The label beneath it had faded. Mrs. Hart recognized its tone. It belonged to the attic room where she had slept as a young maid. No family member had ever summoned anyone from that chamber. The bell had once been fitted experimentally, then disconnected before the system was extended elsewhere. Still, it rang. Mrs. Hart climbed the servants' staircase. The upper passage was colder than the rooms below. Her lamp cast long shadows across trunks and broken furniture. The attic bedroom door stood open. Inside, the window was raised. Snow lay upon the sill, yet none had fallen onto the floor. Cold air moved through the room, stirring the thin curtain. A candle burned beside the bed. Near it rested a photograph. Mrs. Hart approached. The image showed the servants assembled upon the back steps many decades before. The butler sat in the center. The cook stood beside the housekeeper. Maids, footmen, nurses, and coal boys formed rows behind them. Mrs. Hart appeared at the edge. She was 17. Her hair was dark, her apron newly pressed, and her expression uncertain. Everyone else in the photograph was gone. Some names she remembered easily. Others came only after long thought. One young maid remained entirely nameless, though Mrs. Hart recalled the sound of her laughter. It is said that photographs preserve faces but not voices. They hold a moment still while time carries away everything beyond the frame. Mrs. Hart closed the window. She did not extinguish the candle. Instead, she sat upon the old bed and watched the flame. Perhaps someone had entered before her. Perhaps she herself had brought the photograph there years ago and forgotten. Age creates sealed rooms within memory, and sometimes the hand remembers what the mind no longer keeps. Yet the candle was newly lit. She allowed it to burn naturally. As the flame shortened, faces in the photograph moved in and out of shadow. The silver plate of the image reflected faint points of light like distant stars. No figure appeared beside her. No voice called her name. Still, she no longer felt alone. Before dawn, the candle went out. Mrs. Hart carried the photograph downstairs. The bells had become silent. The servants' hall waited beneath the paling window. She returned the lamp to the table and sat in her accustomed chair. Nothing required her service. No mistress waited in the dressing room. No family gathered for luncheon. No child slept in the nursery. The house had repeated one complete day, then fallen quiet. Where memory fades, ritual sometimes performs what words cannot. Perhaps the wires moved because winter tightened them. Perhaps the open window and candle belonged to some forgotten act of her own. Or perhaps the house had wished to travel once more through morning, noon, evening and night before surrendering to deeper sleep. Mrs. Hart looked toward the photograph. The vanished servants stood together on the steps, waiting beneath a summer sky. Maybe they had not returned to summon her. Maybe they had come because they remembered what it was to wait beneath the bells. And perhaps they wished only to ensure that the last servant would not keep the final watch alone. Behind glass in a restored country house hung a row of polished servant bells. Their brass cups shone beneath electric lights. Faded ivory labels had been carefully repainted. Library, drawing room, nursery, blue bedroom, ladies' chamber. Visitors passed beneath them throughout the day, listening to recorded explanations of rank, hidden labor, and the vanished world below stairs. The wires had been cut. The springs had been secured. Nothing was supposed to move. At 5 in the afternoon, the final visitors departed. Their footsteps crossed the stone entrance hall and disappeared through the restored doors. A guide named Margaret watched them pass beneath portraits of the family who had once owned the house. Then she turned the key. The museum was closed. It is said that an old house changes when the last visitor leaves. During opening hours, rooms belong to explanation. Labels identify each object. Display ropes show where feet may go. Recorded voices fill the silence with dates, names, and carefully measured conclusions. After closing time, those certainties grow softer. The display ropes begin to resemble boundaries between waking and memory. Mannequins dressed as servants stand beneath electric lights. Their aprons remain forever clean. Their hands carry trays that never become heavy. Recorded footsteps cease. Only rain remains against the windows. Margaret began her final round. She crossed the dining room, where silver had been arranged upon a table no one would use. She passed the restored kitchen, its copper pans polished more brightly than they had ever been during years of smoke and work. In the servants' corridor, she paused beneath the bells. They reflected her face in small curved fragments. Then the library bell rang. One clear note. Margaret looked up. The brass cup was moving. Its vibration continued for several seconds before settling beneath the newly painted label. She knew the mechanism was incomplete. During restoration, most of the wires had been removed. The short surviving sections ended behind plaster or inside the display case. No bell pull remained connected to the library, yet the sound had been unmistakable. Margaret unlocked the glass case and examined the spring. Nothing appeared disturbed. She continued toward the library. The room waited beyond a velvet rope. Leather-bound books rose toward a painted ceiling. The fire was artificial, created by hidden lights beneath carefully arranged imitation coal. No person stood inside. No window was open. The exhibition remained undisturbed. Upon a table lay an old servant's wages book. It had been opened to a page from more than a century before. The names appeared in neat columns beside quarterly payments. Cook, butler, footman, housemaid, scullery maid. One name had been underlined in dust. Ellen Shaw. Margaret leaned closer. The line beneath the name was not drawn in ink. Someone's finger had moved through the fine dust resting upon the protective glass, tracing a pale mark directly under the entry. The table stood beyond the display rope. No visitor should have reached it. Whispers tell us that museums transform labor into stillness. A kitchen once filled with heat becomes a beautiful room. Visitors admire worn stairs, copper pots, and stone sinks for their atmosphere. The endless carrying of water becomes a sentence upon a wall. The sting of soap in cracked hands becomes an object label. A maid's 16-hour day becomes a number in a guidebook. Preservation gives the past shape, but sometimes smooths away its weight. The servants' corridor had been scrubbed clean for visitors. Its bells were polished. Its Green-Baize door stood permanently open, so everyone could move easily between the worlds once kept apart. No servant had been permitted such freedom. Yet museums can also return what family histories concealed. Portraits preserve owners, but wages books preserve maids. Inventories reveal who polished the silver. Letters mention the nurse who remained beside a fevered child. Census pages carry names that never appeared in painted frames. Ellen Shaw was one such name. Margaret searched the museum archive. The surviving household papers offered only fragments. Ellen entered service at 17. She was paid less than senior maids and slept in an attic room shared with another girl. Her wages continued for 3 years. Then her name disappeared. A housekeeper's note explained why. Dismissed without character. Repeated claims concerning bells and empty rooms. Unsettling influence upon younger servants. No further detail appeared. To be dismissed without a character could damage a servant's future. Without a favorable reference, another household might refuse employment. A few handwritten words could close doors for years. Ellen had claimed the bells rang by themselves. The household recorded her claim, not as a mystery, but as misconduct. Margaret found no later address. No marriage record lay among the copied documents. Ellen Shaw vanished from the archive at the moment the house expelled her. Where memory fades, official silence can resemble innocence. The dismissal said nothing about whether the bells had moved. It said only that Ellen spoke. The following evening, the library bell rang again. Closing time had passed. Margaret stood alone in the corridor while rain darkened the windows. She watched the brass cup lean forward and release one note. The servant's wages book remained open to Ellen's page. The dust had been cleaned from its glass. Yet the underline had returned. Conservators inspected the bell. They removed it from the case and examined the spring. The metal showed no unusual tension. No cable connected it to the wall. Vibrations from heating pipes were tested. Air currents were measured. Passing vehicles produced no movement. The bell remained still during every examination. It rang only when the building was empty. Always near closing time, always once. Some evenings, Margaret believed she heard footsteps on the back staircase afterward. Not footsteps from the museum recording. These were slower. One step. A pause. Another. They seemed to climb toward the attic rooms no longer open to visitors. Perhaps old timber cooled when the electric lights were switched off. Perhaps contraction inside the display frame moved the spring. The library bell may have been slightly less secure than the others. The underline could have been left by a cleaner. Reason offered many doors. None opened completely. Margaret began reading about other servants. A footman injured while carrying coal. A nurse who remained for 22 years and received no pension. A scullery maid dismissed after illness. The restored house became less peaceful as its hidden population returned through paper, not frightening, crowded. Beneath the silence, every polished surface seemed to contain unseen hands. One evening, Margaret stood beneath the bells before turning off the final light. She looked toward the library label. Then she spoke clearly. Ellen Shaw. The name entered the corridor. It had not been said there, perhaps, for more than 100 years. Margaret added nothing. She did not ask for a sign. She merely allowed the name to exist within the house again. The bell remained still. The following night, she repeated the ritual. Ellen Shaw. Again, no bell rang. Margaret began saying the name each evening before closing. Sometimes she read another servant's name as well, chosen from the wages books. Mary Cole, Thomas Reed, Annie Vale, George Hart. Names crossed the corridor, where their owners had once carried trays, coal, linen and water. The library bell did not ring again. The conservators recorded the silence but offered no conclusion. Perhaps their repairs had settled the spring. Perhaps the change of season altered the building. Perhaps Margaret's expectation had shaped what she noticed. All were possible. Still, she continued reading the names. In forgotten corners of the earth, ruins survive because someone pauses before them. A stone becomes sacred not only through age, but through attention. So too with records. A name in a ledger remains only ink until someone speaks it. Years later, visitors still passed beneath the bells. Children pressed close to the glass. Adults listened to stories about hierarchy and hidden work. Some admired the polished brass. Others looked through the Green-Baize door and imagined the servants' world below stairs. The bells were no longer instruments of command. They could summon no maid, footman, nurse, or kitchen girl. Yet they continued asking something of those who passed. Not fear, not belief, attention. At closing time, Margaret dimmed the corridor lights. Brass cups rested behind glass, each holding a small reflection of the empty house. The library bell remained still. Before leaving, she spoke Ellen's name. Rain whispered against the windows. No answer came. Perhaps the quietest haunting is history itself, not a figure in a doorway or a bell moving without a hand, but the patient return of lives once kept beyond the Green-Baize door. Lives waiting not to frighten us, only to be seen before the house closes for the night. Night settled over the old house for the last time. By morning, restoration would begin. Workers would open the walls, lift floorboards, and remove the remaining servant bell wires. Damaged plaster would be replaced. Forgotten passages would be measured. The house would become orderly, safe, and understandable once more. But for one final night, it remained untouched. In the servants' passage, 28 brass bells waited beneath a single lamp. Each held the name of a room: nursery, library, drawing room, blue bedroom, ladies' chamber, west dressing room. Some labels had faded. Others had been painted again over the years. One bell possessed no label at all. Their wires disappeared into the wall behind them, passing upward through timber and stone toward chambers now closed. A historian sat alone beneath the bells. On the long wooden table before her, lay fragments left by those who had served, a maid's letter home, a footman's account book, a nurse's pressed flower, a cook's recipe stained with smoke, a photograph of servants assembled upon the back steps, several faces unnamed. None of these objects mentioned ghosts, none described pale figures, impossible footsteps, or bells moved by invisible hands. Yet every fragment revealed a life shaped by ringing. It is said that history survives most honestly in what was never intended to become history. A formal portrait wishes to be remembered. A family chronicle arranges events for future eyes. But a letter home, written after midnight, carries no such ceremony. "My feet are sore," one maid had written, "but I must go, for the bell has sounded again." A footman recorded the cost of replacing gloves worn thin while carrying silver. A nurse placed a flower between two pages and wrote only the date of a child's fever. The cook's recipe ended with a note, "Finish before the dining room bell." Small sentences, quiet evidence, lives measured by summons, the historian read slowly. Above her, the house rested beneath moonlight. Covered furniture filled the drawing room. The library remained locked. In the nursery, a wooden horse stood beside an empty cradle. No family slept beneath the embroidered canopies. No servant waited upon the attic floor. Only the historian remained beneath the brass. Whispers tell us that bells divide time into before and after. Before the note, a servant might be eating, sleeping, writing a letter, or remembering home. After the note, she was moving. The sound interrupted one life so that another might continue without interruption. A fire was revived. Water arrived. Curtains closed. A frightened child heard footsteps approaching. The grandeur above depended upon these crossings. Each polished room concealed the distances servants travelled to maintain it. Each shining object carried the touch of hands that signed nothing. The historian looked toward the old photograph. The butler and housekeeper were named in the archive. The cook's surname appeared in a census. Several younger maids remained unidentified. One girl stood at the edge of the group holding a folded cloth. Another rested one hand upon the shoulder of a nursery maid. Behind them, a coal boy looked away from the camera. Their names had vanished. Still, the house contained traces of them. A worn stair, a key polished by years of touch, a carved star beneath the servant's table, a recipe altered in another hand. Where memory fades, use becomes a form of writing. Not written in ink, written into wood, metal, fabric, and stone. Near midnight, the nursery bell moved. It gave one gentle note. The historian raised her head. No one occupied the nursery. The wire had been inspected earlier and was believed to be disconnected. Still, the brass cup trembled. Its sound faded. Then the library bell rang. A lower note. The historian imagined the room above. Leather books, dying fires, burned letters, and conversations servants entered only in fragments. Next came the drawing room. Its chime appeared to release something softer, the memory of music, winter flowers, and laughter remaining in curtains after guests departed. The bells continued. Morning room, blue bedroom, ladies' chamber. Each waited for the previous note to disappear. The sequence was not hurried. It felt ceremonial, a procession of rooms speaking their names before the walls were opened. The bell from the locked west wing gave a darker tone. Beneath it seemed to gather the memory of scorched moulding, covered furniture, and a small shoe resting beside a crimson cord. Then came the attic bell. The servants' hall bell, the bell once found in ashes. The historian did not rise. She did not search the chambers. Perhaps cooling timber tightened the old wires. Wind might be passing beneath the roof. The coming restoration had already disturbed plaster, frames, and hidden mechanisms. There were explanations enough. To search would turn the vigil into an investigation. Some mysteries do not ask to be pursued. They ask only for attention. So the historian remained at the table. She listened. The sequence moved across the board, until only the nameless bell remained. Its blank space caught the lamplight. For several moments nothing happened. Then it leaned forward. One note entered the passage. The sound was small, but it seemed to continue beyond hearing. It passed through the Green-Baize door, climbed the servants' stair, and entered every empty room. It moved beyond the nursery, beyond the west wing, beyond the garden, and the ruined gate. For a moment, the entire house appeared to be listening to its own echo. Marked by the moon, the 28 bells shone like a faded constellation. The historian thought of all the servants whose names had never entered the ledgers. Girls who remained only for a season, boys hired during winter, laundry women who lived beyond the estate, maids dismissed without references, nurses remembered by children who forgot their surnames. Their footsteps had vanished from the carpets. Their voices had not entered wax recordings. Their hands left no signatures upon the mirrors, silver, or banisters they polished. Yet the household had depended upon them. History often records the person who pulled the cord. Less often does it name the person who answered. The ringing faded. One spring continued trembling. Then even that became still. The historian closed the maid's letter. Outside, darkness began loosening at the horizon. The windows of the servants' passage changed from black to grey. A faint line of dawn entered beneath the door. No further bell sounded. Silence filled the hall. But it no longer felt empty. It felt like another form of ringing, an echo without metal, extending beyond the moment in which sound had ceased. At first light, workers arrived. They entered quietly, carrying tools, lamps, measuring rods, and rolls of protective cloth. The historian gathered the letters and records, leaving the old photograph upon the table for a final moment. The bellboard was carefully lifted from the wall. Behind it appeared a dark web of wires. Some remained bright where movement had polished them. Others had rusted into silence. They crossed one another, turned around tiny cranks, and entered holes bored into ancient beams. Several wires led toward known rooms: the nursery, the library, the drawing room. Others ended abruptly within plaster. One passed toward a staircase removed decades before. Another descended beneath the floor. The workmen traced what they could. Dust fell from the opened wall like grey snow. The house revealed its hidden nervous system for the final time. Then they discovered a wire extending outward. It passed beneath the servants' hall, crossed through the foundations, and continued toward the garden. No current plan showed its purpose. An older map suggested a demolished wing near the kitchen garden. Another indicated a gatehouse. A third showed nothing beyond the wall except trees. The wire continued through a narrow channel beneath the stone and disappeared beyond reach. It might have served an exterior bell. Perhaps it connected to a lost service room, an earlier house, or a chamber erased during rebuilding. Perhaps it led only into earth. The workers asked whether they should follow it. The historian looked toward the garden. Morning mist rested over bare trees and beds of rosemary. Beyond them stood the old wall, its gate hidden beneath ivy. "No," she said softly. The wire was cut inside the house. Its outer length remained beneath the foundations. No one discovered where it ended. In forgotten corners of the earth, ancient roads disappear beneath fields, yet continue in the direction they once carried travelers. A path does not cease to have existed because its destination is lost. So it was with the wire. It preserved a direction, a vanished relationship between a hand and a listener. Perhaps the final bell had been moved by tension traveling from somewhere beyond the garden wall. Perhaps wind shifted buried metal. Perhaps nothing mysterious happened at all. The greater mystery remained the servants themselves. How many times had they crossed the house in darkness? How many meals were abandoned? How many letters went unfinished? How many names disappeared while the comfort they created remained visible? The bells could not answer. By noon, the board had been removed. The brass cups rested upon folded cloth, each separated from its room. Sunlight entered the open wall and touched the severed wires. The house no longer possessed its old voice. Yet somewhere beneath the garden, one line continued into darkness. Perhaps it was never meant to be found. Perhaps its destination mattered less than the act of listening. For centuries, history had followed the hand that summoned. Now, at last, we might follow the footsteps that answered. The final bell had stopped. Still, its echo moved through the opened walls, across the silent rooms, and beyond the garden gate. Not asking for service, not asking for fear, only travelling through memory, waiting for us to answer.